Alrighty. I think we're live. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is August 6, 2024, and it is about 6 a.m. Pacific time, and we are about to do 7 hours of the trading day. So if you're not familiar, 7 hours of the trading day. Good morning. That's me in the background. But if you're not familiar, we're going to go through live all day. You're going to see all the stocks moving, the whole entire market. We're going to be getting live news all throughout the day, and then we have the chat room, and we're going to be going over everything because the last couple of days have been absolutely wild. If you are new to the chat, you won't be able to talk for about 24 hours, but I say that because it's an investment. You know, just like we have our, literally, last couple of days, our investment accounts got mollywopped, but still doing good on the year. But the whole point is you got to make an investment. And I hope you all make an investment and walk away owning something and make an investment in the chat and all that good stuff. So if you are new, listen, everything will make sense. You're going to learn something. And if you're not, welcome back, baby. I hope you guys are ready for it. But Chatadonia, we have a lot to go over. You literally had a good Japan yesterday, the biggest up day in Japan in history. So not only were you having the biggest down days in history, you have now had the biggest up day in history. If you don't recall, that literally just happened in NVIDIA. We had a little bit more news. A couple of earnings were good here in the morning, and everything was looking decent. So, Chad, the relief, we are a fraction of where we were yesterday, but for the most part, nothing bad has happened overnight, and we are not freaking out, and everybody is taking a day to kind of absorb everything, digest it, and see if we're going to freak out or not. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for all of it, but good morning, baby. What up, Najee Wolf? What up, happy birthday, man, day 2? Oh, good morning, baby. What up, Leo? Infinite Mayhem, like RJ. Good morning, baby. What up, open face? How you living, baby? What up, Ronaldo, Candy, B, Dizzle, Evan, Avon, Hobo, Mr. Matsono, Monica, Winning Loza, Krista B, Kurt McGart, Ian, Chris Lyon, B3, baby, Juice Trace, Eric, Eris, Mark J, Chiggity Chaz, baby. Good morning. What up, Robin? How you living, Jerry, Wood? Yeah, Canada in the house, baby. You man, Turbo, Juice Chase, baby. RJ, Xbox, Casket, baby. What's going on? How you living, baby? Good morning, Jay Medalia. What up, Pinelander? What up, Adam? Good morning, Yosef. How we living, Let's go. What's up, Ben Stone? Energy in the house, Samuel. Mixed scalping, baby. Good morning. What about the Twitch? What about Payday Devil? Toy Soldier, Lizzie, LV Lover, Charlie in the tree, baby. It's Mums, Braxton, Kiwi, Blizzy B, Robo Handtech, Zayd, DA Soccer, Blowing Doll, Mr. Preforms, and Robo Handtech and Zay, man, baby. Good morning. Oh, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Woolsworth. What's up? Oh, yeah. Uber was good. Uber had good earnings here in the morning. So, honestly, there's been, so far, the last couple of earnings had a decent reaction. It sucks because even if, Uber is up 9% on the day, and it's literally where it was at 2 days ago, Apple was down almost 2% a little bit ago. And then I noticed Japanese banks are all still clobbered in the morning. So we still have a little bit of weirdness on our hands. Again, Japan was up 4% at night, and then it came back up and rocketed out of nowhere, or it came back down. So we'll see how that all plays out. But Chatadonia, I hope you're locked and loaded. Let's have a good Tuesday. Let's see where global volatility takes us. But now, here is your news, my friends. Stocks see choppy trading as nerves still run high. Stocks whipsawed on Tuesday with investors braced for more volatility in the aftermath of Monday's historic sell-off. Treasuries retreated as demand for haven assets waned. U.S. equity futures paired an early advance, though they're still signaling a rebound after the S&P 500 yesterday plunged to the brink of a correction. European stocks fluctuated between gains and losses. The dollar strengthened. The 10-year Treasury yield headed for the first increase in almost 2 weeks, with the market now turning to a $58 billion auction as the next test of investor appetite. Traders are also rowing throwing back expectations of deep cuts from the Federal Reserve this year and an emergency reduction as soon as this month has now been ruled out by money markets. If the auctions are weak, that could see some of the recession fears from the last few sessions ease further and allow stocks to recover a good portion of the losses, said Tom Essay at the Sevens report. Underscoring the lingering market angst, investors are rushing to ensure their portfolios against an extreme market crash, and Wall Street's fear gauge, the VIX index, remains above 30, a level it's only breached twice on a closing basis in the past 2 years. Japan remained at the epicenter of volatility. The Topix index surged 9.3% after plunging 12% on Monday. According to JP Morgan Chase & Company, the unwinding of the yen carry trade is only about 50% complete. We don't expect a lull in the coming days, said Christopher Dembick, senior investment advisor at Pictet Asset Management. The unraveling of the yen carry trade will continue to trigger margin calls and losses, while a sustained recovery in stocks hinges on central banks' measures and big tech earnings, he said. I'm expecting the month of August to be red-tainted. Even so, the relatively small moves suggested some calm is returning to markets. Buying the S&P 500 after a decline of 5% has usually been profitable in the past 4 decades, according to Goldman Sachs Group Inc. strategists. The violent market moves over the last few sessions, in our view, present a buying opportunity, said Mohit Kumar, chief economist for Europe at Jefferies International Limited. Among individual movers in pre-market trading, Palantir Technologies Inc.'s stock jumped as much as 13% after the company raised its annual outlook, citing continuing demand for its artificial intelligence software. Uber Technologies Inc. advanced after an earnings beat. Caterpillar Inc. climbed after saying it expects its annual profit will be higher than previously expected. In commodities, oil held near a 7-month low. Gold steadied after being pulled into Monday's global rout when it slumped as some traders cut holdings to cover potential margin call. Tepid turnaround. Markets saw a semblance of calm return on Tuesday after Monday's dramatic sell-off in stocks that capped a 3-week $6.4 trillion retreat in equities globally, but the rebound was decidedly more tepid than the rout and doesn't prove the meltdown is over. Futures on the S&P 500 and NASDAQ are poised to regain only a fraction of yesterday's loss, while stocks in the UK and Europe gave up earlier gains to head lower. There were stronger moves in Japan, where the 2 key share gauges both jumped more than 9% at the close after tumbling 12% the day before. Great unwind. The big question now is whether Monday's wild gyrations mark the final bang of a global sell-off that started to build last week or signal the beginning of a protracted slump. But as our big take puts it today, one thing is clear: the pillars that had underpinned financial market gains for years, including an unstoppable U.S. economy and AI revolution, have been shaken. On the flip side, as Goldman Sachs pointed out, buying the S&P 500 after a decline of 5% has been typically profitable in the past 4 decades. Carry concerns. Meanwhile, in currency markets, JP Morgan Chase & Co. are warning that recent unwinding of carry trades has more room to run, as the yen remains one of the most undervalued currencies. The trade involves borrowing at low rates in Japan to fund purchases of higher yielding assets elsewhere. It has been pummeled this past week as yen volatility jumped. Changing focus. At one point on Monday, markets were speculating about an emergency rate cut from the Federal Reserve, although those bets tailed off during the day. That, along with a rush into haven assets, formed part of the drive to buy U.S. bonds that accompanied the sell-off. That dynamic is also fading today, with U.S. Treasuries falling as traders turn their attention to a $58 billion auction of debt today. Black swan hedging. Our markets team has put together a list of what bankers say you should and shouldn't do when markets crash. One thing traders did yesterday was rush to insure their portfolios against an extreme market crash. In an echo of the chaotic period at the start of the pandemic, a defensive strategy, often known as black swan hedging, was suddenly in vogue, with the Cambria Tail Risk ETF, an actively managed exchange-traded tail risk fund, jumping 4.5% for its best day since March 2020. And top overnight news, Japan's government and central bank sought to show a united front and restore calm to financial markets after the biggest stocks plunge in more than 3 decades triggered criticism of monetary policy tightening and cast a shadow over efforts to get households to invest their assets, with some pointing fingers at the central bank's decision to hike rates last week as part of the trigger for the market turmoil seen in the last few days. The government appears to be trying to show its standing with the BOJ remains unchanged. BBG, Japan cash earnings come in ahead of expectations at +4, 5% headline versus the street +2, 4%, and +1, 1% core versus the street -0.9%, placing hawkish pressure on the BOJ. Although household spending fell short, RTRS, Australia's RBA, leaves rates unchanged as expected and rules out a near-term cut given ongoing inflation risks. RTRS, Samsung's HBM chips being stockpiled by Chinese firms as they worry having availability limited in the future by U.S. restrictions. RTRS, U.S. central bank policymakers push back on Monday against the notion that weaker than expected July jobs data means the economy is in recessionary freefall, but also warned that the Federal Reserve will need to cut rates to avoid such an outcome. Many of the latest job reports details leave a little more room for confidence that we're slowing but not falling off a cliff. San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly said at an event in Hawaii. RTRS, Monday's market rout increases both the risks of recession and a more harrowing financial market accident, but for Federal Reserve officials who laid the groundwork last week to cut rates by a 1/4 percentage point at their meeting next month, the outlook would likely need to deteriorate further in the coming weeks to compel a bigger response. So WSJ, a smaller share of U.S. banks reported stricter credit standards in the second quarter, according to the Federal Reserve. The net share of U.S. banks that tightened standards on commercial and industrial loans for mid-sized and large businesses fell to 7.9%, the lowest since 2022. Data from a Fed survey of lending officers released Monday showed that was down from 15.6% in the prior report. BBG, NVIDIA issued a statement regarding Blackwell production concerns, and while it doesn't address them directly, the company notes that Hopper demand is very strong, while broad Blackwell sampling has commenced, with production on track to ramp in the second half of the year. Market Watch execs at Boeing and Spirit AeroSystems face a grilling by the NTSB as it tries to uncover any remaining mysteries surrounding the 737 MAX 9 that lost a large fuselage panel mid-air in January. BBG Fed's daily voter said risks to Fed mandates are getting in more balance and minds are open to cutting the rate in coming meetings, while she noted concern is that they will deteriorate from the current place of balance in the jobs report, but added that they don't see that right now. Daly said the July jobs report reflected a lot of temporary layoffs and hurricane effect, although she noted that if they react to one data point, they would almost always be wrong. Furthermore, Daly said none of the labor market indicators she looks at are flashing red right now, but she is monitoring them carefully and said the Fed is prepared to act as it gets more information. U.S. Vice President Harris officially won the Democrat presidential nomination. Google will appeal a U.S. District Court ruling that it illegally maintained an online search monopoly by paying companies like Apple to make its search engine the default. TechCrunch reports the decision, a significant defeat for Google, could reshape its business and the internet structure. He got crazy when talking about NVIDIA's ramp up. He was getting so hyped up on it. It makes me smile, bro. He's like a little puppy. Yeah, and then Kamala, again, it's your first, official. She is now the official delegate, the first one without winning a primary since 1968. That is official now. And then Tim Walz is Kamala's vice president. I don't know why. I think that was just announced a couple of minutes ago. I think that's why I didn't make it to any of the news headlines. Yeah, he got aggressive with the ramp, so we'll see. We'll see. I got a little bit more for you, though. I'll finish it out. I could get randomly excited, too, if you want. You let me know. Is it Tim Walz? Minnesota governor, I think, is who she selected. But S&P futures. Oh, what's up, man? Jackie Latex. Oh, yo, and I used to, baby. Good morning, baby. S&P futures, they're up by 0.8. Tuesday morning trading comes after U.S. equities sold off sharply on Monday, with the S&P and NASDAQ and Russell all down over 3%. S&P had its worst session in nearly 2 years. However, stocks did finish off their worst levels, as did the VIX, which closed at 38.57 after trading as high as 65.73. Treasuries weaker with the curve bear flattening. Dollar is up by 0.5. Gold is up by 0.3. And Bitcoin futures up by 3 after Monday's 14% drop. WTI crude flat off the best levels. Market trying to bounce with several dynamics in focus, including Fed pushback against recent ramp and hard landing concerns, supportive comments from Japanese officials, and the positive AI Nvidia statement and Palantir earnings, and consumer headlines out of SPG. Sell-side desk have also highlighted support from a pickup in corporate buyback activity. In addition, some discussion about how recent moves have been much more about forced unwinds and technical rather than any major shift in sentiment, with little panic seen in institutional flows. However, also talk about how systematic selling will remain a near-term headwind, negative seasonality, Middle East tensions, and U.S. election uncertainty, some of the other overhangs. Fed Dolly said U.S. economy not falling off a cliff and pointed out that July employment report included high numbers of temporary layoffs and labor supply increase, following comments from Fed Goolsbee earlier on Monday, who said that while jobs numbers came in softer than expected, they are not yet looking at recession. Both Dolly and Goolsbee pushed back against the notion of the Fed responding to one set of economic figures. July FOMC minutes are out on August 21st, while Powell speaks at Jackson Hole on August 23rd. Trade balance on the U.S. economic calendar this morning. Treasury selling $58 billion of 3-year notes overseas. Japanese officials try to dampen concerns about Monday's sell-off, with PM urging calm and senior finance officials holding an emergency meeting and stressing coordination between the government and Bank of Japan. Nvidia spokesperson said Hopper demand very strong and Blackwell production on track to ramp up in second half. Caterpillar earnings beat on margin upside. CSX beat on better OR performance. Palantir beat and raise, highlighted continued demand for AI solutions. SPG raised low end of full year FFO guide and talked up strong leasing environment. BMRN beat and raised and had positive Roctavian update. Yum China beat with focus on better restaurant margins. ACM beat and raised on margin upside. Lucid production guide unchanged and announced PIF commitment under another $1.5 billion. Zoom Info missed and lowered guidance, announced CFO transition. HIMS beat and raised, but some focus on GLP-1 uncertainty. Car EBITDA missed, but early Q3 commentary upbeat, and GELD guided to lower end. What up, Jake from State Farm? Good morning. Good morning. So, Asia policymakers seek to calm market anxiety. Main culprit behind recent sell-off said to be wind down of carry trade rather than weak U.S. economic activity. So that's good. Dip buyers ease Monday's tech rouse, but most content to remain on sidelines with volatility persisting. U.S. stocks market rout does not necessarily signal a recession is near. S&P 500 option volatility overtook NASDAQ for the first time since pandemic crisis. Black swan hedging rose by the most since March of 2020. VIX log largest ever intraday jump on Monday. That's crazy. That was the biggest you've ever seen the damn thing move, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. Goldman Sachs says snapping up U.S. stocks after sell-offs of this side have usually been profitable. Global hedge funds boost positions in China stocks on policy stimulus hopes. Fed Goolsbee and Daly caution on overreacting, though are attentive to slowing labor market. Further slowdown in the U.S. labor market could lead to a larger 0.5 Fed rate cut next month. Fed's latest slew shows some stabilization across bank lending. Bank of Japan criticized for timing of interest rate hike that triggered stock market plunge. RBA on hold says policy will need to be sufficiently restrictive, upgrades inflation and GDP forecast. Economists warn that market panic risks dragging down global growth. Japan real wages growth turned positive for the first time since March of 22. German industrial orders rise for the first time since December. UK retail sales experience modest growth in July as warm weather boosts consumer spending boots. NVIDIA says Hopper demand very strong and Blackwell production on track to ramp in second half. OpenAI co-founder Schultzman leaving the company to join Amazon-backed AI startup. NVIDIA competitor Grok raises funds at $2.8 billion valuation, brings Meta chief AI scientist as advisor. Struggling AI startups seek bailouts from big tech. Warner Bros. Discovery seeking management to avoid a breakup of the company. Retail brokers experience outages on trading platforms during the U.S. stock market sell-off. One of the biggest U.S. service members injured in suspected rocket attack at Iraqi air base on Monday. Iran says definitely will respond to Israel, seeks to avoid total war. Allies seek de-escalation. Some in Israeli leadership considering preemptive attack on Iran and Hezbollah. Sources say China tech giants are stockpiling high-end Samsung chips ahead of U.S. curbs. And Harris clinches Democratic nomination. First candidate since 1968 without going through primaries. Narrows VP search to Pennsylvania, Governor Shapiro and Waltz. She ends up selecting Walls. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. All right, we still got more, baby. What time is it? 6:21? We got to hurry. Good morning. Good morning, baby. Dictator Kamala. Nah, for real, though, bro. First one without a primary. She's officially now. That's crazy. So all day we were focused on Japan and all of that, but yesterday was technically the virtual primary, or that was their virtual DNC where they selected everything. Yeah, man, I'm not making it up. Literally the first candidate without winning a primary since 1968. Would you look at that? But we got some movers here. Palantir is up by 10.7 off of earnings. Kenvue is up by 9 off earnings. Yum China 8.1 off earnings. Uber 8 off earnings. Tap 4.9 earnings. Mobileye 4.7 insider buy. APO 4.2 Bank of America upgrade. Nasdaq up 4.2 on July volumes. Caterpillar up by 4.1 off earnings. CD&S up 3.7 Piper Sandler upgrade. Crowd up by 3.6 Piper Sandler upgrade. Royal Caribbean up by 3.1 convertible note exchange agreement. CEG is up by 3 off earnings. Baxter up 2.8 off earnings. MPC 2.5 off earnings. CSX 2.4 off of earnings. Southwest up 2.1. Elliott discloses 7% stake. BXP is up by 2.1. Signs 378,000 square foot renewal and expansion. Lumen up 47.9. $5 billion in new business. City upgrade. RXST up 20 off earnings. TGTX up 16 off earnings. VYX up 13.8 to sell digital banking to Veritas Capital. U up 11.8 off earnings. Lucid up 9 off earnings and $1 billion financing. Joby 7.5 applies for aircraft certification in Australia. Aspen is up by 6.2. Barclays initiates overweight. Summit 5.2 off earnings. Celsius 5.2 off earnings. Planet Fitness up 5.0 off earnings. MWA 4.7 off earnings. CSTL up 17 off earnings. EFVER up 16 off earnings. Fubo up 13 off earnings. Vimeo up 10 off earnings. BTAI up 9.8 off earnings. EBS up 8.9 expands Narcan distribution capabilities. AIoT up 6 off preliminary earnings. Bitcoin futures trading higher by 3. BLDR trading down by 7 off earnings. IP down 2. Jumia down 30 off earnings. ATKR down 15 off earnings. ZoomInfo down 14 off earnings in CFO transition. TDC down 9 off earnings. HSCI down 8 off earnings. TPX down 5 off earnings. HIMS down 2 off earnings. Alev down 46 off initial data. Phase 1 trial SPWR down 40 earnings. Suspends dividend. AQWS down 29.5 earnings. Financing update. GNS down 1 for 10 stock split down 22. And then Chegg down 17 off of earnings. And then again, foreign banks are down. That's the weird part about all of it. So, Chatadonia, I think that's it. I have a couple of plays, but I don't know if we have a lot of time here, ladies and gentlemen. So, you're here right now. You are blessed. I hope you have blessed the like button, but don't even trip on it, okay? Okay, you got to do what you got to do, but Chatadonia, you are here right now. Tell me, what is your first play of the day? What do you got, baby? Post it in the chat. What are you looking for? We got a couple out there. Bro, I cleared off my desk and it doesn't make the same. Long Apple, hold, Soxel, Pfizer, TNA, just watching NVIDIA call, NVIDIA put, Palantir, TLT, closing, Uber, long-term deals, GME calls, crowd puts on QQQ, Palantir, going long on Apple, Celsius 45, adding the long-term, Snap, Leap, shorting SPY, just watching, crowd call, NVIDIA put, long NVIDIA, Apple puts, AMD to the upside, puts on NVIDIA, MaxN, Disney, NVIDIA calls, Uber calls, Apple put, TQQ, clean, trade account, NVIDIA, Tesla, credit spread, UVXY call, puts on Apple, NVIDIA, raise cash, sell Kenview, long SVIX calls on BBG, Disney call, learn what the hell these words mean, I got you, baby, Upstart, SPY calls, PayPal, adding more NVIDIA, Fubo, buy Fubo, 516, puts that open, puts on QQQ, happy affiliate anniversary, buying Palantir, LOL, LMAO, AI screen, watching the roller coaster, VIX calls, and the final plays. I'm lost. NVIDIA, IWM, calls, buying Zoom info, and QQQ. Let's go, baby. Let's go. For those who didn't get it, we have time today. We could talk. I don't know if we're going to have time, though. It's actually crazy. But Chattadonia, I have a couple I'm going to be watching here for you. We'll go over them in a second, but there is something more important. And here at the Cult, baby, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, this means dear and true to my heart, man, we must pay homage every single morning to a special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for having a hand in the freedom that I enjoy every day alongside everybody else, man. For real. Veterans, thank you, and I hope all of you show this love and appreciation and bring this into real life. So God bless you all. Shout out to the families as well, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send the digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Oh, let's go. Oh, Chattadonia. Game time, baby. So, yeah, I don't know if the chips will carry. Here's the deal. I do think after Euro close, we'll probably get a much wider move. But the problem is that look at the Japanese market. Yesterday, Japanese markets, within an hour or two of opening, they went up 4%. It was literally the best day in Japanese history. And then by the time they pretty much had their close, this thing faded off and has now gone practically break even. So it's going to be weird. Unfortunately, no. So the Nikkei went up, but futures did chill out a little bit. So we're going to find out what happens. But literally, it was the biggest day in Japan's history. So Japan has never had a single one-day move to the upside as big as last night. And they had an emergency meeting with the MOF and the Bank of Japan, the Ministry of Finance. And the Bank of Japan, they met up yesterday to kind of like, they didn't backtrack. Remember I was telling you, if they came in and they were like, nah, we never mind, then that could have changed some things. But other than that, they were like, nah, like united front. Oh, yeah, and I have plays. Watch Uber, Palantir, HIMS, Apple, NVIDIA. I'm still in the Swiss franc. Then watch the yen and bonds. Bonds are down, so it's either bonds are going to sell off 1% today, or the low of the day will be their low, and then that will be your dip buy moment. So again, remember all of those literally bonds, yen. If you really want to focus on those, I don't think it's a bad idea. Again, people feel good today. People feel better, but we are still debating whether or not all of this, fiasco is over. Again, in the last 40 years, anytime the SPY goes down 5%, there's usually a big up day right around the corner. But again, we still got to kind of confirm everything and that Japan isn't in the way. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty, boys. Let's see what we got. No comment. Oh, no, they did last. I didn't realize it last night. So, again, we had a live watch list. But, yeah, they did shut down 24-hour streaming last night. So, you got to watch out for that. I mean, Russell is in the green. NASDAQ's up by 0.5. Dow is the weakest. Remember, the Dow is the strongest one. Alrighty, I have a couple. Again, Uber. I'm just weirded out that the Japanese banks are all down. That's the only thing I don't like about this. Yeah, gold. I mean, I don't know if you guys heard it if you were here in the morning, but one of the headlines was saying that gold is literally margin calls. So that's what they're trying to blame the gold liquidation on people getting clapped on other plays like the yen. Hence the straight liquidation while the fear has gone up. So, again, even DoorDash is up. Again, Uber's up 6. They were previously up 9. Hims did good. I'm surprised Hims is in the red, so I don't know if that's just the lower cap, the lower crap volatility. Who's the other one? Palantir, very good, and Palantir got upgrades. There was a couple of other upgrades, too, on individual names. Lucid had earnings. They were up in the morning. They had $1.5 billion in financing, and they had earnings. Yeah, Uber shares were up 7.3. Weed. Yeah, the GLP, that's what it was. Some uncertainty there. Still weird, though. Their earnings was good. Again, Palantir was pricing in 13, so don't forget about that. So literally with Palantir up at 10, I feel like all of those options should be clapped, no? What stocks are getting margin calls? I mean, you'll probably see it like gold where everything is doing good and something will get clapped, maybe Apple, but it's very hard to tell. Weed stocks are up. Again, Apple did come down. I don't know if our Apple plays the Apple plays went down even though the stock dropped 2%. Yeah, Apple is really down. Watch Microsoft too, and then watch the bonds. And then again, any of the safe havens. Our oil play went down. They were up last night, and then they dropped like $20 right there, $30. 737 production fell to 8 planes a month after Alaska incident. Google's on the low. Again, that DFJ headline really, really whacked them yesterday. Caterpillar had earnings. No way they went red. Caterpillar was green. Wait, Caterpillar's going green right now. NVIDIA taking off. I like that to the upside. Again, we were talking about that. Oh, my gosh. The range is so wide on some of these plays. It's disgusting. Lucid going up 13. Chapato popping off. I like Caterpillar. It's just that chain is messed up. Oh, is there that guy yet from yesterday? Remember, I didn't know if he was like spamming or pumping. He came back with the same format. 24-hour recession. Kind of. I mean, again, people were really freaking out yesterday. But the fact that Japan didn't die yesterday, people were feeling very good today. And again, like a lot of people are, that's the thing, is that you have a setup right now where this could easily be nothing, or this could easily be the big one because everybody is still caught off guard. So again, if you didn't hear the news here, I even had a couple of quotes from fund managers in the AM, and what they were saying was that, sentiment hasn't changed. They're saying, oh no, like the flows are fine, sentiment's not really changing, but people are acknowledging, what's going on with Japan and some of those broader effects. So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, maybe this only lasts for a day. Boom, everything bounces. Ta-da, we're back. And then, everybody's right. Or you literally just, if the data keeps souring, you have a lot of people off sides right now, which could kind of snowball. Someone said they can't log in again. My goodness. I mean, SPY's not bad. It just sucks. This is that, yesterday, like, pull out your chart. Remember that little top, the hat we hit 30 minutes in? And we kind of, like, chilled around there. Like, you're literally right there. Premiums on contracts are still very, very high. So Caterpillar's still going. It just depends really what you're going for. Takes 3 days. Well, usually, again, historically, anytime you drop 5% in a span of a couple days on the SPY, you usually have a pretty massive rally within the next week or so. So you have, there's a lot of things calling for upside and relief. I forgot the VIX still 32, so VIX is down a lot. Sava dump. Remember yesterday? Again, there wasn't a headline yesterday. Just that guy on the board passed away, and then the stock ripped. AMD. Where's Bo? AMD's on the low. Remember yesterday they were up by like 2 or 3%. Apple's drilling too. I'm mad our plays didn't get a bid. So again, yesterday that play we made, some people got offended. I love the people with no long terms, but they love the bullishness. It's weird. But they got mad that I bought those out of the money Apple puts, but that was the COVID trade. That's what they were talking about. Black swan trades where literally you just go for dirt cheap premium just in case volatility picks up out of nowhere. Yeah, even the market, we recovered, but it's small. Even Japan's was really big, but again, it did chill out. Insurance, where is it? I think Allstate was moving big the other day. They're still down. SPY's going down. VSTM on the high. High ticker is still pretty active. I'll get you guys a breakdown here in a little bit. Again, give it 20 more minutes. We'll see the movers, highs and lows. Uber already came down. Uber slashed about half of that gain. MO is climbing. Someone was asking if I'd go double dip on those. I said, nah. Lucid party with the Saudi. Yeah, K was yesterday. K got a buyout offer. I think that was the biggest move in 30 years on Kellanova. So yesterday they got the buyout offer from Mars. They were one of very few names that were in the green. We did not cover UMC earnings, no. And then bonds are starting to rise up again. Those were clapped earlier. Oh! And look what we have, ladies and gentlemen. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Some of you know, some of you don't know. Either way, it keeps happening. It's here, baby. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, my friend. Oh, my God. We just went through history with the Peach. And he's still here. Oh, my. You know how many times I've seen the Peach in the market almost hit a circuit breaker? Oh, they don't know, man. They don't know, man. The Peach, baby. What's up, Bradley Frizzle? Good morning. Good morning. Peachy. 5K viewers and 92 likes. It's okay. I got over the likes, man. But today, I'm not. Sadly, I don't think I'm going to be posting any plays if I make them. Just yesterday was kind of annoying. I forgot what it was like. So Watchlist and stream alerts for any plays. Unless I'm down to go over it one time. But after that, if you miss it, you miss it. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. That's all. Just don't miss it. Don't be annoying. Keep asking for it. And then I love you. And good morning. There's 1.1 likes. Oh, nice. I'll take it. EEM I like, but I think China, because EEM might be a part of the, you might get a little bit of Japan exposure. So there's a lot of things that could happen overseas. I mean, and pretty much what you got to think about is the dollar declining, and who would benefit the most off of that, because that's kind of a broader play. Like, and think about it, the yen gets stronger, the dollar declining is part of that. Stream alerts are the first link in the description. They'll be muted. It's weird. They were the earnings were muted, but like some of them, like Uber, that was a big move, but like it just brought you back to 2 days ago. So if you had a pre-earnings play, I don't think you're coming back on any earnings. But if you play like the day before, you might be able to catch a move, but I don't even know how that's hit in the contracts. Let's actually take a look at Uber and see if you would have made money. Yeah, look at Uber calls and puts are both down. So even after the morning, even though I think they were pricing in 8% though. But literally calls and puts are both just murdered. So again, and that was the only one, like you could see it on the chart. Oh, Peshwen. What up, baby? Your first time Super Chad? Amen. What's the other one? Hims was pricing in 20 though. Yeah, there's no way. Palantir, the calls went up, surprisingly. I guess not. Never mind. Why was it lying to me? I guess the last trade hasn't gone through. Never mind. So again, the last trades are higher, but if you go look at the bid, all of them are clapped. So yeah, they scammed off of that too. Those might actually hit, though. That could be a good frogger if Palantir turns around. Disney vertical. YouTube not wanting you to watch it. We have a backup on Twitch if you guys ever have any issues. Because, again, some people, they've emailed me where it'll just say stream connection or whatever. I have a Disney that I made free. I'm going to play it with that. Honestly, those plays are still green. Believe it or not. Isn't that wild? So that Disney earnings play that I posted on Instagram, if you guys remember that plays in the green still. We made 70% and then I made it free. Yeah, that play is up. I bought those for 43 cents and they're at 45 on the bid, 49 on the ask. So that play is lower. That one's surprising. Stock is lower, and the play is actually in the green on the option. So that's scamming is benefiting us. With crazy old events and the plays are happening. I mean, there's a cycle, but it seems like we're coming back around. You know, a lot of the OG stuff. That's why it's kind of nice. I don't know. That's why I like real volatility. I don't know if y'all feel me. Like sometimes, like again, I even got, if I didn't have certain things, it was like there was crushing as well. It's not like everything was amazing, but I feel a lot more calmer when everything's moving. Like that's it. Like currencies, the global volatility, when you're actually getting stuff that's like moving, you know, not kind of La La Land, you know, good news, bad news, good news, you know, trying to get 15 steps ahead while everybody's pricing in 99% chance of a no landing economy. You know what I'm saying? So that's, you got a lot. You got a lot now. So enjoy it while it lasts. But it is, you know, cycling back where some of these volatility plays, you know, that we used to deal with, they're coming back. And it just, the world is moving. Would I double dip on TLT calls? I'd wait a little bit. If you don't have any, you could slowly get your way into it. But remember, the TLT ones, you want to get close to the money. So I don't know what to tell you and how to do it, but the real answer is going to be getting close to the money. What I'm waiting for is a pullback so I could buy the bonds. Like I remember I was telling you, ideally, I would want around 95-ish on TLT to get a pullback with the futures. But other than that, I do think little by little, if it is going to keep momentum up, just try to get as close to the money for the cheapest you could spend. Because that's the only way you're going to lose. You only lose on TLT if that thing goes up and you're not in the money by near your expiration or whatever. Tesla again. There's Disney. Tesla's in the top right. That's down by 2. High low ticker kind of balancing out. That coin on the low. Coin mollywop bonds are running up. Ueda, he didn't say anything, but it was the finance minister and other people in the Bank of Japan. They had an emergency meeting. They didn't walk anything back. It was just kind of to show solidarity and that they're not going back on their plan. And the market liked it. Apple selling off. I mean, SPY is slowly giving it up. So NASDAQ's already red. We're back again. We're already in yesterday's range, but you're about to fill the gap. But then, we're not moving away. It's kind of crazy that we are even, NASDAQ is near some of the lows. I guess these were the early morning or late at night levels. What is this? Yeah, NASDAQ coming down. Russell's red too. So only SPY and Dow are green. Iran is capping. Did you guys not hear that headline? I'm surprised nobody said anything. I read it. It was in the morning before the bell. Did you guys not read that headline, or did you not hear that headline about what Israel wants to do? It's kind of funny. So Israel said this morning that they want to do a preemptive attack on Iran to stop them from retaliating. So as we're like, oh man, what's Iran going to do? Oh, what's Iran going to do? Israel's like, yo, maybe we should attack them while they're plotting to attack us in retaliation. What? I guess. I mean, I don't. Okay. I guess. So yeah, welcome. But we still haven't had any war headline, or again, no real attack has actually happened. After 3 years of losing in options, I finally hear you. Started my long term after my mother passed. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear, bro. I'm up small now. Well, thank you for being there, man. Well, listen, man, I hope this is a good new beginning, man, and I'm glad that you're taking a very good, wise decision. Because, again, long-term, man, even the last couple of days were brutal, but, it's still great for the year, and then no matter what, man, things are going to come back up. So that's good, man, and I'm very sorry to hear about that, and I'm glad you're taking that money and doing something wise with it, though, bro. We got your back, man, and sorry, too, music. All that's whack, man. I don't like hearing that. So I will pray for y'all, man. And we got you. I have TLT options. And then I have no bond plays anymore. I sold out 2 days ago. Who is Tim Walls? I have no idea. Oh, man. Uh-oh. I hope I don't get a cough right now. 10-year bond auctions in tomorrow. Tomorrow or Thursday. Today's the 3-year. What just happened? I had a scratchy throat. But yeah, he is no, I don't know what the hell just happened. It's not Paul Wall's uncle. He is the governor of Minnesota. Mm-mm. Josh hitting the Zaza. No. I might though. Because ever since I've been like a little calm with y'all been, you've been having rumors. They're like, it's not the real Josh. Josh is high. It's John Wall. So I was like, I might as well show you guys what it feels like. But then again, I'd have to like go and like, I think I'd fall asleep, to be honest with you. I'd be like, hey, Chad, we're going to do a nap time today. Like, I don't know. Y'all don't, like, does that not happen to you when you get older? I feel like the older you get, like, weed just puts you to bed, bro. Off that, I'm on the ZQ, baby. I got that Zaza. They don't know about that. I am turning into Biden. I'm not. No, for real, though. Like, everything. Even the heartburn. I even had a little heartburn today. Got a little better, but yeah, man, I'm fully turning into Biden. Where's PayPal? SPY holding up. So again, NASDAQ just went green. Remember, that thing was looking ugly there, around 18,000. You hit 38 and you're falling apart. Man, God bless you. It's tough out there. Why do they stop overnight trading? I think there's problems. I mean, yesterday was not pretty. And I don't know, maybe overnight trading exasperated what we saw yesterday. But I think because nobody knows if this is over yet, it does seem like we might get a green day and everybody's trying to like push this idea that the market is stabilizing. But I don't know. But the fact of the matter is we just don't know what's happening tomorrow. We don't know if the yen trade is over. Or if this is about to get a lot worse. Again, the earnings in the market and everything else for the rest of this month. So that's why I think you're kind of dealing with that. QQQ, I saw a couple things rocket up. A lot of things are actually doing very good right now. High ticker is fully gassing. Low ticker, I'm seeing everything from real estate stocks to banks and chips. So again, NASDAQ, that's almost like, 100 points in a couple of minutes. And then SPY's getting near the high of yesterday. I mean, you're still 20 points off, but you low-key just went vertical there. About 20, 30 points on the SPY in like 7-8 minutes. So big cap started to run up there as well, too. So you got a little bit of a wake up. Bonds going lower. Will pop green, then pull back. Yeah, it's that's what I'm expecting in like a month timeline or less. I think there's going to be a massive move up, and then I still think we're going to get one more call to action, I guess, is what you could call it. Lucid, I probably wouldn't touch it. I think you could get a trade on it, but it's not I don't think Lucid's a good company. I'm surprised it's still around. Even Lucid cars are like getting knocked off. So like I don't know. Weren't people paying $250,000 for that piece of shit? I think that Lucid was going for like $200,000 or something, high hundreds. But now those you could get them for like $60,000. And just again, like they're selling like 2,000 units in a quarter. Rivian, on the other hand, I think Rivian has a way better shot at survival than Lucid. So Rivian at like $9, I'm kind of down for Rivian in the bargain bin. I am worried about Rivian's cash and how much money they have because I don't know how much runway they really have. But yeah, I like Rivian a lot more than Lucid. Yeah, Disney did good. I mean, and the earnings plays very wicked. They held up. 7.8 on Rivian. I don't know. I think it's less. They got that 3 billion from your boy. Who was it? Volkswagen. But I'm still very concerned with their cash pile. Tessie, good economy overvalued. Well, long term, I mean, maybe we get Japan carry trade blow up and we get some big discounts. I could be down for that. Other than that, I'm not really not too big of a fan of chasing that. Who's buying Lucid cars? A couple of people. It's like a weird type of California person, I would say, who buys a Lucid. It's like you have to have money, and then you have to like want to send a message. You want to say that you're cool but different at the same time. It's like you want to let the people know you're different but you still conform. Does that make sense? I don't know how to describe. And then like you like traditional Lincoln Town Car styling. It's a weird car, bro. Yeah, you gotta like kind of like hate Elon, but then like you want to be Elon at the same time, like you like excitement but you're boring. Yeah, exactly. It's a really weird type of person who buys a Lucid. I'm sorry if any of you own a Lucid. I'm not trying to clown on you. I'm just like, again, it's a low volume selling automobile. Rivians, on the other hand, those things are popping up everywhere. I think Polestars are good, but they're not doing good as a company. It's kind of wild. So again, I think Polestar, we had an update with some of their sales, and it's not there. It's just very bad. It is a weird day, but like, I mean, it's definitely not over. Again, if you look at Japanese futures, it was like 2 hours getting active. They chilled and then they dumped after hours. Again, I've been looking like the Nikkei index looks fine, but if you look at the futures, that thing moved around a lot more. So this isn't surprising, but I think again we're looking for relief. Haven't confirmed it, and then we have still everything hovering along the edges of the market. Long-term loader. Well, I mean, we got our long-term deposit. I'm down to shop around a little bit, but I also think waiting a little. Why is the high-low ticker stop moving? There it is. Yeah, high ticker is actually gassing. Watch banks. So remember we were talking about that yesterday. The banks did not do good at all, and now they came up. And then, like I was telling you, the weird part about today is that Japanese banks are all red. So look at MUFG. Remember, I brought this one up to you back in the day, and then we even brought this one up yesterday. This thing's down 5%. So even though, again, Japan literally had its best day in history, they got murked. The banks got murked there. Yeah, go look. All Japanese banks, I'm pretty sure, are trading in the red. Let me see. I have another list. MUFG, MFG, and SMFG. They all have the same ticker. Yeah, like even Mizuho. Loud sounds heard above Beirut. Reuters witness. That's coming in right now. So watch oil. Watch VIX too. I'm getting war headline. It's either going to be nothing or something. Remember yesterday, German war headline. We kind of changed from there. So I wouldn't give it too much weighting, but just pay attention. It is Reuters, though. Oh, but when Reuters fact checks Kamala, oh, yeah, y'all love Reuters then, huh? Mm-hmm. But yeah, it is Reuters. I'm playing oil. I'm playing the micro futures. You could do /CL or MCL is the one I'm in. Or you could go with like USO. I prefer that rather than an oil company. So see, VIX going up. But again, MFG down, MUFG down. What's the other one? SMFG. Yeah, and then Sumitomo down 10. But dude, isn't that crazy? So this is the weird part about today. This is the, I wouldn't call it the elephant in the room, but this is where we need to see if something this is why I'm saying I don't know. I don't think today is done or whatever happens. There's still like, there's some things that are lurking because literally all of your Japanese financials are getting murdered right now. Anywhere from 4 to 10%. It has only been 30 minutes. Well, yeah, but it has been 30 minutes of our market. But I feel like if you were there yesterday, it's been like this last night, it's been like this for a couple of hours. Because we were watching the Japanese futures. So if you were like that, I really think from last night, we were like, okay, what's going to happen? And then Japan did really good. There was a lot of events. I mean, I think we're going to even get Australia. But then, leading into everything was looking good from pre-market to even just opening up right now. That's why everybody's feeling a certain way, but we'll see if that flips. Yeah, I'm bullish on oil, slightly bullish. I'm kind of glad because like last night I was regretting I didn't go bigger because it rocketed up, but then literally this morning that play was negative and then now I'm back to green. But yeah, I have a small position on oil to the upside. Will you not touch in the Russell? Can't be too optimistic. I mean, I might be down to go for it. I got clapped on that one play, and then I just saw my opportunity to really just dip out of that and then go to the other one, go to the yen. You missed the watch list due to falling asleep on the East Coast. That happens. I fell asleep yesterday too. Does this show that when the Fed cuts, Japan is going to get hit again because the value? Well, it depends. But, if our cut does lead to them getting stronger, they will pay for it. That's something that that's how I summed up yesterday on the watch list because I do think a lot of people got a little bit confused. Like, is there a lot to understand with the carry trade? Yeah. There's a lot going on with Japan and how it could play out, but quite simply, all you have to understand is this, is if the yen is stronger, the Japanese stock market is going to go down. Why? Because they had their biggest rally in 30 years as their currency weakened. They kind of like Argentina, kind of like Turkey, kind of like the United States. A lot of countries, when they had inflation and their currencies weakened, their stock markets benefited off of it. And that's what happened with Japan. So again, I mean, if you guys have been here for the last couple of years or even the last couple of months, you remember, I mean, how many of you were here a couple of months ago and I was explaining to you how the first time in like 20 or 30 years, the rich people in Japan were getting happy because their assets were going up in value. Does anybody recall me telling you about that? Because it relates to this. Do you remember that? I came on here and I was telling you how the Japanese are going through something very unique because they're benefiting and like the wealthy in Japan are actually loving this. Believe it or not. You would think that losing all this money on your currency would be bad, but the rich people in Japan were loving it because they owned assets that never went up in value for 20 or 30 years. And then all of a sudden, as the currency kept weakening and they started getting this pseudo inflation, asset prices in their stock market started to go up. So now these wealthy people in Japan who owned assets that never went up, some of these assets never went up for years, they were like, now they're like, wow, we're actually making a gain. So go look at the Nikkei, go look at the futures, you'll see. Like, this was the Japanese chart over 20 years, bro. Like, you go back, this thing doesn't move. It's the way it's all played. Let me see if I can get you another chart that's more extended. And then again, war headlines coming in. I'm getting oil moving a little bit. But yeah, look, this is the Nikkei. So this is the same price it was at in 1989. So after they had their pop and then, again, the lost decade and all of that, that's why it was so wild when recently, when the currency started breaking, their market started to go back up. But that's what I'm saying, though, like in the short run, as of late, a lot of wealthy people in Japan, they've been loving the inflation because now their asset prices had gone back up. Even their real estate, which has been murdered for decades, is finally starting to move up because of the currency weakness. So this is all I was explaining very simply. Maybe you don't understand the full dynamic of what's going on there, but all you have to understand is if that Japanese yen strengthens, it's going to bring down their stock market. And then, like you saw there last 3 days, if that any global market sells off 10, 15%, then that thing is going to just, that's going to have an effect on a lot of things around the world. And that's literally what we had to deal with. So, ta-da. Keep that one in mind. I like Costco a lot. It's expensive. I just hopefully get a better price, but good company. Up to 300 Ukrainian fighters attacked Russian positions on border in Kursk region. So that's coming out right now too. Yeah, and that's the thing. All Japan banks are down today. So even though Japan recovered last night, all of their banks are absolutely murdered. I mean, shit, even the ETF is in the negative. That's probably because of those banks. $6 was the expected move on the SPY. That's a lot. But I guess, we're already up by 1.1. NASDAQ up by 0.8. Dow Jones up by 0.9. Russell up by 0.82. Positive or negative for Trump doing the Aiden stream? I think it was a positive. I think that one word game kind of highlighted how much Trump kind of rants and shit. But I definitely think a very good impact on the young voters. And just like a lot of young first-time voters, the more you're seeing it, people are becoming less scared to say they're voting for Trump. So I don't know. There's, it's good when you have kind of a societal shift where people feel a certain way, because I do think like Aiden's saying that, and then the younger people and all of that, it's easier to support the candidate they want to without getting, ostracized or, propagandized like you were 4 years ago. Gogo's short report, and that the Wi-Fi and then SPY going up. And then NVIDIA, NVIDIA's up 4. Apple is pinned. $2.1. Yeah, still down 2. Let's see, though. High ticker's like ramping. So you're getting some big moves. The next big, you'll have CPI and jobs report. You don't have any real data this week. What is next week? I think we have something. What was it? You have minutes on the 21st. Yikes. And then Jackson Hole on the 23rd. So low-key, we might not get any data until then. And then SPY's ripping, bro. So we're going right back up here now. Again, that's the other ones. The NASDAQ, 1822. This is getting into some of the earlier hours. This is when, again, Japan was ripping. Again, last night we were up. So last night as the Japanese were ripping, our futures were open going up. We're now back to that level there. Let me show up. Well, if you guys are subscribed and you put me, like you actually subscribe and you go to your subscriptions tab, I will usually always show up there. So even on the trading fraternity, if my videos aren't showing up, I mean, it works. That's how I find. Yeah, if you do that, it'll always work. But if you are going to rely on me showing up on the first page, I've said I support Trump too much for YouTube to recommend me like that. But then yesterday, even then, y'all pop up when shit gets crazy. Let's be real about that. It's good. This whole, I do think YouTube has clapped me a lot, unfairly, but also too, y'all just when y'all need that volatility fix and y'all like, oh shit, it's about to blow up, then you like, what's up, man? What's up, Josh? How are you? Yeah, Chad Vix is real. It really is. And the vid still up. My problem for involving politics. No, man, it was like that prior. That's why I don't like Democrats like you like that, because you guys always like ignore like the reality of shit, and then you bring up whatever you want to like make a point. Because it wasn't like that. It's been like that for years, bro. Before I spent years never talking about politics, and getting punished by you people. So that's why I've changed it. But no. And then again, sure enough, you saw yesterday, it doesn't even matter. But yeah, as long as you do as long as you put me on your subscriptions and go there, it'll be good. I did say you people. Like I said, they're govies. That's what I call them from now on. They're like govies. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, they're just people who really, like, just believe, like, whatever. And, they're more like, I don't know, like, they don't, like, value their families. They value the government daddy as much. Like, it's weird. I don't know how to describe it. I call them govies, though. You have to be there when I first described it. But, like, they're govies. Like, they're really, it's a very, very, it's a way of life, bro. So they're going to have T-shirts soon and have a clothing line. Like, it's a lifestyle. Well, you gotta look. Well, it's good. Like I said, as long as you, if you subscribe and just go there, you'll be great. Otherwise, then it's on you. And thankfully, we have the same schedule every day. I do think there's potentially new lows coming. I could be wrong. I mean, again, the way there's a strong impetus to try to level this out. So again, Japan did good. Everybody is going really hard to try to calm this down. This reminds me of the banking sound and resilient. Does that make sense? So I think there's a lot of bad things lurking, or I wouldn't call it bad. I would call it uncertainty, a major uncertainty that is lurking with the Japanese situation. But then if they say sound and resilient long enough, then markets can kind of hold up. And then as long as the Japanese stuff, if they calm that down somehow, and then nothing else gets in our way, and that data doesn't shift, you'll have 2 weeks. So pretty much, if we don't come down very shortly, I think we can I think we can move up a couple of weeks and then come down by the end of the month. Otherwise, it'll happen quickly. But like I'm saying, just that I could be wrong. That sounding resilient. If you sounding resilient this bitch long enough, I mean, the market and Japan just doesn't get worse, then this could be over. Australia was bearish. Well, did they not cut? Because that was a big part of because it's ironically enough, do you guys know Australia is considered Asian Pacific? I think I've said that on the watch list or when I made the Euro close video, but technically Australia is Asia Pacific. Yeah. Like, I mean, look at it on a map. Technically, it literally is Asia Pacific. But yeah, Australia, when it comes down to like time zones and then even like just bunching, like again, we look at European economies, we look at the North American, Latin American economies, like Australia is literally Asian Pacific. It's mind blowing. I can't believe MO is going up already. So maybe we should have double dipped. Someone was asking me, I was like, I'll chill. But yeah, that's coming up. They said they thought about hiking. That's crazy. So people thought they were going to cut. They should have cut. And then that's the thing. I showed it on the watch list. Like, this was before we had the freak out yesterday. But again, like, this is the wild part. You guys realize, like, we are getting, this is the most amount of cutting, like, the fastest pace of cutting rates since COVID and then even, like, 09. This is global rate cuts. So literally you've had over 40 rate cuts around the world low-key in the last, like, year or so. JPM kind of ripping. Boeing says 737. Production rate still in the 20s a month, working our way back to 38. Uber is still going up. Remember, they had earnings. Too cut, too furious. Urban Poison. What up, baby? Welcome, my friend. Welcome to Chattadonia. I hope you guys got a long term. That goes for all of you. About September TLT longs. Good luck. I'm glad you're buying it while TLT's red. So again, that's where it's like, you know, this is what we've been doing the last couple of weeks. It's like you want to pay attention with what the curve has been doing, but then it's a matter of like working your way in and out of it. And like I'm saying, you know, play the downside. I like that. I like Hims. I just don't like the price. So I think Hims is a very compelling company. And I think their growth is quite impressive. But I would never pay, you know, $16, $20 for this company. Why? Because it was literally a $3, $2 company. It reminds me of Redfin, but I think Redfin is more useful than them. But I don't think they're a bad company. I don't think they're a bad company at all. I think you're paying for their performance. You know, they've done good, they've grown and grown, and that's literally why you're paying the price you're paying for that. Oh, those oil, no way, really. Yeah, you're right. 13 days. Of course. A lot of Apple puts in general today. The premiums did not go up. But it's funny, people were talking about that play, the whole black swan hedging, how that has picked up. Let's see the overall statistics. So Apple 214,000 puts today versus 194,000 calls. MDGL rocketing, bro. High ticker is actually gassing. You're now near the high. Ford. Bro, Nvidia's, I can't believe this thing was in the low 90s yesterday. I would not buy Redfin here. No. We bought Redfin at $3. So, I mean, I would buy Redfin if it ever came back down there, but I vowed to never buy Redfin at these higher prices. Pfizer's in the green. So, again, Altria, Pfizer, I don't know, China plays are starting to come up. So, those are solidly in the green right now, too. I mean, everything is. Again, Dow is up by 0.98. So is the NASDAQ. Russell up 1. And then SPY is the leader of the day at 1.2. Yeah, even Nike's going up. Again, Uber as well. Their earnings already have that on the top right. I don't know why PayPal is up. Was it the Twitter thing? They had news something on that. But other than that, I could not tell you why. AMD. Today is Tuesday, right? Yeah, yesterday was Monday. PayPal had an upgrade. Anti-resume trading. Telecom. High ticker band still gassing with time. We haven't even been here for an hour. We're just shy of that, but I can get you a checkup. A lot of time has gone on. I mean, bonds are going, SPY's doing great. Notice from here. So literally from this peak, bonds started to sell off a little bit. SPY started to edge up a lot more. Ooh, is this real? Yeah, bro, today's exact opposite of yesterday. So literally Dow Jones, 24 names in the green, 6 names in the red. NASDAQ 100, 87 in the green, 14 in the red. And then the SPY, 469 in the green, 33 in the red. And then Euro close is in, no, we have an hour till Euro close. But to give you, literally, FTSE 100 is green. Stocks 50 is red by 0.11. Germany literally went break even as I'm talking. And then France is down by 0.4. And Switzerland is down a quarter. Abin, morning, new member. Excited to learn and grow, baby. Let's get it. You got long term? So that's a big thing, man. Make sure you save up 10% of every dollar you touch and put it into a separate account, separate from your trading. That will be there for the sole purpose of buying stocks that you are going to hold for a minimum of 10 years. You do that, your whole life will change and you will never go broke. Ask anybody in the chat. Anybody who hasn't done it regrets it. Anybody who has done it loves it. And they usually go on to buy a house. It's like you ever see those like old movies in the 90s and then they have like the ending of the movie and there's like a picture of them smiling and then they pause it and then they put text. That's how the long term is. Because then they're like, this Chad went on to go and buy a house and then made 4 businesses and he never had to lose all of his money trading and he was so happy. This Chad ended up getting a house, took care of his children, and got married with the girl that he met after he started watching Josh. And then they're like, this Chad ended up becoming a crackhead because he thought that he'll make a long-term 7 years after starting his first ever trading account. He never made a long-term ever. So it's just like that with the music playing in the background. And, you know, it's like Family Matters. I don't know if you know, but yeah, so Just do it, man. Just do it. Just get a long term. You'll be good. Save 10%. Yeah, it's kind of like exactly like Coach Carter. That's exactly what I have in mind. Let me see. I think I could get you the song. No, I only have one of them. Because I was going to make you a video with it. Where's my audio? Is this one it? Yeah, as you see, that's the classic, and then that's the scene of like the Chad who never made the long term. You know what I'm saying? You're looking at ET for the long term. I'm lacking energy. I'm not big on energy in the long term. But then again, like, why not go for like an Exxon Mobil? That's kind of what I would do. How many shares of pre-drip? What do you mean? I don't know the exact amount we've gotten on drip. It's been about like 30%, but I have like 420 shares, I think, or 417 of MO. I think uranium's good to trade. Again, I don't know if I would hold any energy plays in the long term. I mean, right now the value plays for the long term is like Pfizer, Nike, UPS, Starbucks. I mean, Ulta is even one that I've been considering as of late. Anything that's just down. Again, if it's majorly down, I'm a big fan. You just bought some Ulta? Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. It's crazy, man. Ulta is like back to 2020 levels. I mean, we're still up, I think, like 50% or something last time I checked. We were up a lot on the YouTube account. Yeah, we're still up 41% on Ulta, but I'm a big fan of this price. Big fan. Because we bought it in the doldrums of 2020, but to get back into like highs of 2019, to go back in time, it's great. I don't think they have their own product line. No, so they just sell other people's stuff. I'm pretty sure. I like Target, but I think Target's a little expensive. Target, you could have, bought this thing at $100 because the conservatives were pissed off. But I don't know if I'd buy it at $130, knowing how it got sold off to $90 off of, June rather than anything fundamentally. I mean, we are heading up. I don't know if it'll be all-time highs, but this relief across the world, you're higher than yesterday. We're going up a little bit more. I mean, you still have a lot more to fill the gap. This is crazy. This is that July level. It's nuts to think about. 3 days ago, you were literally 300 points. Holy shit. You were 311 points higher in 3 days from last Thursday till today. I guess 4 days. Ulta has their own brand? Yeah, I wasn't really aware. I would take Bill, yeah. Bill or just the normal money market. And again, once rates actually change, all of those fixed income plays are going to change with it. So just make sure you're prepared, or don't be surprised when that occurs. Plan accordingly. Rest of the day. I mean, maybe we go up a little bit more, but I don't know. I'm kind of feeling we move like Japan. I think we run up, hit a level, have relief, but still a long way off of where we just were. And then everybody's going to have to sit and decide. And then again, maybe earnings, that may end up benefiting us. Maybe we get back into, maybe we get back into earnings kind of moving us a little more, but we'll see. Mm. You want lower on all time. I feel you. I feel you. That's why I'm not really forcing it. It's a growth name. I do want more dividends. So, again, especially as we're getting closer to that. Is gold selling off? So, again, there's SPY from the top. And, again, gold, they are blaming on margin calls. So, I don't know if I believe it or not. That was our first, we didn't blame margin calls. We were just talking pure liquidation. But that seems to be the narrative going around. So, they are all saying that gold is selling off because people need money to cover the other trades. Does it show the percentage that provides X dividend? Oh, I don't. Just go to income. It's like income estimator or something like that. But Schwab's is a little different than It's a little different than what we used to have with TD Ameritrade. The gold carry trade. I mean, they're saying even China is a potential carry trade, but I think it's weird. Again, gold. I think a lot of people made money on gold, but to see that sell off and being blamed as margin calls, that's crazy. Dude, the income estimator on TD was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. I can't believe it. So, if you go here, go to Schwab, go to investment income, it'll show you this, but it's not like the TD Ameritrade one where it told you your average and everything else, if that makes any sense. It just shows you what you're expected to get, which is cool, based on the dividends and how much you've already received. So that's the crazy part. Take notice. So last year our dividends on the small account, we made $300 in dividends last year. So far, we've already collected that much with the year not even over. So, and then factor that into the long account. But again, it doesn't tell you your overall yield. I mean, SPY's coming down a little bit. I think, again, as long as we stay green, all is well. And then that buys us time for tomorrow. But for now, we'll see. Divvy, 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 can't you see? Sometimes you Charlie in the tree. It's not divvy, 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 Charlie in the tree. It rhymes, baby. It rhymes. Fancy seeing you here on YouTube. Huh? TGTX on the high. XOM on the high. I don't know. Where's oil at? Oil's still chilling. If we trade flat the next 2 to 3 years, the divvy will be the winner. Well, that's kind of the thing is that these moves, just imagine. So it's if this does really get bad, depending on how it plays out, and we start getting back to 2022 levels, I mean, if you had a dividend, if we fall anywhere below 480 and stay in this range, your dividend that you already held, you're going to be like, wow, amen. Transport, everything is pretty much up. I don't even know. I don't even think anything's bad right now. Yeah, S&P. I don't think there's one red sector. Even on the Dow Jones, maybe health services, couple of electronics, Nasdaq, consumer durables are negative, but that's it. Very, very small amount of sectors are even red. Everything broad based. And just, again, this is that bounce off of yesterday. I think a lot of things came up. So since Japan has dealt with deflation for many years, the yen strengthening will hurt it more, right? Well, it's kind of just more that they've been doing this like easy money policy, and it hasn't created the effect they wanted, and now they're like going through this abrupt change to try to rein everything back in. That's kind of the problem. Yeah, it kind of is like a Ponzi scheme, but now the Ponzi scheme needs to change something and start paying people, and that's where it gets a little weird. Well, yeah, not only have they had rates for 30 years like really, really low, they've been the buyer of their own demand, of their own debt. So like they are the ones, their QE has been unreal. You know what I'm saying? Like the yield curve control, Japan was a place that, only one of the only places they would have government bond auctions and nobody would show up. So imagine nobody really believed in your system of money for that long, and they're like, oh, you're going to do this anyways, that when you would have government bond auctions, people wouldn't even show up. There would be no demand at all to buy your bonds because people are like, why would we buy when you're just going to print and then the government's going to do this and then it's not even worth anything. Why would you ever? It doesn't make any sense. So yeah, that's why just like it's the idea of them shifting and going away from that and getting to a restrictive environment and trying to rein in some of that funny money that they've been, spraying everywhere for several decades. That usually is going to have a consequence. Not to mention, I was just saying it, imagine every time I've talked about the yen and people would call me crazy and guys like Bloomberg would go a certain way. It's just like there was a real complacent attitude on the yen over the last year or so, meaning there was a lot of people who were really comfortable shorting the shit out of the yen. And that now, imagine now this abrupt change, trying to rein in this money, all these decades of history, and then, in an environment where everybody is short on this asset and believes like this was never going to change. And then now, there you go. Yeah, we come right back up, man. That was literally what? 14 points down and then 14 points up in like 3-4 minutes? Maybe Japan. I mean, today's calming down, and then we have bond auctions too. So we're going to see how all of that ends up playing out. I think all of this is scamming premiums, though. Like, you guys don't think it's funny? So, like yesterday my TLT puts go up in value yesterday. Today it goes down even more. The puts don't go up at all. Again, the calls just level out after being green. Same thing with the Apple. Yeah, bro, this is just everything is just messing premiums up, unfortunately. I'm kind of down to sell a spread low key as long as the range is tight. Like I was telling you, selling real volatility, selling some of those puts is very, very lucrative at times. Yeah, the Apple play, again, that play is Black Swan hedge. That's it. That's going to be here in the next couple weeks. If we just wake up to one of those down days, those should just instantly go up, and then you make them free. So I'm glad I wasn't the only one who did shit like that yesterday. Apparently, a lot of those trades came back yesterday. We're just, again, after real volatility like that, mother effers were just buying the cheapest out-of-the-money Black Swan hedges they could buy. Because, dude, yesterday was scary. Again, it feels great to feel great today. but you had a real looking over the edge moment yesterday, and a lot of people took they took those black swan trades. Yeah, yesterday it did show how weak the market is. The sad part is that you may see that weakness, like literally how quickly it could lose everything, but then you may not. It may just bounce for another month or two, and you may never see anything like that again. That's why these next couple of days here, next couple of weeks are going to be so clutch, because we are going to find out. I think it highlights how spooked everyone is. There's 10 reasons to crash. Now we feel good because of green numbers. Well, I don't know if it was that. We feel good because Japan didn't do bad. Their people came out and, calmed people down, although they didn't change things. And then not to mention, you also had a couple of Americans and even Fed policymakers, calm you down. So we don't know if the meltdown has been fully averted, but just the meltdown is slowed for now. Whirlpool, yeah, they're kind of struggling, but remember, homeboy just didn't somebody make an offer to try to buy him? So that could be a driver there. I think they're holding up. Oh, they came back down. I like Whirlpool. I could be down with that. I do think they're going to be. It's a mad value though. If they don't do good, I think their earnings were good too, but depending on how things play out, that could either be really good or really bad. But I am compelled by it. I think if the yen calms down, we'll be good. But we don't know. That's the crazy part. Like there's a lot we don't know right now. Yeah, but the yen is down 1% today. So again, the Japanese stocks went up. People are chilling for now. Nothing bad. The Bank of Japan, MOF, come out. They're showing solidarity, showing that they're aware of everything. That's all we're at for now. And then earnings weren't that bad here in this morning. I don't know if that could help out a little too. And then SPY going, high ticker, literally low ticker is borderline frozen. Harris and Walz make their first joint campaign appearance at rally in Philadelphia on Tuesday. Who is? I've never heard this guy Walz, man. That's crazy. I know, Minnesota. All right, man. SPY hitting a new high. NASDAQ up 1-2. SPY up 1-4. Russell 1-3. Dow up 1-3 or 1-1. That is her official VP pick. Yeah. And then literally yesterday, they did the Democratic, what was it? The DNC. So Harris has now officially been nominated as the candidate. First time a candidate has been nominated since 1968 without winning the primaries. Bonds die. I mean, this is we were expecting some level of pullback, but just no, all safe havens are pulling back today. This is part of the bond. The same things, market dropped. A lot of names went up yesterday, right? Now you're doing the reverse of that. Yeah, Whirlpool is interesting. I don't know. Give me 2 weeks because I feel like with everything going on, it might be better if we wait with our deposit because I only have half a deposit. But depending on how that plays out, I could be down with Whirlpool. And then bonds are dumping. It sucks. Those TLT puts are barely going up. They literally went up more yesterday. So the TLT puts went up like 20, 30% yesterday when nothing was happening. And then now we're dumping 1%. They're up only 15%. But this is what I was saying, though. We want to be able to get in now. You buy if you really like the bonds, you buy them when it's red. That's it. If you feel the same way that you did yesterday, or if you felt that you missed out on the bond play, just don't buy it when it's going solid green. When it's red, that's exactly where you're going to want it. So, like I said, I'm more aggressive because I hit a couple of these. I want it a little bit lower, but I already bought those calls. Remember, I put $70 down. If those calls hit, they went up 600%, came back down. That was the whole idea. If it runs without me, my calls could make me my money. But then if I lose on my $70 calls, I should get a discount that should make me thousands on the futures. Praise the Lord. Pops came through on the heart surgery, baby. Let's go, man. Love to hear it. Amen. John Doc, that's very good, man. That's very good news. Very, very good news. Amen, bro. Give Pops a hug. Are we re-invert? I don't think, no, we're not. Yesterday doesn't count as a full uninversion. We uninverted briefly, but we're still inverted for now. And even then, though, I kind of have my view because I was telling you if certain things happen, it may be confusing. Bro, bonds or stocks are ripping while bonds are dying right now. I didn't take profits on the TLT. No. So again, I kept it small. It was like $70 into like 300 or 400. So I was like, let me hold it because then we'll ride it out just in case it went crazy. But then they came right back down. So I think I'm break even on them. They're the same price or a little lower now by 1 penny. And then the puts are up by 15. Bond auction is at 1 p.m. Well, it could be Japan selling to ease some things. And that may be the back and forth. Oh, we do have a random play on the puts. Yeah, and I bought some too on Friday. I wasn't afraid to buy those. I know everybody was getting really excited, but like even then, even if the big TLT happens in this month, there is still going to be a major pullback. Not major, but there will be at least one pullback on the bonds ahead of that. So that's as long as you keep that in mind, you'll be good. But I do have it kind of figured out. So again, here is the yield curve. Our handy dandy yield curve. It briefly uninverted and then came there, but it's simple. Whenever we get the rate cut at this point, I think that's when the problem happens after everything we've seen. So look at the run up now, the massive steepening. So it's like even if it uninverts and then we cut in a month, then I still think that would be it and then call it a day. But really, it's just a matter of after this setup for this long, I don't think an uninversion, if it's met with any sort of rate cut within a certain amount of time, as long as it doesn't take a year, then I think it's going to turn into a economic slowdown. I mean, bro, SPY is ripping. So again, bonds still down, SPY up. Even oil went up here a decent amount. Almost saw that one. All right, took $100 on the oil play. It was up a little bit more yesterday, but I don't know. I kind of want a bigger one. I'm kind of mad. That would have been like 1,000 on a big play. But then again, that contract needs to be rolled over in a couple days. Intel. I mean, I was surprised on that yesterday because usually when things are bad, the one that's already like dead, they usually hold up. But nah, they've gotten like crazier. Yeah, I got out of oil. That was the latest one. I'm gonna try to reposition. If I do, I'm gonna get it with again with more time. That would be ideal. Bro, rate cut odds are pulling back. Are? So hold on. I don't know if the Fed futures, but that ZQ, that's pulling back today. So today, as everything's rallying, rate cut odds are pulling off from the edge. And spot palladium's up 3. Very interesting. Maybe it is soft landing. But no, literally your odds of a rate cut, the amount of rate cuts are literally starting to pull back a little bit. The Fed rate monitor might be the same, but the actual, more cuts than not, that's starting to trade right now. No recession till after the election. We'll see. Future options, they're good, but it's the same thing as options. Like, it's a different market. There's premium. It's a lot of you can make fat money on future options, but then again, like if you're wrong or you're right on the move and you run out of time and it plays out a little bit different, like you'll still get clapped. So you got to watch out for that. They went on TV crying for a merge, right? And then today the rate cut odds decline. Very wild. Because again, my September rate cut play, I was up like $1,000 on it. Now I'm up only 400. But that's like, I think it's about a quarter basis point move. So literally like one extra rate cut is already went in and then and evaporated from one of those future plays. It's way too simplistic to blame Japan. Recall the unemployment numbers were the trigger for the recent fall. No, I disagree strongly with you because not everybody's blaming Japan. So take what you just said. I agree with what you said, but reversed because everybody is blaming the jobs number. And I think that is way too simplistic to blame the jobs number, especially when like literally in the world there is go look at the Nikkei, go look at the Japanese stock market and look what it did in a couple of days. This is massive. If any global country went from 42,000 to 30,000 in a couple of days, you wouldn't be blaming the United States jobs market for something like this, right? The Japanese yen to go from a certain amount to like rocketing back up. So that's why I think it's too simplistic to blame just the jobs report. Because if any, it makes sense though. The jobs report was part of it, but if you also recall, we started dumping from the ISM manufacturing. Why? Because that unemployment moved up, and that has a high correlation with the jobs report as well. So you could go about it, but I do think in the last 48 hours, the financial media is barely struggling to admit Japan is part of this. But a lot of people are trying to overlook Japan when I do think that is the case. No, Crooked Kamala did not crash the market. I don't agree. I don't agree this was political at all. Buffett, though. Again, arbitrage now shut down. I mean, there's still room on it. We don't know how the dust is settled. That's the part that you got to really start looking out for. We don't know still with the yen. That's why this is just day number 2. You saw everybody react a certain way last night, but we still have no idea if the cat is out of the bag. This is like Schrodinger's recession, Schrodinger's box. We don't know until we look in the box. So right now, that's why I'm saying, like, you have everybody debating on whether or not this is Japan or not, but we haven't even looked in the box. Again, some people are saying it's halfway done. I don't even think we could forecast that. I don't think we even know yet until we actually see. Like, we know what's in the box. There's the jobs, the data. There's this economy, the Japanese yen. You know what I'm saying? We know, like, just, again, I don't know if you're familiar with, like, Schrodinger's box. Like, we know the chemical and the cat are in the box, but we don't know if it's dead. You don't know what's really actually happened there until you open up the box. To Mashan. What's up, Mashan? Good morning. Horn. You got long term? I hope both of you have a long term. You know, long terms that have relationships that have long terms. Oh my gosh, 10 times more likely to stay together. They say a couple that long terms together will forever be together. I don't know who says that, but they say that. Mm-hmm. Where is it? I don't know. Meta is up. I just had homie in here saying who the F is buying Meta. But, yeah. Low-key, Meta is holding up a lot. That's what I was saying here. Some of these earnings, like, we've had good earnings, but they still got clapped with the market, and then they're barely up. And then, like, Uber had a good earnings, and then it's literally just trading where it was at 2 days ago. You're finally here. You left the stream play. What's up, baby? Well, so far it was rally. It looked shaky in the morning. It looked like we were going to give it back. I know the Japanese chilled out a little bit. And now we're going up. We're climbing about 1.5% across all indexes. The higher we go, everyone's like, okay, man, we're feeling good. So we're chilling out a little bit. But so far, it's just been the day number 2 of calming down as everything is still kind of swirling in the air. But nothing got worse today, which is, I'd say, tentatively a good sign. So we'll see. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. AMD was a wild one too. And watch out though, because I honestly think if you're trying to go for any short-term options, like, you just got to be very mindful. Because again, AMD was leading yesterday, and I know people bought puts. I don't know if they actually went up. And then, like I said, like even TLT, our puts made more money when the stock wasn't as down as much than today. So, you know, that day after volatility effect on some of the options, it's pretty whack. Airbnb pricing. Oh, I think it's going to be around like 7 to 9%. Airbnb is a big mover. It sucks. It's probably going to go down because Airbnb always goes down on earnings. I don't think Airbnb has climbed on earnings in over a year. And then again, bookings wasn't too hot, but it moves a lot. What is that? New York Fed total household debt rises by 0.6 in quarter 2 to 17.8 trillion. Mortgage balance increased 77 billion to 12.52 trillion. Q2 credit card balances rise 27 billion to 1.14 trillion. New York Fed second quarter credit card balances up 5.8% over 1 year ago. Auto loans up 10 billion to 1.63 trillion. Mortgage origination pace matches last 4 quarters. Total borrowing delinquency rate unchanged at 3.2 versus quarter 1. So that's coming out now. You have household spending and borrowing news. It sounds scary. No, none of that's bad, actually. No, not really. So again, because if you're telling me credit card delinquencies are the same rate as last year and everybody is worried about growth falling off a cliff, I'm not worried about that at all. The slews were yesterday. The slews weren't bad. They highlighted some potential slowdowns, but nah. Honestly, none of this is that bad. I mean, the total debt amounts are scary, when I'm reading 1.6 trillion, you know what I'm saying? And the numbers are high, but overall these numbers aren't, I don't think these are bad numbers that freak out anybody. Remember, bad news is bad news, good news is good news. I would overall take that as good news. Well, it's not even, again, mortgage, everything seems to just be chugging at the same pace. Honestly, what I would tell you is maybe all of this shit is mad delayed, actually, because this is for quarter 2. So maybe that's why. Because honestly, I think that data is just too old. Because none of that makes any, it's good data. It doesn't really click with what we've gotten here. That's why I'm like, maybe this shit is just very, very outdated. With total household debt, 17.8 trillion. Be careful. Trading Economics made an error. They recorded it as 128 trillion. It should be 117.8 trillion. Yeah. I said, what? Unless this is the real number and they hiding it. Yeah, they haven't fixed it yet. That's an error, guys. That's an error. But yeah, it's 17.8 trillion. Now that would be bad. If that was 178 trillion, oh my gosh. I'd be like, where did that money even come from? And then bonds going lower, you guys. So again, bonds down now 1.3 on TLT. That's going to invert the curve a little bit more. And SPY, that's crazy. I don't want to say it because I think it's too early, but remember, if that curve inverts again, it's going to be extremely bullish. So again, any little relief so far is already matched up with curve inversion. But remember, that's what happened last week. Leading into Powell, we had the curve inversion. We rallied up in those 2 days, and then, boom, uninversion, and then we died again. So let's see. Jumia, I think they had bad earnings. I think that's why they had the big haircut. And then I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Go to follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Some of y'all been good on Instagram. I've been trying to hit y'all up on there. Watch out for the fake Joshes, but I have posted more on Instagram in the last 2 weeks than the last year. So I will see you there, baby. I will see you there.
I find that so interesting. Never before did I think I'd be writing about REITs in my technology newsletter, and I used their forecast or data to kind of look at the market pipeline as a whole. Earnings. This morning we wake up, Palantir strength, Uber strength. Last week we learned from Microsoft in particular that if you miss estimates, you're in trouble. But there's still a long way to run in this earnings period. Have you taken a sort of lesson on the whole from those that have already reported?
Yeah, we're about 75% of the way through. It does appear that overall earnings growth is not going to be 8% as targeted on the quarter, but probably closer to 5%. Year over year, earnings growth still looks like it'll be about 12%, but some base effects are going to make that a lot harder in the next quarters. And so I think the story of Microsoft is a kind of a microcosm of the underlying reality, that there's this sort of feedback loop at play, that Microsoft goes up because it's buying a lot from NVIDIA, and NVIDIA goes up because Microsoft's buying a lot from it. And of course, there's a lot of other customers, but this idea that AI doesn't ever have to tell you how it's going to make money for real, other than an infrastructure backbone story, is problematic. And if those revenues are going to be going down before they've converted to profits, then you have an unwind that has to take place of a feedback loop.
David, for the technology sector then, what happens in the second half of this year?
I would be somewhat unconstructive on the space on a valuation basis, but we are hardly the types of technology investors that you normally would be speaking to, just in the sense of our boring insistence on free cash flow. We own Broadcom in the portfolio. We don't believe it got to the valuation overstretch that NVIDIA has. And then we own old tech names like IBM and Cisco that have ongoing free cash flow from old line businesses, but obviously new growth opportunities. That's the way we would prefer to play it, just simply because we think perfection was priced in to the more contemporary technology names.
David, I do not for a second think you are boring. David Bunsen, CEO at the Bunsen Group. It's been great to talk to you. Thank you very much. Let's get back to the earnings story. We spoke about Uber reporting results before the opening bell this morning. I want to bring in Bloomberg's Natalie Lung, who covers the gig economy platforms for us, and just go straight to gross bookings. It's basically everything that runs through the Uber platform, apart from the tips. But within that, there are loads of stories. What did you learn about Uber, Natalie?
Yes, so from gross bookings, it includes rideshare and delivery, and user frequency and as well as driver activity on the platform is an all-time high. And this result is really showing how Uber's strategy of pushing into new areas, new use cases are playing out really well for them. And for example, they launch affordable options such as shuttles and lower cost shared rides. And that's sort of contributing to the counter-cyclical story that the CEO talked about on their call and helping them sort of be weather their sort of consumer downturn.
Bloomberg's Natalie Lung, all across Uber, and there's a lot more to come in that space, of course. DoorDash, Uber, and then we get Lyft, and that will give us a bigger picture of the strength in that market. Coming up on this program, we're joined by Shyam Sankar, CTO of Palantir, discussing the company's earnings released after the closing bell Monday. One of the big movers to the upside this morning. Commercial customers, military customers, government customers. That's the conversation. This is Bloomberg Technology.
That's good. I didn't get another water, but it's good. I think I could last off this one. It's okay to make fun of the British. I mean, 4th of July, man. We did it. You're new here? Oh, nice, man. Well, thank you for making a 24-hour investment in the Chad, bro. You know what I'm saying? But you like the Weeble? You like how, okay, I butchered that. You mentioned Weeble is fake. I support the theory. What other platform mimics how Weeble works? Do you recommend? Honestly, I think Thinkorswim, even though like Schwab was on some BS yesterday, but usually the Thinkorswim platform is great. I like E-Trade and Fidelity, but like everywhere has their problems, but those are the brokerages that I am comfortable with. Everyone else, I'm not really down. MNQ. Power E-Trade. Bam, 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 bam. No, Mumu is a scam one as well. That's the other. I just be careful with the China ones. But y'all have your, you guys could give me money too if you'd like. I don't know, man. Some people, they're like, nah, it's legit. Like, you ever have a friend who, like, dates, like, really sketchy girls? That's all it reminds me of. That's all it reminds me of. Didn't I tell you that story? I had one of my friends tell me. He hit me up and he was like, "Yeah, I went out on a date with a girl and I invited her over and she tried to rob me and taser me." And I was like, "Bro, what? How? Like, but like, hey, I can't stop y'all. Some of y'all, you guys are like, yeah, no, this looks legit, bro. This, you got to do your thing. Do your thing, 21. Do your thing. Yeah." So, like, he met a girl off Bumble. I've told you this story. This was like a year ago. He met a girl off Bumble, and then she was like, "Let's go to your house." She was literally like, "Yo, let's go to your house." And he was like, "Okay." And then he takes her to his house, and when they're at her house, she pulls out a taser, and she says, "Give me your money." And then he was like, "No." And he's like, "Get out." And then, like, she tried to tase him. He dodged the taser. It was a fiasco. I guess they both left. Nothing happened, but she didn't walk away with money. He didn't get arrested, so I guess it's a win-win. It sounds like my wife. That's crazy. But, yeah, so. But, hey, you guys all, you have your preferences. If you can't spot the red flag, I mean, I can't. You all trying to get laid, you get blinded by Weeble. That's a metaphor if you haven't noticed by now. Yeah, and I posted that I posted that one thing I was talking about on Instagram. I added my music, but I thought that was a funny meme. Yeah, there it is. You're gonna get blinded by Meta if it's a buy. That's the guy. So I didn't know Meta was going up like that, but that guy in the chat, he's dedicated his whole entire chats of the day to tell you not to buy Meta. So that's good, I guess. Sorry. I mean, no, it's good, man. You're on. Do you have a play on Meta? Did you short it or did you go long on it? Or is this just for the people? You were like, I'm going to dedicate my life to making sure people know Meta is manipulated. I must stop them. The drama over the last 3 days, I mean, it's a lot. I mean, I think the funniest part is that not everybody is agreeing on what happened. So there is a couple of events that are objective. So, like, literally we had manufacturing data slow down, and then we had a very bad jobs report that led people to believe something is wrong with the market or that Powell is falling behind the curve, and rate cut odds went up. But at the same time, in the last couple of days, as rate cut odds went up, and people are like, wow, we're going to get more rate cuts, things got very negative. And then in that same period, leading before and during all of it, you had Japan have one of its largest stock market sell-offs ever in history, in one of the shortest time frames ever. And then they're being hawkish, and their currency is making a gigantic move the other way. So these things all at once, plus, end of the month, beginning of a new month, seasonality, earnings, all of that stuff, kind of set us off. And then before you know it, I mean, you had one of your biggest declines here in years. Like, literally, market has not moved down like this in since like 2022, I would say, on like a single day level. So yeah, that's the simple way. But like I'm saying, a lot of people they can't agree on this. Some people are blaming the data. Some people are saying nothing's wrong and this is just a reaction. Some people are blaming Japan, like myself. And that's just where we're at now. And today is pretty much like day 2. Although a couple of the days were leading us down, this is like yesterday was the big one, and now today's like the first sign of relief. And now everyone's asking, like what is it? Yeah, I got out of oil. So, oh shit, I think I did good on that. Yeah, I think I would have went close. I would have been barely up on that. Do we get earnings previews today? If you're lucky. I don't know. Maybe. Kind of left field here, but do you think there's positions to be held into NVIDIA? Yeah, if you think the market's going to go up. That's literally what I was saying on the watch list yesterday, is that if you think there's upside, like NVIDIA is your damn play, I would rather go, like this would be the time to go for NVIDIA. Do I think it's still overpriced? Tremendously. But if you think this is just going to be a pullback and, we're not going down ahead of the election, everybody's overreacting, and like if the AI bubble is not popping, like why wouldn't you buy the number one leader here, hoping that kind of continues into the end of the year? So I don't know. I feel like 38% discount on NVIDIA. I would go. That would be the one I would go for. Yeah, they still have earnings, and I mean the buybacks too. But yeah, their earnings is still in a lot more time. PGNY. Oh, Jumia is down 45 today? Oh, I thought that was previous. Hold on. Why do you think NVIDIA is overpriced? I mean, just look at it. Anything that goes from like $80 to $1,000, that doesn't seem natural to me. I do think if you look at their like forward growth and other things, it's, you could look at ratios that could justify, the price of it, but it just looking at it, it's moved up a lot in the short amount of time, which makes me not really want to buy it at all or go near it. Don't leave me alone. You said that about TTD back in 19. I mean, I've said it about a lot. Like, I mean, I've been here for several years. I've called a lot of things overpriced, and sometimes they only go higher. But then in like 90% of the other times, I'm glad I didn't buy them. So I feel I'm not going to be perfect on it, but just like how you've watched things flip as of lately, which one do you value? Do you value safety or do you value FOMO? So I don't care about missing out on anything, So like NVIDIA, I have my Meta at $90, which I'm very grateful for, but it's like I'm never gonna be mad about not buying something. I could kick rocks. I could be like, oh shucks, that sucks. You know what I'm saying? But I'm never gonna be mad about that, especially when the alternative is buying. I mean, I am grateful because I even said like literally what happened here, dude. I had a Chad telling me they were buying a lot of money in NVIDIA at the high, and I just said, nah, I wouldn't do that, man. You got to be, I think all of you need to be very wary of positioning high. I don't think a lot of people realize how much damage that could do. And that, like, you could buy the best thing in the world, but if you buy it too high, it's really, really going to cost you. So, like I'm saying, I mean, no, it wasn't 30K. It was like $200,000. So that's what I'm saying. Homeboy lost probably like almost half of that. He probably lost close to 100-something grand just in a month and a half. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's what I've been saying. It's the same plan all all the years. Like even then, the last couple of years, like every long-term pickup this year has been amazing. But like I'm saying, I am not. This is a lesson on not buying high. So if you pull out these charts and like I'm saying, if y'all are into that shit and it doesn't stick out to you, you probably haven't been burned before. But I think people who value safety and protection, you look at charts like these and no amount of FOMO is going to get you into them. And I'm one of those people. Like that's it. It just you've never been burned if you're really loving these names at like look at this. Again, pre-split $18 and I can't buy it at $100, man. That's that's a lot, man. That's a lot. I like Kraft Foods, yeah. That one's still up. There's a lot. Again, the value plays I love. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. There's so many. And I'm glad you guys saw it right when everything went to shit. I mean, the long term took it on the head because we have some growth, but, all of our value plays held up very, very well. And then you saw it right when the market started to turn. Pfizer goes up, MO goes up, 3M is up 40%. Like, you're not going to pay for it. And again, if there's hype and you missed it, you missed it. But I wouldn't really try to insist on overpaying for everything. I like NVO. That's expensive. But that's what I'm saying. I'll wait till it comes down there. And then we'll see. And then by the time if I wait too long, nothing's there, nothing comes down, we'll keep adding to what we have. And then if by the time we're ready, we'll get a little bit of cash. And if those names are all cheaper, then inshallah, Habibi, we have great, great pickups. Yeah, but get the long term. Amen. SMCI will be big, but just unfortunate. I mean, maybe I want to be hopeful that it could move, but so far, any of these earnings, even if they came out, they didn't really move too big. So I don't know if they'll be able to make up where they've been at. Still got the long term, baby. Amen. That's all you need, baby. That's all you need. Long term is good. I don't know if they're going to close overnight trading, but I think if there's real volatility, they're going to shut it down. That's one of those things. They're like, yeah, you could do it as long as things don't matter. We'll let you trade overnight. But hold on, the world, there's too many. Hold up. Nah. Biden administration seeks 3.5 million barrels for strategic oil reserve. Is he trying to buy back or is he trying to dump? I don't know what he means when he says that. I did not sell. No. I had snap flip plays that I closed out of for a loss. But no, I kept snapping the long term. I think Donald Trump said he heard of an attack today. We had war headlines a little bit ago, earlier in the morning. And then I do think Iran is having a council to discuss an attack for tomorrow. So I have no idea. But anywhere from tonight all the way to tomorrow night, I would say is like the window for the attack. If not, even the weekend. This reminds me of the last time where Iran had this whole like back and forth. Lumen did very good. And then I can't find anything on Jumia. I don't know why. I guess Jumia's cash burn at all-time low. It says shares plunge after revenue drops. It was 36.5 million from 44 million, and they had a loss of 19 million. But yeah, they got murdered. Seems overdone on the market. We'll see. I think just with Japan, I mean, that's it. If we go the end of the week with no Japanese problems, then everything's fine. Otherwise, if those come back, then we'll have an issue. And then we'll see what the smaller earnings do, but should be chill. Let's be honest. If this Iran hits Israel harder than last time, it'll shift dramatically. It will, but it has to be, like, big. It pretty much has to be, like, destabilizing, if that makes any sense. So, like, it has to be to the point of, like, you have to destabilize the entire region. You need, like, an attack that makes you think the Strait of Hormuz is going to be closed. Otherwise, if you're right, if it's the same thing as last time, it's going to be peanuts. You could get a reload on bonds. You could go every 1%. I mean, that's what sucks. It's up like 4 or 5 from the last couple of days, so it's there. I got out of the oil, but it's around where I bought in. It's weird because oil, it wants to run. I've been up on it 2 times, but then out of nowhere, it just flips. That's why I sold off. But then be mindful on if you're trading any oil contracts. They should be expiring soon. Estee Lauder flushing. Yo, EL on the low. Kind of a decent drop. My low ticker says it was at 91. I don't know why my chart's not loading that up. Options are kind of going crazy. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on Estee Lauder, but that's dumping right now. It's weird. That showed a lot lower of a price on the low ticker. That was EL, not EA. Estee Lauder. That's the one right here. And then SPY's coming down. I don't see a headline on Estee Lauder. I see ownership updates. So a couple people moved in and out of the stock, but nothing major. I don't think it's going red. We still have a lot of cushion, but we are selling off here. So, again, ever since that, was that Euro close? No. Shit, we're at Euro close right now. So, Euro close is this little low here from the high, and then right about to be at VWAP. Why are we up? Because Japan didn't go down. So, Japan didn't go down and a couple of other things. That's what kept us up. So, a little bit of easing and problems not getting worse in the last 24 hours. O on the high. Yeah, why is O ripping like that? So that's another REIT going up. I don't know, market. This is Euro close right in the middle. I mean, you're up $5 on the SPY. Somebody was saying this is what was priced in. So let's see. It's not bad. That's the NKD. We'll check SPX. 52.40. You're still up 1%. So, again, these are right off, like literally 8 points off of yesterday's high. So, you're slightly below yesterday's high. And, yeah, now we have European close in the books. Again, Europe was bad the last couple of days, but yesterday or today it didn't really do anything. So, actually it rocketed up. The FTSE 100 is up by 0.5%. That was break even earlier. And then the Stocks 50 went up by 0.18. Germany went up by 0.18. France went down by 0.13. And Switzerland was down by 0.18. So not bad. No new. There's honestly, I mean, you have bond auction. We still have a 3-year bond auction in a little bit, I believe. And then that should be your only set of data. And then we're done. And then you had, again, GDP numbers, I think. A 6-handle? No, O's been at 60, but O's kind of rocketed up ever since we were talking about that 6%. But yeah, O did kind of launch. It used to chill here. It chilled in 60, 70 for a minute. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, you had balance of trade. Yeah, 1 p.m. you'll get 3-year auction. You'll get oil numbers after the bell. You'll get China data tonight. Couple of Japan things in the morning and then jamming. And tomorrow just oil numbers and 10-year bond auction. I didn't see the number of Japan's bond auction. I saw the data in the surprise meeting. I saw the data with related to real wages going up. That was a surprise. So, and that even supported some of what they did the other day. Gefalistiert met J affiliate Jubileum. Is that German, bro? Did you say happy affiliate anniversary? The lowest demand for Japan since 2003. Yeah, that's not too uncommon. Because I was saying it, like, Japan will even have, like, no demand at their bond auctions. So, like, there's been 10 years in Japan where people don't even show up. Again, yield curve control. You're getting 52-week bills right now. That's on the wire. Yeah, so you're getting short-term bond auctions. Again, we're going to see. And then Rumble joins X to sue advertising cartel that conspired to withhold digital advertising revenue. Canoe I have heard about them. I don't know if they're legit. Didn't we hear about Canoe during the first, like, EV? What was their ticker? I think it's a scam, though, but I remember hearing about it. And then Apple even coming up. Lumen announced a $5 billion contract today. So Lumen was already like an AI name. I think NVIDIA was in it. And then they just literally announced this $5 billion contract. Sava's on the low. Is it Go EV? Yeah. Your boy works at Canoe. He said it's dead. Hezbollah chief group will respond to top commander killing. Keeping Israel waiting is part of the response. He said, we doing this on purpose. Some chads are saying it's legit. Amazon drives. I thought Amazon uses the Rivians. But yeah, Hezbollah chief says, nah, this is part of our attack. Is leaving them in suspense. Son. Where is Bitcoin? And then SPY, I mean, it's holding up good, man. Damn, Hezbollah is my girlfriend? That's cold. You talking shit, Sally? That's cool, man. This is good. We got a lot of viewers. I said it's very rare that I have like a girl hater. Did I ever tell you that one? I remember the The first time I had a girl hater, she was like commenting on the size of my hands and shit, and she was just making fun of it. I was like, why? Like, I get it. Like, a guy like makes fun of me. Like, guys get jealous of me. Guys get weird. But like, I'm like, I've never having a girl hater is the weirdest shit I've ever experienced. Cause then you like, I'm not trying to be mean to no girl, man. You know, but then like they harass you. I'm like, yeah. Oh, you meant like the silent treatment? Oh, okay. Well, that's good, Sally. I was like, man, I don't know if I could handle another girl hater right now. Stay blessed, Chatadonia. Passway. Wait, didn't you already do a first timer? What's up, baby? Amen. Good morning, bro. Guys get jealous. Yeah, I used to think girls get jealous, like that was like a girl thing, but the internet has taught me that men are more jealous than anything. It's crazy, actually. I think you call it envy in males, but I'm not going to be a 2024, gender bigot. We'll call it how I just think it's jealousy. It's weird. It's really, really weird. TLT is dying. It's crazy because we have a bond auction, but it's good. This is low key balancing everything out. No, my screen shouldn't be frozen. Do you guys see it? Do you not see me moving my ticker? I'm moving all across. Do you see me? I'm doing circles with the... Yeah? I think my TLT was weird and I had to refresh it. Okay, you're good then. Yeah, high-low ticker. Again, China names are all doing good. I mean, TLT puts better move. This thing is down a lot now. But you're not making as much. You're only up 20%. We were up that yesterday when they did nothing. The yield curve. Go search a video exactly when to buy TLT. I made this video about a month ago, and it really talks about everything. Like, and we go over all of the uninversion, what to look for, how to make a play on it, all of that. TLT should move. That wasn't the real bond auction. That was the short-term, like, 1-year bond auction there. Those ones don't really matter. We get the 3-year bond auction at 1, and that's what's going to happen. That's going to be the big one. And then tomorrow, TLT will probably move a little bit more with the 10-year. Take the Snap discount. I mean, if you like it, I do think Snap at 8.9 is a good price there. But then again, if we have the yen genie out of the bottle, I mean, I still think there's a lot of volatility there. So I'm not really confident in a lot of things until that kind of gets put away. Earnings plays are likely to hit. I don't know. I wasn't liking earnings last night. Today there was a couple of earnings that looked good, but even then the options still didn't hit. So where is it? Let me pull them all up. So I know Uber was one of them, but Uber you lost both ways. Again, even Palantir, I think you lost both ways. Yeah, see, like look at the option chain. Uber killed it. Gaps up, it just back to where it was a couple of days ago. But even if you played the day before, you still lost on every put and call. Close to the money, far out the money, didn't really matter. Unless you were like in the money, you got murked off of it. Let me see the other ones. So Palantir, that was the other one. And then let me check Kenview, and then I'll check Yum China. But what I'm trying to say is, like, a lot of them, the way they moved is kind of whack. So I think earnings moved a lot more than I expected. Like, look at Kenview, that hit. So as long as it really, there's a chance they can move. I think there's a bigger chance of bigger earnings moves than I believed yesterday. But some of my apprehension towards it, I think, is warranted. I don't think you're going to get the craziest moves, and I don't think they matter as much anymore. But, like, if you get the right set of data, you could still move. And like I was saying yesterday, I would just go both ways. I would be straddling and strangling everything right here in this market just because, again, I mean, this is an environment where people are going for the black swan hedges and the barbells because you're either going to get a fat bounce or a fat decline. Hezbollah chief says can target Israel factories in the north. Yeah, I mean, the VIX is still above 27. These last couple of days of not, like, panicking and dying, all they're doing is bringing the VIX down from the highest level it's ever been. So you guys realized yesterday, was the largest intraday VIX move on record, or overnight. So you've never had the VIX jump up from Sunday to Monday like that ever, of that size. So part of this is like low-key letting this all kind of fade and then balance everything, even with some of the premiums. I haven't looked. Is the Whirlpool debt high? I'd have to look into that. That's why I'm enticed by a lot of factors of the company, but I haven't looked that much into them to be able to make that determination. Well, let me check. Whirlpool. I feel like I did a quick look at this last time somebody asked me, though. Use of cash. They have negative cash. What? So they have $1.17 billion in cash. Their interest expense has gone up $92 million a quarter, it looks like. I haven't seen their total debt. I'm just looking at their use of cash for now. The tentative schedule of the Treasury buyback, they announced July 31st. Wasn't it a little lower? I think. And then I think they said they're not going to sell as many 20 years and 30 years. Am I bullish or bearish on TLT? A mix of both, but more bullish. Pretty much, I think you should play it tentatively. Buy the dips on it. Don't go too crazy. And then if we do go back to curve inversion, though, TLT plays will all be a pump fake and will die a magnificent death. And then depending on if we get a rate cut or not, that'll take us into the next level of that play and then the type of movement. No, I didn't go over Airbnb yet. No. There's a couple of earnings, but I've yet to cover those today. If I do them, well, they'll be later. But I don't know. What do we got? We got Airbnb, SMCI, Rivian, Win, Devon Energy, Reddit, GigaCloud, Axon, Upstart, and Amgen. So we'll cover them later. Around 11. Have you done the hood pricing? No. If they don't, I don't think if they report on Wednesday, I'm not gonna do that till Wednesday. It's crazy. Today's only Tuesday. I really thought it was beyond Tuesday. What time is it now? 8:40. It's still mad early. We're only 15 minutes. Oh, can we get a push-up in? How do y'all feel about a push-up, bro? Can we get the body moving? Because yesterday was so much volatility. You know, now that we're chilling and everyone's like, oh, it's over. It's not over. Jack, can we get a push-up? Can y'all get beside your desk and move around? Can y'all do something with me? Can y'all be my friends today? Can you be my friend and just stand up and move your body around? I don't get anything out of it. You know, I don't get like a affiliate like Webull code. Like, they don't give me money if you do that. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to do it, Doomhammer? Okay, that's fine. I guess not. That's cool, bro. That's cool. That's fine. I'll just cry. That's okay. Is that what you wanted to do? Did you want to hurt my feelings? Is that what you wanted? You wanted me to cry and be sad? Because that's how I feel right now. That's it. Now my friend in the chat, he's gonna have nerd neck for the rest of his life. And then, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna cry, bro. I'm scared. I don't want you to have nerd neck. I don't want you to walk around looking like that, man. You're gonna look like you belong in Congress. They're gonna be like, oh, congressman. And you're like, I'm not a congressman. I just didn't do push-ups during my stock trading time. So let's go, man. Move the body. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you. Legs in front of you. Amen. Amen. You already have severe spinal stenosis. Too late? No, I do think most people will agree, even with spinal stenosis, you know, little rehab and working goes a long way, man. It goes a long way. So move around a little bit. That's why I try to do these. Make sure I don't get clapped. It's never too late. Oh, you want to say thank you? No way. VG, you're in medical school? What? From Roblo to medical school? Yo, congratulations, big dog. That's crazy. That's crazy. No way, man. Are your parents proud? That's exciting, dog. Straight up medical school? Oh, my goodness. VG the doctor? That'd be crazy, bro. Imagine one day you're going to be a doctor, and then somebody going to walk into your office, and they're going to be like, oh, hell no, man. I swear my doctor is the Roblox guy from when I was younger. And he's going to be like, no fucking way. No, this is a dream. There's no way. This is the Roblox streamer. Is my doctor. He trying to, no, I don't even, no, man. No. Yeah, bro, he the Roblox guy. Yeah, bro, VG really out here. I'm doing curls right now. You dropped out of medical school to trade options full time. Claudio, in fact, did not do anything at all, but it's a good joke. It's a good joke. It's a good joke, man. Thanks for the contribution. UVXY on the low. So like I said, a lot of this is really killing it. You got your China names moving up a little bit. I'm not curling 50s. I'm curling 30s. That's like my everyday weight. I don't like to do the 50s unless I'm trying to like just get like a big lift in. Let's see. Ooh, that hurts. I was doing some shoulder lifts. Do an MD, specialize in cardiology. Dude, that's so crazy. I'm very proud of you, man. That's very exciting. Straight up about to be a doctor. I love it. I love it. You should do like a doctor game on Roblox, bro. Why don't you make like a med school world? So you go to med school and then you make a med school world. Oh my gosh. That'd be crazy. Have you seen that Facebook game? There's a Facebook game, a virtual reality game on Facebook, and it's like you like play doctor. Like it's a simulation of like giving medicine to like patients and shit. And then if you give them the wrong shit, they freak out. It's like, so I don't know. It seems like a fun game. I'm seeing alarming stats. 70% of doctors are failing. Oh, no way. I don't know. I feel like I've heard that the CFA has had one of the most historically low pass rates. So like financial advisors are not doing good. And then I think the LSAT is harder now. I don't know. I think it's harder to pass the LSAT, harder to pass the CFA, and then more people are failing on the medical. But I don't know. I think people are just like COVID stupid. I think COVID changed like how people work and stuff like that. Test hard. I think it's the like the logic of testing and like studying. I think it's changed a lot. I'm gonna do one more set. One more set. Then we'll be good. The young neurologist who quit to live in the hills. No, this sounds like a weird ad. I feel like it's about to start selling me a trading strategy. I don't know. Yeah, you are hitting a new high. There it is, man. A big hustle from yesterday. But honestly, it's not that bad. I mean, now you've gone through like what? Almost filling that gap. It's crazy how much you gap down. That's still like 50, 60 points, but it is looking good. Again, no problems with Japan. I'm getting a lot of Hezbollah stuff. Hezbollah leader Nasrallah, no one in Lebanon or outside can ask us to deal with Israel as an ordinary attack. Our response will be strong and effective. Whatever the consequence, the resistance will not let Israel attacks pass by. Is covered in oh wait, what? So there is something there? So there's literally like he went to go live in the mountains? That's crazy. Sounds imminent. I don't think so. I mean, if we don't get the attack today, I think tomorrow, that was the schedule. I mean, remember, that's what I said when Donald Trump made the comment. I said, what? And then some of you made fun of me for listening, but I made the assumption that I guess Wednesday, that was the other headline. So we'll see. But I think very well if there is no attack or retaliation by Wednesday, then I think it's going to happen over the weekend like last time. where you're going to have to wait, and then they talk up all of this game, and then they wait, and then that's it. Small attack over the weekend, and then they get it out of the way so that they could say they did it. Bro, Apple's on the high now. So, again, remember, Apple was down 2% in the morning. I think it's about to go green. Elon declaring war on Google and friends. Hey, man, I'm down. I'm down, bro. I'm down. How would we know if Japan? We wouldn't know. End of the month, you get an update on like what Japan did. So technically, there's a way to find out. But other in the short run, we're not going to have any idea. So all you got to do is just watch out if that happens. So he was a 10-year neurosurgeon. He quit his job and now lives in the mountains. He lost hope of Western medical practice. It's kind of different. Remember, didn't I tell y'all eventually I want to go live in the mountains one day? So that's I'm kind of sad, bro, because he kind of beat me to it. I'm kind of jealous. I'm not going to lie, bro. I'm not going to lie. That makes me jealous. I'm like, damn, man, I wish I can. Found this stream living in the mountain during 2020. What was it? Was it Telluride? I said I would move to Minnesota. Sir, I don't think I ever said that. I like saying Minnesota. Oh, I meant envy because I'm a man. My bad. See, I meant envy. Yeah, that's what Josh said earlier. Yeah, Reno. That's a different place. Reno, I like. Reno got fresh water. Reno got everything. You even have Elon Musk. I could do cold weather. I don't like it, but I could do it. Yeah, Airbnb is today. Sony won't make another bid for Paramount. Good. I'm sick of this shit. I don't know if Paramount's going to move. Alaska's beautiful, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I got to go watch this doctor video. See if it inspires me. And Hezbollah, Nasrallah, no one believes. Oh, it's the same headline. And then 2-year yields rise to 4.02. That's crazy. We're stealing. You live in Reno? Nice. I heard it's beautiful. So, again, I've never been, but I know a lot about it. And then SPY near the high. Sony plans to spend 1.8 trillion yen over 3 years on growth investments, including mergers and acquisitions. Nikkei. That's coming out now. I got a headline on Sony. High taker going nuts. So I don't know. Maybe Sony spending money. Japanese yen. No. But literally, high taker is going crazy. We are, like 30 minutes off of Euro close? Not bad. So you have about 25 points till you kind of fill the gap, till you get to the low of Friday, which, again, wasn't that bad, but you're kind of making a decent move. That's crazy because, again, low from this is almost 5%. That's what you guys got to realize. To open up at 5,100 and to be back at like 5,300, that's there. It doesn't feel fishy. This is just you're moving big on very little updates after being very, very fearful. And this is just the uncertainty. You don't know if this is a real bounce or if the unwind is going to keep happening. That's why it feels like this. So we don't really know whether or not this is a dead cat bounce or if yesterday was the end of the flush and that was just the final finale on that big sell-off, and then we chill until the next set of bad data comes around. So that's why I think it feels a certain way. I'll tell you if I have an idea, but quite frankly, I don't really know. I'm leaning toward, this is what I was saying yesterday. I think there's going to be a big pop, and then I think it ends with a very big drop, but I think that could take about a month. Microsoft Delta refused Microsoft's offers to help. Delta's CEO never replied to emails. Delta apparently hasn't modernized its infrastructure. Why is Microsoft defending CrowdStrike, though? Interesting. So, yeah, Microsoft just put out a bunch of headlines shit-talking Delta, because remember, Delta wanted to sue CrowdStrike for the hack. But, yeah, literally Microsoft put out like 5 comments. Delta's comments are incomplete, false, and misleading. Delta apparently hasn't modernized its infrastructure. CEO never replied to emails. Delta refused offers for help. Lawyer responds to Delta after regarding outage. Delta scheduled system served by other vendors like IBM. And then IEA leaves oil forecast unchanged for 24. And then they raise 25 oil demand by 1.6 billion or million barrels a day. Check oil right now. CRWs. I don't have any cybersecurity stocks. I like Palo Alto. Ho, AKA Piff, baby. I know the name. That's your first one? Let's go. Been here since COVID. Still holding IRM, Abivai, and others. Amen. Let's go. Amen. Good morning. It's me who holds the big position in the video. You got out before the drop and diversified in the SMA. Wow, really? I really hope you did, man. I hope so. I hope that just you're not just saying that because I was worried about you, man. So I'm glad because I really, even when you first showed me, I told you I would just do something else. So I hope so, man. I hope so. AKA Piff, baby. That's crazy. First time donator. Now he coming in with 5 of them for the Chad. Amen. You heard the CrowdStrike did that to wipe the evidence of the Trump shooting? Just conspiracy theory? Nah, my tinfoil was that the CrowdStrike was to scrub all of the Kamala data. That's my tinfoil. Because after CrowdStrike, apparently you can't find her arrest record that everybody already knew about. But it happens. It happens. Merca. Woo! Vix is on the low. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Again, y'all have been showing love on the Instagram. I posted today, I think. Yeah, I did. I made a post on Instagram earlier today. So follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning. And I'll see you in a little bit. Baby. Welcome.
Limited amount of Bitcoin which can be produced. So Ether was an obvious choice for anybody who wanted to get millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars very quickly, and able to go back into Ether at a lower price and have the same AUM. So it was a very obvious choice.
You know, you only have Bitcoin up, say, $10,000 per Bitcoin since those spot ETFs started trading. There have been significant drawdowns from the record highs that we have seen. At one point, it lost a third of its value here. So if you're a retail investor, you can understand people who have maybe been invested in Bitcoin in a long time, buying into this narrative. These new ETFs and the retail investor interest, does this volatility spook them?
I don't think so, because this is, first of all, summer. You would see every year in July, August, the summertime, it's not a very big time for anything to pump up. Secondly, liquidity has been an issue because of all the expected in the past, the Fed rate cuts, which never happened. Now everybody's looking at September for that Fed rate cut. The Middle Eastern situation, the escalation of situation out there does not really get a lot of confidence in the market. And on top of that, we are still waiting from Vice President Kamala Harris's policy as a Democratic candidate on blockchain and crypto. I think the combination of all those things is more about wait and watch. And then when you combine it with margin calls unexpectedly coming from Japanese yen, we suddenly see a big down. But we are already seeing that it's slowly picking up. But at the same time, Sonali, if you look back in December, we are still very much up where we were just 7-8 months back. So we have not really reached that stage either, where ETH was lingering around 1,600 or 1,700 for almost a year or two.
Kavita, you read my mind there, getting into the politics there. I mean, we've had volatility in the markets, also a lot of volatility in the political world. And there seems to be some optimism in the industry that since Donald Trump has embraced the crypto industry so strongly, that it may influence the Democrat side a little bit to take a little bit of a softer regulatory touch towards the industry. I'm curious, how much can you expect that regulatory touch to change should Vice President Harris actually get elected? I mean, is it reasonable to think that all these SEC cases will simply go away? Or, how are you preparing for that eventuality or potential eventuality?
Yeah. In a reasonable world, it's very reasonable to think that they should have some sort of a position then instead of a black box as of today, especially because she's coming from California. She has always talked about tech and how to basically really on a positive side of tech. So it's a very reasonable expectations to have some positive expectations and regulation clearance or clarity from the campaign. But I'm actually already surprised that we haven't seen that yet. Now, maybe the VP choice is done, and there can be more focus on how to look at blockchain and crypto. Otherwise, we Democrats are literally putting some of the brightest, youngest brains with a lot of potential and money to Republicans for just one issue agenda, which is not going to be.
Kavita, to that end, you had joined us recently. You said that you would be a single issue voter in this election cycle. You had mentioned that Trump's friendliness to the crypto industry would sway you in that direction. Does Kamala Harris now being on the ticket change your potential vote?
It does. I mean, as a woman of color, having a woman of color on the seat, and especially with her background in technology and the law enforcement, definitely she ideally is my preferential choice. But at the same time, if it is just going to be the same party rhetoric instead of the candidate and the leader really looking into situations, then that's going to be very disappointing for me personally, for sure.
Kavita, it's great to have you. That is Delta Blockchain founder and managing partner Kavita Gupta. Now, coming up, we're going to talk to Circle CEO Jeremy Allaire to talk about stablecoin regulation and national security as that U.S. election approaches. A lot on the agenda there. We're also going to look at how super PACs with ties to crypto are spending millions to try and reshape Congress. And to access all the latest data and news on crypto, check out CRYP Go on the Bloomberg terminal. This is Bloomberg.
This is not Bloomberg. It's Josh. Nice to meet y'all. I'm glad we're here. Do you guys want me to start yelling again? I feel like I haven't yelled in like 48 hours. I've been chill with y'all. I've been enjoying this volatility. It's not too often I get volatility. So I don't know. I've been enjoying it, man. It's oddly relaxing. It feels good. I feel like I'm getting a tan too, bro. I've been doing lifts outside. Oh man, we did a live watch list last night too. Stop it. I'm living it up. He's like, what do I do? All my people that be living it. I've been living it up, bro. I've been living it up for sure. You're out seeing patients? Oh, what? Dang, you out there really? You really out there then? Let's go, man. I mean, the hype is that I think August, September, we're going to have like 30 days, 60 days of crazy. And then your long terms will be good. You like calm, Josh? It's cool. I don't even like give me volatility. That's it, man. Give me real market movement. And I love it too, man. I don't know. It's just something about it, man. Something about it. The yelling around me lets everyone know. I yelled a couple of times. I'll make sure I throw in a couple. We still have had a couple of horns today. So that's been good. So if everyone is believing that everything is calm, why isn't TLT dropped the same way that it shot up? Very good one, because not everybody believes that, unfortunately. This is day one of maybe relief after really one of the worst days. So, but I don't think, right now there's people trying to get ahead and you're taking risk. High risk, high reward. You buy the dip right now and you're like, nope, this is over and this rockets up, bro, you're going to make a killing. If not, and it comes down, you're going to lose a lot. And then same thing to the downside too. So I do think it just kind of boils down to your level of risk, but it's only been one day. Some people may get ahead of themselves, but if you are wise, I don't think you're not really looking to make up your mind right now, as well as just understanding how the story has just shifted. It's understanding the environment that we're in right now. We're in the middle of changing, and you're going to have to adapt to that. But it's hard to adapt if you don't know what it is. And that's where, some people are already like, oh, it's this, it's that. But quite frankly, I don't think anybody really knows yet. But we will very, very soon over these next couple of days, depending on what moves and what doesn't. To all my people that be living it up. Is that Beto on the high? Yo, crypto moving right now. So I think that's level number 2 now. Because remember, Bitcoin got murdered yesterday. Bitcoin's still down a lot, actually. But Bitcoin, kind of like the SPY, it's trying to get back to that gap up zone. But literally, Beto and a lot of those other crypto ETFs are on the high right now. Again, we recently had EIA numbers too. So oil came back up to 1%. My Frank play is still turned on me. Bro, the Zaza went down. That's crazy. It's crazy. Simon. Is it Simon or Simone? What's up, though? Welcome. Do you trust me when I said I got out of the NVIDIA and SMA? It's actually all thanks to you. I just hope. I don't it's hard to, I deal with people a lot of times where they send me stuff and it's like this and that. And it's like, why are you doing all that? Because again, I don't know if you remember when you even sent me it. I told you, I was like, I can't even read this. This doesn't even look like a real portfolio. So I was like, why are you doing that? I was like, who in the world is putting $200,000, $250,000 at NVIDIA at the all-time high? That I was like, come on, man. So I don't know, but all I care about is if you actually just didn't have that exposure. Because again, it wasn't really the smartest thing to do. So if you did save yourself, I hope you see why I was saying all of that, and I'm glad that it didn't. I'm glad it didn't hurt you. And if I did save you all of that, I'm just letting you know, 10% of 200,000 is 20 grand. If you just, because if I saved you over 100 grand, I'm just saying, 20,000 is a small price to pay. I'm just kidding. As long as you're safe, baby. As long as you're safe. As long as you're safe. It's like, what do I do? All my people that be living it up. The CEO, I'm not this. It's funny though. Ever since that, I haven't seen the AI chatbot. I ain't seen him today. Yeah, he disappeared. Love you in the community. Let's go, baby. Is it Simon or Simone though? I don't want to keep butchering it. But thank you, my friend, and welcome. I think I broke it. I don't know. Bonds 2 at the low, 1.43 down on TLT. Hi-yo, bro. You drop one in the morning, too, bro. I used to been going ham on these, man. Thank you, my friend. Oh, no. Yeah, bro. I used was in the morning, bro. Before I was even live, I used was showing love, man. Thank you. Now you coming back in, man? That's what's up. That's what's up. Me. Pick me. You got to turn on your gifts. Japanese names to see what happens. MUFG, Mizuho, and then the other one. Who was it? I have the name. But pretty much Japanese financials, because my question is, why are they still red? So that's the part that makes SMFG. So MUFG, MFG, and then SMFG. But that's the part. So again, even the homie who was asking me about, what happened here, he was just saying, why, if everyone feels this way, why do bonds, feel this way? But it's just like, I don't think nobody knows anything. Simply look at it. It's like everybody feels good about Japan, but Japanese banks are still down 10% on the day. So it's like there's still a lot lingering. This is just, again, remember what I was telling you guys yesterday. Does anybody remember what I was saying? I said there's going to be a new dynamic. Does anybody remember? To all my people that be living it up. There was a dynamic I said to watch out for. Uber's on the high. Gold trying to pop. Always been lurking, baby. Let's go. 51 months. Holy. Hey, yo, that's crazy. 51 months, son. Let's go. That one guy. Man, 52 months. That one guy. Let's go. I knew I saw another one in there. Let's go, baby. Shout out to Colt. Yeah, Japanese roulette was something I said. I did. But what else? There's something else about it. Not the liquidation. Yeah, we talked about bad news being bad, good news being good, and then what else? What was the other one? No news is good news. So what do you think we had today? Probably no news. There wasn't anything. Now we're up, people feeling good, and that's what I'm saying. I think the next couple of days, there's no news in Japan, no news anywhere else. I think market's going to like no news until we get the next set of data. So, and then that will cause whatever else from there. Yield curve is inverting again, yes. Let's go, Gary Avari, babe. 52 months. Get ready, man. That's crazy. We're almost at 60 months. I can't believe it. We have, 4 or 5 months till the end of the year? I can't believe that, Chad. The end of the year, it's almost over. It's crazy. The wait is for Iran response. It is, but I don't know, man. I'm not really as worried about the Iranian response unless it's, really big. So, literally just because we played this game last time and everybody was on ice and then nothing happened. Can I show how they're inverting? What do you mean? You could just go look. You could go look at the 2-year, 10-year, or you could go to the 2-year, 10-year spread that we pull up. There's that website on CNBC. To all my people that be living it up. Bro, bonds are flushing. The TLT puts will not go up, though. They're scamming heavy, though. So, again, we made more money on the downside yesterday, but the more this pulls back, if you want to buy TLT, you do that shit now, or you get greedy and you wait for another pullback. This is exactly what I was telling you. So if you felt you missed the last 2 days of TLT, you could get it now. Dollar for dollar. You're going to have a better chance, though, making money dollar for dollar than the options, though. You see what I'm saying? This is why when you guys ask me, why do I like ZB? Why do I like the futures better than the actual options on TLT? It's for this reason. Because you see how it's moving a lot, but depending on where your option is gonna get a weird valuation. You know, so that's why I just go dollar for dollar and I try to play it. So, ta-da. How far out you want to? You want my tip for anything TLT, as I've been saying, because we'll have a pullback before the major run up, but I would be willing to buy TLT and keeping a hand up. I said don't go too crazy, but the key is you want to try to get as close to the money as possible. So I would try to avoid any of the further out of the money plays. Those I am not as big of a fan of. Keeping your hands up, I mean like basketball, playing defense. So I don't think you should ignore what's happening in TLT. I think you should have small plays and small exposure with ample upside and low risk. But I don't think you should leave your feet and jump and put in all of your money. It would, again, we've had great entries and we would have made a lot if we held, but at the same time, just like these pullbacks, you could give up half of a rally in 1 or 2 days on the bonds. That's where I think most people just aren't aware of it. If you haven't traded bonds, you could give up half of a rally in 1 day, 2 days. That's what happens. But that's why I'm saying, so I would be getting exposure, small exposure. That's what I mean by put your hands up. You know, be aware of what's going on, but don't commit so much that you're like really in that play, and now, you know, as it swings, that'll determine, you know, your success or not. More out of the money is high risk, high reward. No, not necessarily. Because again, at one point, if you get too far out of the money, you're just taking on risk with no reward. Because yeah, the bonds can move, but then if they stop moving crazy and it still advances, but you're too far out of the money, all you're going to do is lose on that option, even if it goes in your direction. So again, because we've talked about that, the duration risk with bonds, especially a TLT. So you got to think about it. If bond yields slow down after moving quickly, what do you think those options are going to do? They're all going to die because it's not supposed to move a lot. It's a 30-year bond on TLT, 30 or 20-year plus. So when things happen quickly in a short amount of time, that's what wakes things up. But then if you bet on something far out, a big move, and it moves big and then stops moving, chances are the value on something way, way far out, if the pace slows down dramatically, those are going to be worth nothing. Hezbollah hit, says Greg. I don't see anything yet. We had a couple of headlines earlier. You've learned more. Well, check out the video. Check out the we've had a lot of bond videos over the years, but it's just like literally I made a video 1 month ago called Exactly When to Buy TLT. So I think that video helped out a lot of people. It was perfect timing. And I think if you start with that one, it could take you a long way. Just not to mention, 5-6 years of bond tutorials. There's even one I posted the other day. It was like how to read bond futures live. That one I think had a lot of fun facts that could help you out a little bit. rethink leaps. I would. I'm not a fan of leaps on TLT. Because if you buy a strike price on TLT, even if they cut rates and it don't hit and you're out of the money and it moves up, you could still lose on that. If you really wanted to, I would buy the actual bond, or I would buy the short end of the curve. That could be something where maybe leaps would be better off on a 2-year bond instead of a TLT. I think leaps on SHI might be better than leaps on TLT. And that's where a lot of people, they're not really aware of it. Like TLT is different than IEF. IEF is different than SHI. There's different parts of the curve that have a different risk to reward. And that's where I'm saying like a 2-year bond and cuts and all of that would probably have more of an effect than not. Or a leap would be more effective than not versus trying to identify where rates will be in X amount of time, where 20-year rates will be in a year. There's a lot of time that you're banking on if you think about it. Why are we dropping? I mean, we're not really dropping. Today is all about relief. We sold off a little bit off of this high, but no reasons. I mean, some of these pullbacks we sold right at Europe close, and if you notice, right when Europe closed, we bounced, and then leading into it, it was headlines about war. A couple people in the chat just said there was a war headline. I don't see it yet, but that's probably going to be our next thing that moves us. Other than that, we're not really going down today. Today's relief. You could call it a dead cat. You could call it calming down. You could say the situation's over. It's just developing, but that's where we are right now. Back in the day, you turned 1,000 into 50,000. You watched the video, but you didn't get it. I mean, like if you could show the open and close plays. Well, I don't have them anymore. You know what I'm saying? But it is it's the logic with that play. I did it twice in a couple of month periods. So believe it or not, it was like 500 into like 40 or 50,000. The first time I just didn't put that much. It was like 100 into 10,000. And that was a couple months prior. But that was because of the policy change. That's it. I just knew anytime there was a policy change in the works, you got to think about it. What do I do? Like, you guys get it. I mean, listen, you showed up here the last couple of days, and then when Jerome Powell is here, I capture a lot of the world's attention in the stock market world. Why? Because that's what I've done for years, and it's one of my specialties. You got volatility, and then Powell, you're going to come here. And all of those years of Powell, I have literally, that's how I've gotten these TLT plays. Again, literally last week, I bought the bond play, TLT. I bought it right when Powell said that. We bought ZQ as well. So even in the last couple of days, if you were here live when I was live with Powell in real time, you heard the bring, and I told you, long on the bonds right there. He just said September. So that's a big deal. But the whole point is, how did I get these TLT plays? It's by paying attention to Powell and policy. That's all. That's what got me in the play, is that, again, things were happening in the world that made me say, oh, shit, policy is going to change. Whether it was COVID or whether it was, Powell fighting with Donald Trump on Twitter about where rates should be and making the decision that, oh, crap, look at the Fed futures. We've done multiple different ones, but getting the play and getting into the play has always been me driven by policy or an event around the world, leading the policy. So again, TLT, COVID, I was worried about COVID a month ahead of everybody. I literally made a video. And if you never understand why I get so frustrated with YouTube and the host shit, because I call out a lot of stuff and I've been punished for it. Again, I made a video on about COVID was going to hurt the market. I made that video a month before the crash, and I was saying buy 2 penny debit spreads to the downside. Those all hit too. Those were $200 into 15,000. A lot of people don't mention that one, but those all hit. I had 2 or 3 of those. And I put out a video talking about what happened with 2000s and all of that. But like that got me literally about a week or 2 ahead of the emergency cuts. We started buying the bonds because of that. That was in 2020. And then the one in 2019, it was finally that meeting when we were getting to the point where they thought it was going to be, they're like, oh, Powell is finally going to change things. Powell is finally going to do these things, you know, and the Fed futures were like 50-50, and it would have been the first time they cut rates in like 5 or 6 years. And then again, that's what led me to buy TLT because of what they were doing with the policy. So the whole idea here is that all of these plays are going to be driven by policy. That's why I'm even telling you now with TLT, you're watching something happen, but technically the policy hasn't shifted yet. So that's why you gotta be mindful of that. And that's like if you really want to get in those plays, it's just monitoring the actual shift. I'm not eyeing any of them for now. We made a couple of plays, and then I'm going to go back into them. We still have a lot that we need to confirm. Yeah, man, I hope that helps. But yeah, watch the policy and wait for the shifts. Ironically enough, I mean, I think you'll be better off if you just did nothing and only traded major policy shifts. That's it. Like, it's like, again, when I look back, all of my money comes from these big shifts, and then in the meantime, waiting for it, I lose it on dumb trades, and then the long term just carries. So, I mean, I don't know. It's some of you have taken that strategy, some haven't, but I do think that will take you a long way. And just wait till there's like a real shift in policy, and ta-da, there's usually an answer there. Knowing what you know about TLT, I don't know, maybe. I don't know. There's just it's just weird. Like nowadays, everything looks like something, but then it's just like slightly different. Does that make sense? Everything in the modern era, it reminds me of a lot of stuff I know, but with a twist. Like, again, even how the economy is playing out right now, it seems very historical, and we could go back and get a guide, but then there's all these little caveats that make it so much more different. You've been seeing the billboards in Baltimore? What's up, babe? I think it's down now. That's it, babe? Yeah, man. Free alerts all day, every day. Do you believe it's likely that Powell cuts before the elections? Oh, yeah. I told you, even in a weird way. It's weird because I think there's like some polls that are making it seem that Kamala is leading. But I don't know if you remember what I told you. I said it right before they nominated her. But I said in a weird way, Kamala kind of becoming this not like, I don't even know how to describe it, this dictator, not like elected candidate, like it's just not legit process. I think it makes it more likely that Powell will cut rates before the election. That's what I said literally a couple of weeks ago. Because it's not the same Biden-Trump race and everybody thought it was going to be one way. It's like now it's just like if it's like one-sided, then that's it. Why do I mess up her name? What? How do you? It's not Kamala. As Kamala. I don't know, man. I again, this is like the thing with Kamala that I think is weird, because like we've had her for 4 years and like I don't know how to say her name. Nobody knows how to do you know it? Like she's been hiding for 4 years. We've known this lady for 4 years, and all of a sudden now we're gonna put her to the number one spot. So, like, I don't know, for some of you who don't get it, like, it's one thing to be, like, disappointed. Like I'm saying, this is legitimately the first ever presidential candidate since 1968 that has gotten a nomination from the convention without winning a primary from the people. That has not happened since 1968 officially. That's weird to me. But at the same time, the thing that bothers me on a more emotional level is that it reminds me of nepotism. I don't know if y'all get me on this, but the way everybody went from like Biden, yeah, we love Biden, we're going to support Biden, screw Trump, Trump's an evil, bad person, you know what I'm saying? And then within a second, regardless of qualification, regardless of due process, voting, you know what I'm saying? Everybody instantly said, oh, nope, Kamala, we love her. And it just reminds me of nepotism. Because I don't know, like, this is why I get pissed off. It's like things in this world. It's why I will always be blackballed on Wall Street. Why some of you will be blackballed in certain positions in your job and work. Because somehow everyone's okay if this person didn't, literally hiding for 4 years. And then all of a sudden you're now okay with like, oh, we're going to give her the #1 job in the world. Wow. For not even working for it. Not even campaigning, not even like, oh, man. So, like, I feel like if you're okay with that, you would be okay with a pure Nepo hire and opportunity going to people who weren't qualified for it. So, yeah, life isn't fair. I agree. But that's what I'm saying. It's clear. I think if you're, ironically enough, though, you can't really, if nepotism bothers you and you vote for Kamala, then I don't know what you're thinking. Because in a weird way, this is that just in a different effect, and it robs people who actually have skills and talents and deserve to be in a certain spot, rather than we hate the other side so much that we'll promote this other thing to the front regardless of what it may be or what they bring to the table. So, yeah. But that's why it bothers me on that sense. But other than that, it's not really, back to the other point there. It's not really there. Yeah, I agree. A lot of people are hired like that, but that's why I'm like, why are we so okay with it though? Like that's the funny part, because we as a people we allow a lot, and again, even in our supportive society and the the public discourse, like again, you got people who hate nepotism defending this stuff. I'm like, all right, man, whatever. But it's just sad. That's Trump. But how do you say it, though? Is it Kamala or Kamala? Because I'm not trying to, like, say her name wrong. You guys know how I say Abivi. In my mind, it's Kamala. I don't know. I really thought her name was Kamala the whole time. Is it Kamala? So Kamala. Okay. Kamala Harris. I swear it was Kamala. She might not even. All I'm realizing every day, more and more every single day, all I realize is I am being unburdened by what has been. And when I think about that and put it on a Venn diagram, just, things come into full focus, and it makes a lot more sense. Yeah. 100%. No, people are mad. I'm saying it right? Oh, man. This is so hard. This is so hard. Is it Kamala? They're like, oh, man. Yeah, why don't I look it up? How to pronounce Kamala. Why don't I just say that? Can I just say Kamala? Kamala Harris. It's Kamala For years, Harris has been telling people her name is Kamala. Like Kamala. 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 So he's not even Kamala. It's Kamala. Like Kamala. 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 That's what it is. That's what she said. You're probably still saying Kamala Harris' name wrong. Kamala. Kamala. Like a comma and then la. Kamala. Kamala. There it is. Kamala. Don't let these fools correct you. Yeah, I mean, I did kind of want to know, but I thought I was saying it right the whole time. I didn't. But then again, I mean, I'm not, like I said, man, I've been sharing a lot with you. I'm not trying to piss any of you all off with it. I'm not trying to disrespect Kamala. Jesus, man. Kamala. But yeah, I'll share my thoughts. You could share yours. If you're an extreme liberal, I will ban you. Even if you're extreme conservative, like on some weird racist shit, I'll ban you too. So, but I am pretty fed up with all the liberals. It's just, I don't know what happened to me in the last like month. I've given up on the liberals, unfortunately. I tried really, really hard for y'all. I fought for y'all, man. You have no idea. You have no idea. But then y'all just kept coming at me, man. Yeah, they did take it a little too far. The crazy right wing versus left wingers. Oh, I don't like. That's the thing. I will be fair, bro. The crazy right wingers are fucking nuts too. But sadly, like I think I've had one crazy right wing stalker, but the rest of them were all straight full liberals. Man, you have no idea. You have no idea. It is crazy, actually. So like the people who like call my phone, the people who like leave me messages, who threaten to kill my mom, you know what I'm saying? The people who try to dox me, literally 4 out of 5 are extreme right-wing liberals every single time. There's been one Trump supporter, and it's because he thought I was a liberal. That's the funniest part. That's like the funny part, because like the right-wing guys who get mad at me, it's because they think I'm a liberal, because I'm just like, hey, man, maybe you shouldn't say that shit. And they're like, fuck you, liberal California, Josh. We don't fucking like you. And then they get mad at me, and then they attack me. Or I like make fun of like their favorite stock, and then they just get so pissed. So yeah. That's the only, I've never done that. I've never used my cult for like, I've never put anybody's shit on blast. Because you're like, give me the name, the number. I've thought about it because I'm like, man, I might as well let the Chad harass y'all like you harass me. But I don't like it. Like I would hate if somebody did that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to use our power for that much negativity. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just try to educate people and move on. Yeah, I don't want you guys to turn into that. I agree. But continue to watch that. I mean, hey, man, it is what it is. Tesla or Nvidia's on the high. And then Bonds, too, about to go another one down. It's when you stop listening to the other side that one really radicalizes. Don't despair. I really feel for you, man. I agree. And I think even lately, some of y'all get it, man. Because I've just been really real with you. Like, I'll tell you what's good and bad. I always have. That's what built this damn community. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been banned for it. I've gotten in trouble for it. I've done it from day one. I will always tell you what I believe. So, like, you know, it's just, unfortunately, we're just getting to the point where a lot of people refuse to believe objective truths. And that's why I'm like, I'm not tolerating that. But always, man, I think always look at the other side. I'm very still critical of some of the conservatism and all of that too. But I've realized, like, any extremism, I would run away from it, especially on the left. But even the right as well too, I don't tolerate. And just run away from it and call it a day. TLT puts, they won't go up. They're 20%, dude. They're scamming the shit out of you. It'll eventually go up if we get down back to that level that I wanted. But it's still, all of the VIX went up too much on Friday or yesterday. That VIX move, the VIX is down from 70 to 25. So whatever happens, all of these premiums are going to be fucking washed. I don't know if y'all feel me on that. Oh, I don't know how the random play is doing. Let's see. It's up 39%. That's dog shit. Because that was yesterday. Yeah, that's crazy. Because I shorted that at the top, too. I waited. I had a good end. Dude, it's really scammy. And that's $1 out of the money. So you need, like, the real volatility move. Otherwise, all of these are going to get clapped. Hey, for the yield curve tuition, baby. Amen. Amen. Monday was record put buying. Yeah. I still have the Apple. Apple puts got clapped, even though Apple was up 2% or down 2% this morning. I think you could call it the market scamming, but I think it's just the VIX. I think this is what it really feels like when the VIX goes from that high to, like, leveling out. Just, again, imagine calls, puts, open interest. It was too much crazy volatility that's moving us back in here. Like, I don't think you could do that with, like, a normal price move, sadly. I look at the VIX, but UVXY is just like the ETF, but technically the VIX is call to put ratio. It's open interest of calls versus puts that are open or that are active for longer than 30 days of time. So that's it. So when the VIX goes up, that means more puts are being held than calls. And then when the VIX goes down, that means there's more calls than puts. That's the simple way to view it. And 21 to 22 is fear. Anything above like 21, 22 on the VIX, that's considered fear. And then that's about it. So it's just a gauge to show you how people feel. You could trade the VIX as well, but when it's all said and done, fundamentally it is a call to put ratio. Intel. I mean, it's a tentative long-term pickup. I mean, we already had our one deposit, but it's down a lot. But it is it could go both ways. I still think there's a lot of downside in Intel, But then it looks extremely valuable after that. But they're just going through a dirty ass hiccup, and I don't like it. I don't like Pat the Rat. Pat the Rat's a shady dude. I hate that guy's face. I am not the new Intel CEO. That's so funny, bro. It really was saying I was the CEO. I don't like any, I really don't, honestly, I don't know if I could find one thing I like about him. But I don't think I like anything about Pat the Rat. I mean, fuck it. Should we call? Just see if I'm still banned? You guys know I got hung up by Intel. I called Intel offices and they hung up on me and then they blocked my phone number. It's crazy, bro. I got a channel strike by YouTube and then like 48, 72 hours later, I call Intel and then they fucking ban me and hang up on me. Like, what's going on, bro? And then Spy is getting a green shoot here at the high. Hi! Ay. Snapshot. Let's see. Did you do that? Yeah. I'm gonna clap some of the videos. So that's it. Because again, everyone is a hoe because I'm gonna vote for Donald Trump. So sometimes I'll clap my videos because then you can't report them if I report them and take them down myself. Ta-da. And then, bro, you're running. I'm the CEO now. They probably heard Pat the Rat. I didn't know. He didn't hear none of that. I was just like, let me talk to Pat. I was very aggressive at first, but like I was even nice. But then he lied too. He answered the phone trying to act like somebody else, and I caught him. That was the funniest thing ever because he laughed. This guy was literally on the job trying to pretend to be somebody else. And I was like, bro, I just heard you. And then he giggled, and then I giggled. He's like, no, I'm not. I'm like, man, you fucking.
Thank you for calling Intel. Please select from the following options. If you know the name of the person whom you're trying to reach, you can use our automated attend.
All right, man, Spy's ripping 2%. Oh, operator.
I think you said, let me transfer you to the operator. Please hold while your call is transferred to an Intel operator.
I know, I guess I am no longer blocked. Dude, that's it. Oh, that sucks. Hello?
Intel operator?
Okay. I was just making sure I could get through. I thought you guys blocked me. Thank you. I love you. Oh, I hung up on him now. I win. That's it. No, it's the same guy, bro. I'm not going to ruin his day. It's the same dude. It was the same dude. I'm telling you, they only have one person. It goes to homie's phone. Yeah, now I'm blocking them. Yeah, screw him. Nah, you can't. I'm going to block him. What do you mean he's going to block me? I blocked him. I win. I hung up on him. He was like, oh. Mm-hmm. Bro, TLT sliding and the market ripping. It's crazy because, again, remember we were just looking at this. You know, the gap between these guys. So keep this in mind now because now Spy's bouncing a little bit. Oh, wow. Yeah, so Spy bounced. TLT came down. There's still a little bit of gap. On the 1 year, though, it just closed up. Government bond buyback. Well, we'll see a little bit. We're going to see bond activity all week. So that's the thing. Depending on how people feel about the rate cuts, that's where the bond stuff is going to come into play. So it's not going to give us too much info, but some of the info will be related to how people really feel about front-running the bonds. Doesn't VIX put the call open interest mean nothing since it could mean sell or buy? Yeah, but like think about it. Even if you sell, somebody took the other end to open it. So somebody is holding that trade open. That's all. But yeah, you don't necessarily know the intention. But as long as it's just telling you buyers or not. Apple new high. That's crazy, bro. Because again, Apple was even down and then none of those options went up. The bounce. I think there was a lot of hustling yesterday compared to today because this is hundreds of points up, bro. I can't believe we had such a dirty sell-off to start off the week. 6% is huge. But then again, it sucks because we're going to have to go through this the next couple of days and then none of this is over. Like we could quickly either come back down or we never touch this again and then they just scam the shit out of everybody off of that drop. But then we'll see what bonds end up doing. Yeah, this is huge. 2% up now. Again, the last time you haven't had 2%, this is the same thing you are seeing to the upside. Remember when I told you Pandora's box is open? We went from not having a 2% move on the SPY in 2-3 years. And then all of a sudden we had 1, and then we had 3 in the next week. And then now you're back above 2%. Yeah, NQ, bro, it's crazy. This is fun. It usually is. It's either really fun or really painful. Or confusing, depending on how you align. All right, it's already 10 though too. Let's see. Again, the yen too. The yen's down on the day. Oh, buybacks are starting up again. Again, there's a lot, dude. Everybody was trying to give a lot of things, a lot of reasons to stabilize this. People did. Again, we were waiting for buybacks when all of this started. So again, this was all the buyback window's been open, but blah blah blah. So maybe, though. Maybe. Disney, big pop. Disney, big pop. Oh, fat pop on Disney. Yo, check news. Disney. Disney. Does that work? Yeah, I don't know why that popped there. Fat pop. Disney raises streaming prices as much as 25%. That's the headline. So there it is. I had that move before it even happened. I was able to snake one of the options, but they haven't moved yet. But yeah, Disney price raise. And then again, their earnings are in 2 days. Remember, our Disney plays are already up. They stayed up. Let's see how long that lasts. Bond auction is right now. So, yeah, get ready. Tell me if you see a when issue. But Disney plans to add continuous playlist. And then pricing for Disney ads $9.99 a month. Pricing for subscription, no ads, going to be $15.99 and $159 annually. 3.812. Thank you. So that's the when issued. So 3.812. Oh, it's Disney in the morning? I think it was tomorrow after hours. Well, there you go. But 3.812, 3-year auction. So get ready. Watch shy, short end of the curve too. That could move. Holy. Maniyard Capital to shutter, return capital to investments. I don't know who that is, but someone's going bust. Or maybe they're the ones who went bust. Yeah, Maniyard Capital to shutter, return capital to investors. Free cable. Honestly, none of the options are moving there. There's a couple of snakes there, but they didn't even budge at all. So Disney, that was a nice pop too. That was about $1 off of the headlines, but then that's it. I don't know. I think a lot of people will cancel. Like, I thought everybody just gets Disney Plus because it's free with your phone. I don't know if people are going to pay more money for it. But let's see. I got it up, and again, they have earnings. SPY breaking out. High ticker on full gas, win, and everything else. Where is the bond auction results? 3.81. Yeah. So bond auction came in slightly lower. 3-year, 20% direct, 64 indirect. Primary dealer except 10%. 92% of the bids at high. Bid to cover 2.5. So a lot of covering there. But honestly, bond auction was slightly more demand. That's it. Nothing good, nothing bad. Warner has sued NBA alleging media rights contract has been breached in awarding deal to Amazon. Yeah, right here. Amazon, check Amazon deal. Even maybe Paramount, Warner, whoever owns them. You're getting that right now. Amazon NBA deal came with provisions TNT couldn't match. Amazon's NBA deal included provision tied to carriage of NFL games. Amazon deal stipulated that domestic streaming would be at least 80 million households. Warner has sued NBA, alleging media right contract was breached. Amazon NBA deal came with provisions that TNT couldn't match. Is Netflix breaking out? So again, you're getting Amazon, Warner stuff. Netflix is rocketing up on that. Yeah, I think the algos are like, why the fuck would anybody buy Disney and just why not go to Netflix? Because literally Disney's up 3, but literally Netflix has profited more off of that news than anything. Yeah, bro, Netflix is going crazy. Netflix is literally up about $10 since that headline came in. Half of the gain today is all off of that headline a couple of minutes ago. All right, see if Disney's going to move. It might be. Disney's just already up, and it has the pre-earnings. But it's 10:05. Wait, is this him? Oh, no, this guy just works for Gregory. I didn't know this guy, bro. He looked like either Tim Walz or, God, I don't know, Tim. Tim Walz looks like Tim Whitman when Tim gets older. Tim Whitman. Tim Walz looks like you in 20 years. That's how you going to look. But then this guy also this guy, I was like, wait a minute. Who's he? Man, I did not even know who Tim Walz was till today. You know that? I said, that's crazy. Paul Wall's dad. Good for him. Good for him. I said, that's amazing, bro. Drive slow, homie. Okay.
These ideas that
follow me on Instagram
are
at the Trading
actually
Fraternity. It's
unpopular,
popping.
Or are these actually, whether
I've
or
been
not you
posting
cast
on. I
them
might
as
go
left,
post on
right, or
Instagram
center, things
by the
that
time I come
most
back
of
out.
America would sign on to
Follow
too.
me, bro.
Oh, I think
I'll see you in a little
what
bit.
we can now call the Harris Walls ticket hopes that they are very popular, and they are. If you isolate any one of these policies in isolation and you poll them, these are very popular things. What Republicans are going to try to do is sort of put them in a package of very expensive nanny state proposals that are big, a sign of how she's going to be big government, big spending liberal in the mold of what we have seen from Joe Biden with his Building Back Better agenda that is focused on this sort of care infrastructure of American life.
People were just as surprised to learn as it was Tim Walz as were surprised to learn it was not Josh Shapiro, which really seemed to be the narrative going into this day. The tip sheets were maybe onto something this morning in a slightly different way. But the statement from Josh Shapiro is striking if you read this. This came a couple of hours after the news leaked. As I've said repeatedly over the past several weeks, the running mate decision was a deeply personal decision for the vice president. And it was also a deeply personal decision for me, he says. Pennsylvanians elected me to a 4-year term as their governor, and my work here is far from finished, suggesting that this was some sort of mutual decision. I'm guessing the campaign didn't approve of this statement.
Look, I mean, this is part of the game of selecting a vice president, and if you can read the writing on the wall as a potential running mate and see that you're not going to get it anyway, as perhaps Roy Cooper, the governor of North Carolina, did, and withdraw your name from consideration, saying it's not the right time, or for personal reasons, or family reasons, or whatever have you. It's better to sort of bow out early. I think there's a lot of face saving here. In the end, I'm not sure how much of that really matters. I mean, there's only one person who can be vice president at a time. There's only one other person she can put on the ticket. She had, I think her campaign would say she had a lot of good Democrats to choose from. The fact that she waited just as Trump did, right? But to the last possible self-imposed deadline to make this decision, just hours before she's set to appear with this candidate, means that this was something that she spent a good amount of time over the past few days really sort of agonizing over.
All right, Gregory.
That's good. I'm glad he said it, though. He said something. He said, what? Big spending, big government, and big spending. So that's kind of the thing I've been telling y'all. I feel like a lot of the rich people who promote, Kamala, they want to benefit off of that. So if you're not aware that that's what that's why when you guys are like, how is Trump I don't get it. Explain to me how Kamala is gonna do. I'm like, literally, it's literally a campaign of like big government, big spending. Like if you know, like and I'm sure all of the supporters who want to benefit off of her big government and big spending, that's exactly why they want to support it. But yeah, TLT, bro, those puts did scam. But that's TLT shit for you, though. You guys should all be aware of that. You know what I'm saying? You guys are very, very well. You should know, like, the duration risk, but, like, TLT does this. So, but, again, the moment you should really be looking for is going dollar for dollar. So, like, if you still like TLT, we'll see if it breaks down anymore, but, like, you could just go buy the shares or a bond and call it a day. And then if it does have a bounce, you just go dollar for dollar as that moves. If the yen comes down, that would be bullish for the dollar, yeah. And then it'd be bullish for Japan. So that's the thing. If the yen starts weakening again, it's going to rocket the Japanese stock market. Cart on the high. Cart kind of breaking out now. Cart. Is that sustained? Yeah, the yen fell a lot. And remember, the yen used to be a really different currency. That's why it's funny, because like we noticed it when we were going over our economic lessons. Homeboy, the author, mentioned the yen. It was at 107. Literally, for the last like couple of decades, it hasn't even moved a lot out of that 107 range. So the yen is going back to where it should have been. The yen was never supposed to die like that, with all things considered. But then it finally, as the whole world got to experience something, the yen kind of slipped up and got caught up in it. Nordstrom's popping now too. There's a lot of names popping right here. So that's a Nordstrom's pop. We just had a cart pop, and we had a headline on Disney. I think Apple is green now, which is insane. It's about to be. Literally like 2:02 in the morning. Back to the plan. Me and Ueda hopped in that yen ha van. Any pessimists, I ain't talked to them. Plus, I ain't have no bond buying in my Ueda apartment. No. Let's see. September Newell. Yeah, Bergstrom, they had earnings on Friday. Another part of it. I mean, Sony's had a lot of good news, I feel like, today. And then Volkswagen extends contract with Omnicom's DDB for 3 years. I think Palantir's good. I think it was a really good earnings, all things considered. I'd like the double dip earlier in the day. I kind of should have took that, but they were still kind of expensive. Airbnb was bullish, but it didn't go up last time. That's why I'm scared of Airbnb, because I think they have a hard comp to beat. So last time Airbnb did really good, guided up, and then they sold off. So then the stock had good earnings, didn't go up. So now coming into this earnings, it's down, and it has a high bar. So I am worried about that, but it should be good. But I don't know about how the stock will move. And then the only other part, bookings wasn't that hot. So maybe there's a little bit of slowdown there. DK on the low. Again, a lot of random movers here into the day. Stay plugged. It depends who you're talking to. Like if that's a drug dealer, he's trying to tell you to use him as his supplier. If people are trying to capture your attention, that's like stay tuned, stay plugged, So it just depends on who you're talking to. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, how you feeling, man? How you feeling, baby? What's going on? It's PHILO time. Has what plants crave. We didn't get a PHILO yesterday, man. We didn't have a PHILO yesterday. And honestly, I have a lot of little mini. Today's a mini PHILO. I have one to share with you, but I don't know, man. I'm very proud of a lot of y'all. Like I said, some of y'all I've been very disappointed. I don't know if you expected that, but yeah, that's why I've told some of y'all. But when it's all said and done, man, those of you trying, I hope you do. And let me throw this in as your pre-PHILO. Can I tell you your pre-PHILO? I'm not gonna tell you keep it up. I'm not gonna tell you, it's not your traditional pre-PHILO. But can I tell you something? A lot of y'all, can y'all realize something? And I realize it too. I realized it too. I realized it really, really big. And I think some of y'all need to figure this out. Okay? Are you ready? Are you ready right now? I don't care who you are. I don't care how long you've been doing this for. I don't care how good you think you are. I don't care how bad you think you are, how rich, how poor. It don't matter. Are you ready? Are you ready? Your trades are affecting your behavior, dickhead. What? All of you. Every single one. I even realized it for myself. Because I like to think I'm pretty immune. But then I can't help but shake how calm I really am in certain moments. Again, and watching everything I've talked about kind of come to life, I'm like, there you go. But then it really opened my eyes, bro. Because the calmness that I felt was like, holy shit. How much of my attitude is being dictated then by, because I like to fight it. I like to not, usually you've seen me over the years, and usually I don't get, too swayed by things. But there's something about it. And then I saw it with you guys the last couple of days. From Friday till yesterday, I saw a lot of y'all. Man, I saw the worst of y'all. You were so nice yesterday. You know that? Every day you harass me. Every day you got some stupid ass joke. You are purposefully defiant along the rules because you like when I react to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know it. Like, bro, it's crazy. And yesterday you were just a perfect child. Yesterday you did everything fine. You were great. You know why? Because you made a lot of money on your trades. Oh, stop it. Stop it. And some of you who are usually on board, you're usually, you're feeling it, good vibes, you got PHILO, all of that. You were a little salty. I was like, huh. And then I saw 2,000-3,000 of y'all. I ain't seen y'all in fucking years. Y'all pull up out of nowhere. Like, what's up, man? Oh, good to be here, Josh. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Uh-huh. I'm sorry. I'm calling out all of y'all. I called myself out. I'm calling every single person out, man. I love y'all. I do. I love some of y'all. If you really care, I really do. This is why I do it. If y'all here at the right moments, selfish moments, y'all do your thing. You don't want to listen. You don't want to grow. That's fine. Like I'm saying, you could be a leecher and benefit and take whatever you want. But if you actually want to learn something, no, nobody hurt me, bro. I feel liberated. This is what I'm trying to share with y'all. You get it? Like, am I trying to really hurt anybody? No. I'm trying to help you right now with this. Because I hope y'all take a step back and realize, and in these moments, and look at what the market did. And like, bro, there's something to learn. Look at how everybody behaved. Look at what people do, what they didn't do, how they treat other people. Bro, how it got you feeling on certain reactions. Like, man, I don't know if y'all feel me, Chad. So I'm just trying to tell you, man. I am trying to tell you, be very aware of how the trading is really getting in the way of your emotions. And I don't care who you are, what you think you are, what you think you've done or didn't. It's just like, man, it's so obvious. Because mine, I don't know, like, it's weird. Like, for me, I don't know. A lot of y'all think, oh, Josh, if you make money, you lose money. You think my attitude, if you know me, you know that's not true. Because some days I'm up a lot, I'm down a lot, you have no idea. And I'm not like, my attitude doesn't change. But I did realize, like, oh, when things that I called out happen, I feel calmer than when it doesn't. That's what I noticed about me yesterday. That's what I noticed in one of those volatility moments where I'm like, holy shit, why am I so calm? I was able to even get out of losing trades, turn them into winners. I had everybody here. It didn't faze me one bit because nothing was weird to me. The yen, the market, the Powell, I felt great. So I did realize something about it. And I really hope you realize it. Because I'm like, damn, bro, the way people treated me, the way we treated each other, all of it, just like, bro, you guys got to realize your trades, it's affecting your whole life. Like, do you not get me? Like, some of y'all are taking this into the market. You're taking it out of the market. Literally, like, I could be here to help you. And I could offer you so many good things. If you have a bad trading day, bro, you're going to piss on everybody around you. Bro, some of y'all, if you have a good trading day, you are going to let the worst thing in your life into your life just because you were feeling happy about your trade. Y'all ain't here. Are y'all listening to me right now? So I'm just saying this, bro. So hopefully, we could all come together and realize it. And I hope some of y'all, man, I don't know, you in a weird way, I think some of y'all really need to decide long-term or not. Or you need to be a lot more disciplined with your trades. And I'm talking to myself too, because I'm glad. I walked away with the bag, and I'm even like, man, you know what? I want to, because then I was already going cash. I got to hit some of my yen there. I got my bond. I'm like, damn. This has a weird effect. You all need to be disciplined, bro. 10 times more disciplined than we ever have been. Hey, if you're listening right now, this is for you. You all really got to understand that. Because if you're not, your emotions are going to get moved with it. And that's what I've noticed hands-on in the last 48 hours. And I hope a lot of you are aware of it. Because that's why I said, man, some of y'all, I'm like, man, I get it. You're not mad at me, but you're having a bad trade. I get it. But, like, y'all got to really realize how real that is. Because some of y'all are acting a certain way by self-inflicted pain. This is the shit too, bro. Jesus don't help you. God don't help you. I can't. Nobody can. You know why? Because it's self-inflicted. Myself included. Bro, I have a bad trade. I can't pray my way out of it. Oh, y'all don't feel me. You know why? Because we did it. If you're gambling, you did it. There's not, what are we going to ask God to do? Again, if you're feeling good, this ain't just about losing. Man, I almost called you something else. You know why? Because I think it's the same thing. Some of y'all will let a good day lead you into making bad steps. You will let a good day ignore the next 5 red flat. Stop it. So you see what I'm saying? Like, you got to really understand how you are regulating your emotions, but understand how your trade, bro, every day, your behavior, bro, I know it. It's getting affected by it. It's funny because, like, I was just making jokes about how calm I am in real volatility. But then I'm, like, looking back at it, and I'm like, damn, that's my emotional reaction. My emotional, I don't care. You give me a lot of money. You make me lose money. I've done that before. You know? But the thing that gets me emotional is when things happen that I'm anticipating. When the fundamentals play out. When I start seeing the real, again, when the world starts working how it should, my emotions change. And instead of ignoring that this time, it made me realize. And then after thinking, I was like, wow, it's funny, man, because I know a lot of people were here yesterday. And some were excited, some weren't. Some who are usually excited weren't. Some people who are really toxic were so loving yesterday. So it was mind-blowing. But do you get what I'm saying, man? I really I love my PHILO. And I'm glad we didn't have a PHILO yesterday. Because I told you PHILO kind of prepares us. But yesterday, you got to live the PHILO. Now we could talk about it. because I think all of y'all need a wake-up call and a reality check on how trading is affecting your whole entire fucking life. I don't think y'all feel me. Your whole entire life. Because whatever you winning and losing on, bro, you are just bulldozing everything around you based on a win or loss. I hate to break it to you. Something with your emotions is changing. But like I'm saying, you're bulldozing everything around you, if it's good or bad. That's it. All the people around you, they're at the mercy of whether or not it was a good day or bad. Wow. How to fix it? Low key, the answer is going to be long term. The answer is going to be becoming extremely disciplined. That's honestly the only way out. No, the answer isn't smoke weed. The answer isn't this. It's not that. The answer is to be extremely disciplined. That's it. And think about it. What I'm saying is I'm not selling you anything. I'm not sending you any. It's very simple. Just disciplined. Just disciplined. Even then, homeboy, you like trade better. That's like part of the toxic trade shit that's changing you. Do you get what I'm saying? It's just being disciplined. This isn't about do this, do that, compete with this, you're that, look at these people, don't look at that. No. It's very fucking simple. It is discipline. It is a budget. You have X amount of money you can use, and then you could only trade these types of trades. That's it. That's the only way you get out of this. You either have discipline or you don't. No discipline, don't be surprised if your emotions are all over the place, if there is no discipline in your emotions because of how you're behaving with your money on a day-to-day. Discipline is the answer. If you really care about it, that is the answer. You saying, no, this is all I could do. This is what I'm in my control. This is exactly how I'm going to go about it. You get discipline, my brother, you will free yourself. Again, the freedom takes a certain sacrifice, the irony. You got to constrain yourself to become free. That's the paradox of it. So, that was just the mini philo to start this off. Ain't that funny? That was just my intro. That wasn't even the philo, man. But I hope it helps. That's it. That was the beginning one, man. Ain't that funny? That was just your pre-philo. So today's philo, it's funny. I'm gonna share with you. It's something my mom told me because my mom was tripping out because my mom sent me a package to my house. My mom ordered me some things, and then she sent it to my house. And I got the package. I opened it. I didn't know who it was from at first. And I opened this package, and I'm like, oh, dope. My mom got me some things. And right when I saw the package, I didn't know who gave it to me. But when I saw what was inside, I did. And then I took a picture. And then I sent it to my mom. And I said, thanks, Mom. I said, this is awesome. I actually needed this. So what do you think my mom said? My mom turned this into a philo. So I text my mom, thank you. What do you think her reaction was? She knew I needed it. She said, I love you, son. She sent you things for the plants. You don't need it. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Tyree. It was weird because I didn't think she was going to ask me this. But the number one thing, the first thing my mom said, she was like, wait, how do you know I sent you that? That's what my mom got fixated on. Not that I said thank you, not that I enjoyed it, but the thing that blew my mom's mind, because she's like, wait a minute. She said, how did you know I sent that? And I'm like, what do you mean? I know you sent it. I said, look at what you gave me. I said, only you would give me this. I was like, we have a talk about this. I talked to you about this, Mom. You know what I'm saying? And like the name she sent it under, like, it was, I even looked at the name. I was like, that's weird. But I was just telling her, I was like, no, like, I know about, like, we talked about this. I said, I know. I was like, how wouldn't this be you? I was like, I was even talking. I was like, Mom, you're tripping. I was like, what are you saying? Only you would send me this stuff. It's like health stuff. It's like health vitamin stuff. It's like shit me and my mom talk about. Like, only my mom would send me it. Like, damn well, no other person would send me that to my house. Right? There's only a couple of people anyways. That's what I even told her. I was like, Mom, there's not even that many options. But, like, hands down, it was you. But she's like, wow. Wow. She said, think about that. She said, think about that for a second. She said, just like you know that was me. She said, that's God right there. And she told me, she said, son, don't forget that with God, okay? Because she said, you know the signs. Just like you know the signs that would mean that I sent you it. She said, it's the same thing with God that you got to start thinking about. She said, look around you, man. All the things. Honestly, and that's why I think some of y'all got to realize. I think some of you got packages around. You got to start really thinking about it, bro. Who sent you that? You see what I'm saying? Go look in your life, man. I don't know what it is. But I bet you there's a couple of things there that you got to really start asking, like, why is that even here? You know? Who sent me that? And like I told you, bro. Like, bro, like me and it's funny because, like, the thing that my mom sent, like, we talk about it. I don't know what you talk to God about. But I bet you got something around you where you got to really start noticing the signs of it. And you know them. It's not even it's you already know them. You know what I'm saying? So, it's a simple one, man. But I want you to start really thinking about your packages and what got sent to you. And start asking yourself who it's from, man. And maybe you'll realize who it's from rather than thinking it's there. And remember, too, man, again, I really hope you all keep the joy in your heart. Because no matter what, sometimes you don't understand everything. But the main goal is to take away your joy sometimes. That's what I'm saying. If you could look at the things sent to you and the things you have, man, it's there to bring you joy. And I hope you can take joy in the things that have been sent to you and the things that are around you. So, Chatadonia, I hope you feel me, bro. I hope you feel me. I hope you take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and my channel. First link for the Stream-A-Lot's Bootcamp and real estate. PHILO has been deposited. What time is it? 10:30? Oh, we got time. We got time. Baby.
It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's deeded, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest's on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a cult.
Bam, 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 bam.
Yeah. Go music.
Yeah, ready?
Benny,
you pull it. But baby, I'm not from Chicago.
Heard me.
Amen, amen. Amen, baby. That's crazy. We just had Benny Beats' birthday not too long ago. Then you had Najee's birthday. Just turn up, Chad. And then in September, I forgot all the Chads was born in September. B-Day season for the mods. Yep. The honoraries. We got you, baby. Do you remember? Bro, bonds are wrecked, but they hold on those premiums. TLT premiums are up 22% on the puts. They were literally up 30% yesterday when TLT was up 1% from here. Almost 2%. That's crazy. See, but that's the thing, though. It's like you wouldn't have gotten too clobbered. Like, this is something I could give you a lesson on, like, futures versus options. Because if you bought a call, guess what? You lost like 30% on your call, even if you had a gain on it, right? So at least if you bought an option, you lost like 30% on the call, and then the put barely made money. But even then, you barely lost to a degree, and you didn't make as much money. But like if this was a future and you went dollar for dollar, you would be getting killed on this 2% move. Does that make sense? What I'm trying to tell you is that the options are barely moving, but if you played this on like a dollar for dollar ZB, this would have been a lot of money up and a lot of money down. Like literally that would have been probably 3-4 grand per ZB up and then 3-4 grand down. Well, no, even TLT, some people were in the money and you still didn't make that much. It was just, again, I think the VIX was just too high. And then again, our plays to the call side, they've ramped up in the morning yesterday, but now it's just like, wait a minute. It could be Japan. We don't know yet. It could also be people chilling out. So imagine all of the people that rushed into the bonds, and then if they're like, okay, it's over, and then they're dumping today, that could also be it. But we don't know. Like I said, if Japan really is selling, we'll see. But again, all of the safe haven trades are down. Again, it's funny, like even the Swiss franc is down, but not as much as the yen and everything else there. Why is Etsy dying? Yo, multiple big candles down on Etsy. Down 2.4. Do you remember? They're dumping because they thought feds were going to cut. Yeah, I mean, it was funny. Like, literally, you see how fast. This is just to give you an idea of the fact that nobody really knows what's going on yet. Because, again, yesterday they were talking about damn stimulus checks and emergency rate cuts. Today, everyone's like, is it over? So that could be another part of it. I could kind of agree with that. Yeah, I don't see any news on Elf, or not Elf, Etsy. Not going up even if the stock. That's the premium scam. I think it's the VIX. I think the VIX was up so much yesterday that it caused a wild, wicked move on the premiums, so that no matter how much the market moves today, just yesterday was too far from reality that I don't think these plays are going to even, I don't think they'll profit you as much as you think, until I think you have to let a lot of the premium die out on both sides, and then we'll see where they end up in the money. But yeah, long story short, this is that scamming. $95 TLT puts at 82. We'll see. This, it sucks because we had the random play. You have 75% on this one. That was the one but we grabbed that at like perfect timing. 95 puts. We did that the other day. But again, you're like $1. You're another 2% move out of the money. The 6J's down, I think, 1%. So again, the yen unwound a little bit. That's why, again, Japan went up. Same thing, just like bonds, TLT. All the safe havens came down today. So all the things that freaked out yesterday, they all came back, and everyone said, collective sigh of relief. And then Etsy's still at the low. I got Palant up here. Target's on the high. Oh, let me see, actually. I should get you these earnings previews. You get your girl in an hour. Israel waits for Iran attack live. They have a live stream. Can we watch this? Trump cleans bathroom and works as a waiter in bellhop at his hotel. I don't know, maybe. I'm down. This is from 7 years ago. Dead count. It could, we don't know yet. It's just all going to depend on Japan. What I would tell you is just be ready for a volatile month. I took the loss on Snap shares, unfortunately. And then I closed out the Russell and then flipped it to the yen, and then I got out of the yen.
Hello, Paul.
Good morning, Mr. Trump.
So you're going to teach me something today.
I hope I can do that.
Well, I'm going to try doing your job. It's not going to be easy.
Don't do it too well. Try that one on and see if that fits.
This is weird.
It's very interesting.
We do everything from walking dogs to running up groceries to
go to the Reels. I posted that Disney one a couple days ago.
We really never have to say no to a guest. I think we have a guest that's going to be coming down shortly, checking out.
Am I allowed to accept tips?
You are.
Let's go get a guest. How are you?
Very well,
How
thank
did you enjoy your stay?
I did. Thank you so much.
Very good. Well, I'll help you with those bags. Look at this, right? You didn't expect this,
I
right?
did not expect this.
Would you like the purse inside? Would you like this inside with you?
Thank you.
I tried to, Here you go, man.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is the first time I've carried luggage for anybody, including myself, in a long time. It's been a long time, but it was fun. The life of a bellman and working in a hotel is never easy. Good job. Good job.
I believe that somebody just called down for a dog walking appointment. I always keep a dog biscuit on hand just in case the dog is either nice or not so nice.
Very good.
Please,
I hope it's not a vicious dog.
I'm getting earnings previews.
Oh, how are you?
But this was
Oh my goodness.
I'm
Donald
here to
Trump
walk your
working as a
dog.
bellboy.
We have a doggy park at the hotel.
Yes.
And I'm going to take it for a little walk.
Thank you.
Have a good time. I'll be back in a few
Thank you.
minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Hey, sweetheart. Hey.
Hey.
Come on, hon. Come on. We'll go over here. You take your dog, you go
Early
outside,
2000s,
it's
I
freezing, and you walk
Says this was
around
posted
for a while.
7 years
and
ago.
It's not that easy, okay?
I think
Be
it was
careful.
earlier.
The fact that she trusted me with that dog was amazing. Probably she shouldn't have, but it worked out. Hello, everybody. Hey, Andy. How are you? Nice to see you. I'm going to help you.
First, give you an appropriate vest.
Okay?
You look like us, please. Put that nice flower.
Very nice. Now look. What happens if somebody like me wants to take a bite out of the burger before I bring it to the room? Is that acceptable?
It's not a good idea. It's not
Not
acceptable.
good? Ready? Come on, let's go, Andy.
He just said if he ate the room service. Oh, man.
Room service. Look at this. This is serious room service. I hope you give me a nice big fat tip. Have a good time. Hello, Mia.
Good morning, Mr.
How are
Trump.
you?
Always a pleasure.
Nice to see you again.
So you're going to
huh?
help me do housekeeping
I am.
today?
Am I going to change this again?
Yes.
Let's
this
go. Very nice, Mia.
Okay, so first we're
Look
going to
at
start
him
off with
dressed
the
up.
bed.
Okay.
So first you want to pull the cover up so we have it kind of tight.
Right. Good.
So next, Mr. Trump, I'm going to need you to vacuum.
Okay. So where's the little release? Wow. So there's a little piece of lint. Now it's gone. You're great.
So now we're going to go to the bathroom. So I can
Oh,
get
I'm not
to
at the
the
bathrooms, man.
sinks.
I don't know if I could ever do that
Yes,
job.
you can.
Only sinks, right? Okay.
First, spray the sink.
Okay. Okay. I like that. I like this job, Mia.
Oh, then maybe you should come help me all the time.
Well, these are 4 jobs that I've never done before, and they're tough. You have to be sharp, you have to be smart, you have to get along with the people, and it's hard work, not easy, but you love it, right?
Yes.
She's fantastic. Thank
Thank
you very much
you.
for doing
Thanks.
such a great job. I'm your apprentice. You know
and I'm
that,
hired, right?
You're hired.
Wow. That was so touching. All right, that's good. There you go. And then bonds. I've never seen that. No. No. I'm new to the whole like voting for Trump thing, so like I don't like that's the thing. Like even then, my girlfriend was like, "Do you want me to buy you a hat?" And I was like, "Calm down. I don't think I'm that serious yet. I just, I was just scared for the state of our country that everybody was okay with a candidate that wasn't really nominated the first time since 1968. That's why I was like, I don't know if I'm like buy a MAGA hat yet. Like, I don't know if I've earned that. I don't think I've gone that far down the hole. I don't watch like Donald Trump. Like I watched Donald when he was our president and we would play him like I would play Biden and all that. But yeah. You've never seen me say something positive about him, about Trump? You might be right now that I think about it. In a funny way, besides me saying I'm going to vote for him, I don't think I've really, I don't think I've actually said anything positive. Interesting. Well, I have your earnings previews. In 1968, was it because the president died? No, it was Lyndon B. Johnson. It was just like what happened with Biden, but earlier. So Lyndon B. Johnson in 1969, they thought they did like polling, and it looked like he was gonna lose really bad, like really, really bad. Ironically enough, it actually wasn't true, but then it looked like he was gonna lose, and they were like, "Listen, just back up, back out," and then they just said, "Okay, let's put Lyndon B. Johnson's vice president," and then they chose to put him there without a primary, and they just said, "Fuck it, throw him in," and then the American people revolted, and then there was riots and a lot of things, but long story short, they ended up losing both of them. So Lyndon dropped out, and then the vice president lost, but ever since then, that was a reform on the primary system because a lot of Americans were very, very mad about that. No, I'm not trolling. I'm seriously voting for Trump. Yeah. I do. It's wrong. I mean, I'm sorry. I know some people don't like it, and even though I give away a lot of stuff for free, and like I've literally dedicated like half a decade to like every single day, like offering information and discussion to anybody who wants it in the long term, I don't think I'm a bad person, but I would still vote for Donald Trump, and I don't think it makes me a bad person. But yeah, again, it's wrong. Like I'm telling you, like yesterday was the first time, like literally yesterday, Kamala was finally formally nominated by the DNC, and that is officially now the first time since 1968 that somebody has became a presidential candidate without going through the primaries. Like that's a fact. Like that's all. And like the fact that everyone's like, I already had my talk on the nepotism and how we're going to ignore everything and do this for like literally like one of the top jobs, But yeah, that's why I'm like, it's weird. A lot of people don't react like that. I'm very, very shocked. It died like a dog. She kind of went through it. Yeah, but she didn't. Don't hate you for loving Kamala. I don't know, kind of like how people like judge Trump people. I kind of judge some of you guys, which I need to pray about it because I don't, I'm not supposed to judge, but it does make me, like I said the other day, I think a lot of you guys are fake just because it's like, I don't get it. I really would think like if you cared a certain way, you wouldn't, like, I don't know. I just think you guys are liars because you do what I do. You try to trade, you try to make money. I just think you don't want to be a bad person, so you choose Kamala because of the media, and you might be impressionable, but it doesn't make any sense. And then again, on top of it too, it's like if you really care about people, understand another round of big government spending. Will it affect us in America? Sure. But don't underestimate the pain we are causing to other countries. Go look around the world. It's not a coincidence. What our dollar does to foreigners and the developing nations, it's awful, bro. So that's why it's hard for me to believe people care about the poor people and other people when we're decimating countries with our policy here in the States. So, yeah. Little mini political rant. Only one. No. So I'm going to have to ban you for that because, like, that's propaganda, dude. So, like, again, other homie was like, Josh, don't get mad at me for voting Kamala. I didn't ban him. I answered him. You know what I'm saying? But for you to say this will be our last election if Cheeto wins, that's propaganda, dude. You know what I'm saying? That's just not true. That's just not, sadly, the sad reality. So I'm banning you for that. I don't want to deal with you. Because like I'm saying, we could have talks. I'll share with you what I believe. Some of you will disagree with me. But like when we get into propaganda, I will not tolerate any of that shit. Because that's, again, 4 or 7 years ago, they said we're going to live in concentration camps if he won, and all you had was like $1 gas or something. So I don't know. I can't support that. But you guys ready for previews now? Oh, let me send out a stream alert, actually. I should have done that while I was ranting. I'm only going to do like 4 or 5 of them. There's only a couple of them. Hamas leader Group Gaza Yahya Sinwar as chief following Hanai's killing. Oh, that's the replacement. Banned. You're not banned, but the other propagandist got banned. You're good. Dash puts, I mean, they might move along. I'm waiting 1 minute to give the stream alerts people some time to pop up. And then I only have like 5 earnings previews. So again, I'm going to do SMCI, Airbnb, Shopify, Disney, and NVO. And then the rest, I could price them for you if you want, but I don't really care about them. But I do, again, maybe we should talk about that now. I think my stance has changed from yesterday, but it's also kind of the same. I don't have a preview for Rivian. I looked. I know Troy could probably get one, but again, Rivian, all that matters is delivery numbers. But I guess we'll begin with it now. Here's the thing. I was saying yesterday, I talked about this earlier. I was saying how I didn't think earnings really was going to matter anymore, because of everything going on. Like pretty much like whatever happens at nighttime with Japan, that has more of an effect on whatever any of these companies do, in my opinion, and just how we've moved. And then you guys are seeing the VIX and pricing. But fast forward to this morning, what happens? We saw earnings come out and they had big reactions, like Uber. Who was the other one? There was Uber and somebody else, and they moved big, but it was still like kind of small. Kenvue was the actual one that hit, but then these only went up like 80%. So like I think a couple of them will move, but I also don't think it's going to be big, if that makes any sense. So like I think a couple will have big ones, but if the premium is too high, I still think it's going to be very difficult to hit one of these options. So I'm more worried about the environment and the option chain rather than the actual plays, because I do think it really has to be a monster. Like the only thing we saw ignore the last couple of days, it was like buyout shit. And that's what I was talking about yesterday. So that's how I feel about it. And then, is it? No, it's almost power hour. We got one more hour until this is a pre-power hour. So that being said, just be mindful. I don't know if all of these earnings, like I just don't know how, like it really has to be cheap, and it's just going to be hard to get a move, because chances are stocks are just going to go back to their recent level. So like imagine Airbnb beats and moves up 10%. It's just going to come back to where it's sold off from. And then that's where you start running into problems. So we'll see. But Airbnb, since last quarter, May 18th, they're down by 18.8. SPY is up by 3.1. XLY is down by 1%. Near-term options imply 9.5% move, Last 4 quarters, loss of 7, loss of 2, loss of 3, and loss of 1. So literally for the last year, even though their earnings have been good, every earnings Airbnb sells off. And then last quarter, it fell 7% and then dropped another 10% on the quarter. So revenue has beaten 13 of the last 14 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 11 of the last 14. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 0 of the last 10. So I guess that guidance on rooms, that's where they kind of chill out every time. So that's Airbnb pricing in 9.5 and moved somewhat similar last time. All right. Where is it? 510? It was 585. 1095. That says 11. It's about right. Yeah, man, that's expensive. So 8.3% is priced in on Airbnb. So it sucks. We had that pre-earnings play. It got smashed. Every pre-earnings play did awful. Awful. But then that's it. $20 just takes you back to 150. That's what I'm saying. 2 standard deviations. So honestly, though, maybe 2 standard deviations may hit afterwards. Like instead of buying them today, maybe buying them tomorrow. Because it just 2 standard deviations, 150, that just takes you back to the last earnings level. So that's kind of crazy. But yeah, it's probably, again, you need 18% to be able to break even. I wanted to play afterwards, and remember I waited and I never took it, and thank God we didn't, but shit. So that's Airbnb. The next one, SMCI. I remember I did a big call and I got worked on that. We would have made a killing if we went. Literally, the stock dropped 50%. You can't make this up, bro. Literally, the stock was at like near $1,000. I think I got it in the 800s, and now it hit as low as 540. So this one could go nuts either direction. So SMCI, since April 30th, it's down by 28%. SPY is up by 3.7. XLK is up by 1.8. Near-term options imply 14% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 14, gain of 3, loss of 3, then loss of 23. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 with 2 in line. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 with 1 in line. And forward quarter revenue has beaten 10 of the last 19 quarters with 2 in line. So it's crazy. I didn't know they had 2 quarters where they did absolutely nothing. So it either moves or it doesn't. So in a weird way, 13%. I don't think it's that much for what it is, but let's see. 39.50. 77. That says 81. I'll go 77. %. So 24%. I think it's possible. Honestly, that's still expensive, but what are we talking? That'd be like what, 140? $155. So 773. Bro, yeah. Easy. And then even to the downside, I think it's just going to be mad expensive. $4.62. If SMCI dies, I could add it to the long term, but not at these prices. I think this could be a big earnings mover. I'm mad because I put a big amount of money on the pre-run up and got murdered, but oof, it's still $700 for 2 standard deviations. Oh. $25. Yeah, it's mad expensive. And it was at $4 in the morning. Now they're going for $7. It is, I think, pure speculation. But this thing it has the ability to move hundreds of dollars. That's why I'm saying here. And then if 2 standard deviations is right here, bro, like, are you kidding me? If it does come in line, then they just rob everybody. But if they do fail or do good, I mean, I think look at 2 standard deviations. If you die from here, this thing could plummet. And then again, if it does run up, there's, I mean, just a lot more upside. Claudia Somm just flipped per Bloomberg? What do you mean? Wasn't she saying it hasn't triggered yet? You can go for a sock sell. Honestly, I think the puts are cheaper, believe it or not. So the puts on SMCI are a lot cheaper than the calls. The calls have a weird premium embedded into them. But the puts, because again, the puts start to get limited as you start to go down. Do you think it will do bad? I mean, in this environment, anything could happen. I thought they were going to do better before. That's why I bought the call. But then the whole market fell off a cliff. There's one thing about its performance, but I just know this stock can move a lot. That's kind of the main story with it. What is that? It's crazy because some of those options too are going for a while. I'm looking. I'll come back to it. We'll come back to SMCI. I like the puts though better. All right, now we're going into the morning. Disney. So this is a fan favorite. Again, I think Disney. I have free options that we held. Again, this one was on my Instagram. You guys should know the September plays. They're actually still green today. But Disney, I'll show you why I think it's going to do a lot. But they're expecting, or since last quarter, May 6th, Disney is down by 24.6. SPY is up by 0.1. XLY is down by 4.8. Near-term options imply 8.1% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 10, gain of 11, gain of 7, and gain of 5. Revenue has beaten 6 of the last 20 with 5 in line, and EPS has beaten 12 of the last 18 with 1 in line. So why I like Disney, they dropped 10% last quarter, and prior to that, they dropped another 10%. So they dropped 10% into their last earnings. Then their last earnings, they dropped 10%. And then leading into their earnings, they dropped another 15%. So in the meantime, all of their stuff is done good with movies and releases. They've set 2 records with Deadpool and Inside Out. All that matters is going to be the parks and the Disney Plus. But I just think they did really good, but they've underperformed a lot. Do you see what I'm saying? So that right there is what I think the issue is. I think they underperformed so much that it kind of gives you this a different look at everything, because now it's like, well, even if they do decent, this company, it's pretty much sold off like 20, 30% just in the last couple of months after, kind of being good. I think a lot of it was because of the Nelson Peltz. But then again, if they do bad, then they get clapped. So, as far as plays, I'm not adding any new money on it. I just have the September 110 calls that we made free already. So I have 3 free contracts. And that's it. Plus might get rocked, maybe, but they're raising the prices. That was the news we had earlier today. Yeah, people really go to Disneyland. People love Disneyland. Cult Disney Day? Nah, that'd be hella weird. You know what I'm saying? I think that's how you make like a documentary about me. Like, I used to watch him every day, and I thought he was really, like, he seemed like a really nice guy, and my long term was doing good. And then one day, he invited me to go to Disneyland with him. And he said, everybody's doing it. And then he said, everybody come to Disneyland with me. And then we all thought it was normal at the time. Because, like, who doesn't like Disneyland? And, like, oh, I'd love to meet Josh. And then, like, that's not, it's a red flag, man. That's a red flag. If I invited you to, like, a cult Disney day, that would be very concerning. You know what I'm saying? I just like SMCI because it's cheaper. That's it. The puts are just cheaper. 2 standard deviation of the call side, $700. 2 standard deviation of the put size, $400. It's literally half the price. I'm funny? Well, thank you. I think it's fun and games until I invite you to Disneyland. Then it just gets a little out of hand. But yeah, that was Disney. Next is Shopify. I know a lot of you like this one. So Shopify, they are down since May 7th. They're down 32.9. SPY is break even or down by 0.3. XLF down by 0.7. Near-term options imply 13.3% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 19, loss of 13, gain of 22, and then loss of 5. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 13 of the last 17 quarters. This is Shopify. Plus 355. 680. That's higher. No shit. All right. We'll go 672 divided by 54. 62. That's over 10%. 12.3. We are doing the earnings previews. I'm already in Disney. Disney I did a while ago, and thankfully, even though the market went bad, those plays still held up, and then we made them free. So 0 exposure to begin with. I don't know if I'll play. Shopify is kind of expensive. I mean, it's in the realm of being able to go up because it's pricing in 12. It has done double that. And look at this chart. I think it can move $15. It's pricing in 6. Yeah. Well, let's see. I don't know. What's the 2 standards? That'd be like 12.70. It'd be like 13.40. So that'd be like $68. Like exactly, I think. 18. That's for a weekly though. $38. Not bad actually. Yeah, there is win. I don't know casinos in China. Well, those never. I like playing the casino names, but they never move for earnings. FBI investigators believe that Trump and other current U.S. government officials were the intended targets of the plot. What? What are they talking about? All I see is a weird CNN headline. I don't know if they're talking about the Trump shooting or if they're talking about, you remember Iran? Iran was like, yo, we trying to clap Trump. All right. Well, I think that's the last one, right? Shopify. Oh, I think, yeah, I thought I had NVO. No, I do have NVO. I don't know. Shopify to the call side doesn't look that bad, but like, I don't know if anything's going to go up. If that makes sense. But then again, it's not, and it's already up 4. It's still pricing in a lot, but the way Shop is priced right now, I don't know. I think it's I like that play a little bit better. That's probably the only one I like out of any of them today. But I don't know if I'm going to take it. SPY was just turning down, but now it's turning up. A couple of names are moving. If you take a look here, High Ticker is fully gassed right now. Hi! Yo, what is this? Almost fully gassed. All right, last one for tomorrow morning's NVO. So NVO, they're down 3.4 since May. Stocks Europe is down 3.5. Last 4 quarters, loss of 3, gain of 4, gain of 3, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. So I don't. And NVO, I would play afterwards because remember last time we hit it, but our contracts were out of the money. Even though the play went up, the contracts never went up in value, and then it ended up having a continuation. So like they expired and then it went in the money. So what I'm trying to tell you is afterwards probably will be better on NVO. So because even NVO is a really, really slow mover. So if they can recover, unless the options are just cheap, I mean it's pricing in what? It doesn't even tell us. $8.30. 6%. It's kind of a lot. So yeah, it's never, even then, it moves like 3 to 4% tops, and it's pricing 6. So I don't know. The High Ticker is fully scammed, really. I heard it was all Meta. You know what I'm saying? I heard it was Meta, and like who the F is buying Meta, and it was all, you know, and I don't know. That's just That's what I heard. I heard it on the street. But yeah, I think NVO is pricing in way too much. I think I would go with that later, afterwards. I think Shopify is probably the best one, even though it's pricing in a lot. I think SMCI will move the most amount of dollars, but then you also prone to getting cucked. And then Disney is still probably my favorite, though. That's the only one I'm in, but I made it free. Otherwise, Shopify, but I don't think I'm going to make any new plays. I'll punt, baby. I'll punt. Oh, Reddit. Yeah, Reddit. I don't have a preview, but they're pricing in a lot. I think it's pricing in like 20%. Holy shit, Reddit's at 55? I think it was just at 70. And SPY is going. Have I heard of the coach that never punts? I have. This sounds like an episode of Sheldon. All right, man, you're 44 points from filling this gap. No way, bro. I think NASDAQ, where is it? Holy shit, NASDAQ's into Friday's levels. That is crazy. No Netflix play, no. So there you go. You've already came back. A lot of things have recovered. You're back to Friday essentially. I think SPY's a little lower, but now you have SPY back to Friday levels. And yen and the bonds are still much more elevated. Ta-da! So, yeah, that's crazy. Not bad. All right. I cut the flip shares of Snap, and then I still have Snap in the long term from like 4 years ago. All right. Maybe we'll come back and make one, but for now and then, is MPW ripping? It's the only thing I see going up right now. Yeah, and I guess IWM. It sucks as IWM still kind of has a long way to go, I think. I don't know if he recovered as much. Yeah. I guess IWM, believe it or not, is the one that's like really... That one's still kind of far from home, ironically enough. The strong outperformer with small caps having trouble getting back up to Friday levels. So again, people saying this is all meta and two names. I mean, you could kind of see that with the SPY and the NASDAQ. Yeah, all of the REITs are doing really, really well. All right, let me go to the bathroom, and then we'll see it. Done with earnings previews. I might make another play, but I think I'm going to just ride out the Disneys and then call it a day. So, Chad, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will be right back, baby. See you in a little bit.
Pennsylvania, and it's interesting that she's going to be making an appearance with Tim Walz in Pennsylvania tonight, right? So
politics makes things very interesting.
Kind of adding insult to injury for Josh, but I don't know. Maybe she'll find another cabinet position for him, or he'll become obviously a surrogate for the campaign. But
yeah.
I thought she would go a little bit more center. Plus, Shapiro can be seen as a hawk on Israel, right? Whereas this is not going to do that for her, and also I don't know how much it's going to help her with the border and the other issues that she has.
No, and I think all of us are now kind of Googling and trying to know a little bit more about Governor Walz. So let's get to it, because I'm also curious about any kind of recent polling, how that might have played into the decision, or maybe even the potential outcome come November. We welcome back Bloomberg News White House and politics reporter Gregory Corti. He joins us in our D.C. bureau. Hey, Gregory, this is a win for, is it Nancy Pelosi's choice? Is it Kamala Harris's choice? Is it a win for labor? How is the world, the political world, seeing this?
Yeah, I think maybe you can choose to look at it as a win for all of the above. I see it as Kamala Harris sort of bringing back the Obama coalition. Remember, we had in the wake of the Great Recession, we had a Democratic Party that was trying to unite the sort of the progressive coastal wing with this more Midwestern, Rust Belt, working class union voter. And Tim Walz is a guy who it seems like might be able to bring those two things, those two wings of the party back together again. He was a union member himself as a teacher, but also has a very sort of progressive record on a lot of environmental, social issues. And so I think that's the package that Kamala Harris was looking for. But really, this was sort of the safe choice, right? With Josh Shapiro, there were some questions about how Arab Americans, Muslim Americans, who are a very important part of the Democratic coalition, especially in states like Michigan and Pennsylvania, how they might have reacted to Josh Shapiro.
Or anti-Semitic Americans.
Well, I mean, that may well be as well. So Tim Walz was more sort of like this kind of unknown quantity, but with a record that, he had the experience. The word that we used to use 2 decades ago was gravitas, right? Remember when George W. Bush picked Dick Cheney for his vice president after Dick Cheney led the search for the vice president, ended up being on the ticket himself.
I felt more like Dick Cheney was picking George Bush.
Well, is this, Gregory, is this kind of like, I always think about Alphabet when it was still Google, and, the alphabet, the adult in the room kind of thing. Is it to balance it out? Because it's interesting, some of the conversations earlier were like Joe Biden, an older white man that stepped aside, and now you've got an older white man on the ticket. And
Not
I just
that old,
wonder.
though.
No, but older. And it's just wondering kind of some of the thinking that went into this.
I don't necessarily have any particular insight into thinking, because in the end, this is about a question of chemistry, right? This is who Kamala Harris herself feels most comfortable with. And a lot of different things can go into that. It could be, as you point out, the age issue. There's a lot of demographics here. I would say, just culturally, he comes from middle America. He he used to get an A rating from the NRA. He's an avid sportsman, but has really sort of recalibrated his position on that and is now one of the biggest critics of the gun industry, but comes from a place in America where he can talk about that as someone who has used firearms, right? Kamala Harris comes from a different part of America. She comes from San Francisco. She comes from, a coastal area with sort of more different kind of those sort of, urban values that you would get in a big metropolis like San Francisco, whereas Tim Walz was born in a small town in Nebraska. I mean, his story could hardly get more heartland, growing up in a small town, joining the Army National Guard, rising to the rank of Command Sergeant Major, the highest ranking enlisted man ever to serve in Congress. So a different kind of life story. Kind of balances out the ticket. On the theory that that's what you want in a running mate, he certainly does that.
I mean, I think, yes, he spent a lot of years in the National Guard, but it's different than comparing him to like a John McCain, right, or a Mark Kelly, because it's a different experience, I'm sure, than... In any case, I Googled Tim Walz policies as soon as this came out, and the first thing that popped up on Google, Greg, was the fact that he's protected gender-affirming care for children and that he's made Minnesota a trans refuge state. I don't know how well that's going to play with the blue-collar unionist or a swing voter that is a Republican who can't bring himself to vote for Donald Trump. It feels like very left. Aren't they going to lose voters in the center who maybe don't have that, northeastern intellectual drive to fight for trans rights?
No, I think the next 5 days or a week is going to be really important on this. We saw what happened when Donald Trump picked J.D. Vance as his running mate, and there was a very quick effort on both sides to define him, on the one hand, as the author of Hillbilly Elegy, the guy who can talk about the authenticity of Appalachian life and what the Rust Belt is going through. We heard a lot of that in J.D. Vance's acceptance speech at the Republican convention in Milwaukee. happy-go-lucky, versus this label that from the left that he's gotten, that he's weird, he's out of touch, he has weird ideas about a whole lot of things, like
not only from the left,
cat ladies,
from Tim Walz directly.
Here I'm talking about JD Vance.
No, I'm just saying
I'm listening. Yeah, bro, this is blue. I don't know what the fuck happened to Bloomberg. Ever since they banned me, it went downhill. No, I'm just kidding, but dude, I don't know. That's what I'm saying, bro. This whole Kamala thing is just fucking weird. Because, like, it was cool when it was Biden because we already had 4 years of Biden. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody was defending something they didn't defend for 4 years. But now to, like, have everybody, like, flip now to Kamala, and then they get so political, and then it just, like, a lot of this is just weird, bro. I don't know. That's why and even, like I told you guys earlier, the whole nepotism thing, like, it's a shame, dude. Like, I don't know how that doesn't, like, break your guys' hearts, especially, like, the liberal guys out there, because I'm like, you guys don't see it? Like, you guys really don't see how, like, the fact that if we all support shit like this is like, how would you feel if you were qualified to do a position and then people just overlooked you and didn't even consider you and all just unanimously accepted some random person just because they didn't like one of your beliefs? You would really support that? That's crazy. It's sad, bro. It's because I'm like, this is so weird to even watch Bloomberg go full-fledged political and be like, oh, we love this lady now. And this, I'm like, y'all just will support anybody and y'all will just ignore actual, like, qualifications of anything, even for the most important job in the world. Yeah, right? Like, I'm surprised even Bernie, bro. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't feel me, bro. You might feel me on that, but they don't feel. That's why, like, some of y'all even think I'm, like, really a certain way. But I'm like, bro, I would rather. I honestly believe there is more public support, Democratic public support for Bernie Sanders than Kamala Harris. And again, Bernie's actually won shit before, and but like, even on top of it, there's just a certain level of us as a whole. It's like a weird crony capitalist, nepotist, I don't know how to describe it, that we will literally ignore the voice of the people, install somebody, but then it's just like, dude, the way, like, I'm seeing people, I'm like, you support that? That means, like, if you saw the most nepotist shit, you would support that too. You as long as the person said something you didn't like, or again, like, if they were on a decent, if they disagreed with you on a fundamental issue, conservative versus not, let's say, you would support you would support that person getting overlooked for no other reason than that. That's insane. And that's just the vibe I get from this. It just feels, Kamala just gives me, like, rich kid ran vibes, and that's it. And then she gets to do it. I know. I mean, I wasn't arguing it had to be Kamala. I you don't understand how this all worked. Like, especially if you were listening to me prior, I'm just aware of how things work. I literally have a degree in political science. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love this shit. I really do. I mean, there's a reason why I read to you guys and I go over all of this stuff, even over the years, even all of my desire to listen to Jerome Powell. Every one of those meetings, every single meeting of any Fed chair for the last decade I have listened to. If not longer than a decade, almost 2 decades. I've listened to all of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love this shit, but that's why I was just explaining as this was all happening in real time. You heard me there. You know what I'm saying? And I told you, I was like, oh, well, I was surprised. People were surprised that Biden was old. I've been clowning that for 3 years. So that's not a valid reason to step down, that the man is old. Bitch, you knew that from the beginning. Shut up. What do you mean he old? He old and losing it and has no idea what's going on. Really? You just discovered that in July, June 28th? Bullshit. So for me, that's not a viable reason, but that's fine. And like I'm saying, when that happened, I explained it. I said, well, if he was going to back out, you can't just replace people. Because again, there's tradition, there's democracy, and there's how other things have played out. Like, you can't just pick out of a hat any random person. There's laws, finance laws, campaign laws. So like I was telling you, Kamala would be the only legitimate person. I said this before they even put her in. So again, I mean, I'm more shocked that I told you what was going to happen. It played out like that, and y'all blindly accepted it, and we're like, okay, and that people are getting behind it. I'm like, wow, that's unreal. That's why I said, wow, it's kind of disturbing what we live in this country, and this is like really America, because they just got y'all to really really follow that script that anybody who actually gave a shit could have told you. And then that's it. Because, again, most of the people supporting it don't really give a shit. And then there's not enough people who give a shit to outweigh the people who don't give a shit, who will just blindly accept it, and their peers. That's why all I could do is call to you, my peers, and people around. I'm like, why do you accept this? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, but I told you, I said just based on campaign laws, literally it has to be Kamala. You can't give that money away to anybody else. And then I even told you, remember what I told you? I said, why wouldn't they pick Kamala? She's a woman. She's a minority. You mean to tell me you want to even shop around? Fuck that. Your girl is right there. She's in the VP. The only problem was Kamala was literally one of the most unpopular people in the world. No, and that's a fact. That's why I'm saying, if y'all are acting weird with me now, like, come on, you can't. She was legitimately one of the most unpopular people in the world. That was her problem. But she was right there. She was going to be the pick. I was telling you that. And then they made her the pick, and Biden, that's why I was like, damn, I feel like they just wanted Biden out. And then they were like, fuck it, let's run this. But again, the problem I had with that plan, and why I told you that the headache would be if you go with that plan to put in your VP, keep the campaign money, and then go with the person who meets the narrative, your only problem is that you would be doing that without the people supporting it, a.k.a. the primaries. The only way you're doing that is by circumventing the primaries. And that is where I said, okay, I don't know if you, because last time you did that with the American public, they revolted. Literally, even Black Lives Matter called it racist even back then, and it is. It's funny because I'm not usually the guy who calls everything. It's so many things. It robs the people of their voice. It's racist. It's institutionalist. The last time they picked political candidates like that, it was pre-1960s. That's why I'm like, come on. So, but they did it. They did it, and everybody accepted it. So here we are today. My shit's already throttled. That's it. And then so don't even trip. You know how it is, but it's fine. I mean, I don't care. When it's all said and done, you guys wouldn't be here if I didn't, like, my goal was to be here for people, and at the same time, like, y'all wouldn't be here if I didn't keep it real with you. Again, I didn't get here. I didn't build a reputation with you. Like, yeah, I've called out some cool shit, but it's all because it's stuff I've learned and I believe is the truth, and that I believe is there's a right way, a wrong way, and there's good and bad. So, if I never shared that with you, I don't even think you'd be here. So, unfortunately, that's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. Long-term styles. You should just hold the long term. Oh, yeah. I see no long term. Every day I wake up and I ask myself, it's like long term, or should I trade myself? Okay. Sorry. All right, SPY going up, though. 2.3, bro. That's it. Again, we have hit the bottom realm of Friday. So Monday didn't happen. Monday, that's it. We're back to, remember, Friday was ugly, though, too. Remember, it was Thursday, Friday was the death blow. That's just the way it is. Oh, yeah. Would you say this is the bounce? Part of it. I mean, it's always one thing to make up what you've lost, and kind of like retrace exactly what you just sold off. But I think there's more to the upside. If like when I was saying again, like I'm looking for this on the month, so I don't know how it's going to play out on a day-to-day, but I think it's going to be a bigger pop, and then I think we're going to have a little bit more of a sell-off, and then we're going to know the story at that point, because there'll either be rate hikes or rate cuts or data or wars or whatever to support it. So I just think we might get like, again, I think you're going to get I think it's going to look like down, up, maybe a little higher, back down, maybe another back up, go a little lower, and then from there we get our final move. I don't know, kind of like this. Just how this already played out, actually. Now that I think it just a little bit quicker. You see this? So what do? You hit a high, went down, popped back up a little bit, half of it, gap down, made up almost all of it, but still low, and then big reaction, and then we went from there. So that's kind of what I'm expecting over the month, just again, and then we'll be at one of these spots to be able to decide. But again, August is usually a bad month, and then we have a very big amount of run-up ahead of the first cut compared to some of the other historical stuff we've been across. We ran. Well, Jackson Hole, that's like somebody asked me today. They were like, what's the next big event? And I don't know. Like, I think next CPI is a little later. I think next jobs report's a little later. We just had it. But it's like, I think August 23rd. And that's Jackson Hole. And then we'll have jobless claims, but that's not the same. But yeah. No, August is historically bearish. Not only does like volatile shit happen here, but like it's like usually like bearish. Like it's just negative like by like 0.4 or something. Since like 1920, I think. Or 1950. Augustus. So yeah, down by a quarter since 1952, 1950. Yeah, I got the TLT calls. They went negative. The calls went up. We could have made them free. Again, they were up 600% yesterday, or 400. And some of you did make them free, so good work on that. But this is, again, it's kind of like I expected, though. Even though it's been crazy and we still don't know what's good. Again, I can't stress enough. We don't know what's going to happen, like how this is going to play out. But I've been telling you the bonds will have a pullback. It's annoying because the puts fucking suck, even though I had the pullback. But like I'm saying, even if you want to position for your TLT, then you could go from there. I agree. I don't think it was worth making it free at all. It was $70. I mean, and then it worked. It did exactly what I wanted it to do. Like I said, when I made the TLT play, we bought it because we already sold out of our big bond play and we already made money. So we're like, instead of positioning really high with leverage, why not spend $70 that if it does go crazy, that $70 could turn into something wicked. But then if not, we could also buy puts for the pullback. And if we don't make money on the puts, we're going to make more money getting a better entry on the bonds. TLT drops, Bet Media starts the Trump trade BS. I mean, they already were. That's it. Nobody has any shame anymore. So, unfortunately, I don't know. Like, listen less and you might see more. That's what I mean, again, like, imagine what I was telling you just a month or two ago. Remember when I started just selling everything? So you guys don't remember when I was like, okay, I need to actually stick to cash, and I started selling just everything? Does that sound familiar? What did I kept saying when I did that? That's just the way it is. Yeah, exactly. I said until the curve uninverts. I said, who cares about anything else? I said, I'll just wait till that shit happens, and then there you go. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, it's up to you on how you want to focus on all of this. But quite frankly, I would just watch this situation here with the shift in the rates, and that's all you got to really do. Until the curve becomes unburdened from what has been. Amen. Oh, I meant to. That's the when issued and me. I thought I was on the video. We didn't price in Reddit. We talked about it. I think Monday was a flash crash. A baby one. But, like, it didn't feel like a real one. But, yeah, I mean, bro, you were down 5%. It was disgusting. Almost down. You almost hit a circuit breaker. That's why I'm like, man, it's pretty wild. Jay Farrow, what's up, man? Isn't that the Bloomberg guy? Oh, my gosh. We love you. The VIX was at 70, 69. That's never happened. Google. It all feels like four. Maybe we get a bigger flash crash, but I don't know. It kind of exposed a pocket in the market. Like some people said, it just showed you not really how weak things are, but how quickly. It sucks because when it comes back like this builds up confidence, but you literally just had, like, bro, you just wiped out a whole entire year in 3 days, relatively speak, at least in Japan. And then not to mention, yeah, even your brokerages and all that bullshit. But that right there is crazy. $18.42, man. NASDAQ new high. It's doing great. SPY 53.10. So we're coming back, man. That's, again, just a huge drop down, 2 sticks back up. People feel a certain way. But then, again, it just depends on now where things go from here. But we're back. Remember, this is the price. This is around, remember 531? That was the price I was telling you things would end up at on Friday. Remember that 1.7? You guys remember me saying 531? Yeah, we're 2 points. And then we opened up this week at 510. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell. This is crazy, actually. It did not take. That's crazy because, again, 531 sounded so far from Monday, but then now I'm like, damn, you're a point and a half away from that. New here, been listening since yesterday. Oh, wow, no, nothing. Well, welcome. Get a long term. So that's the thing. You've been hearing us talk a lot about trades and bonds and what's going on, and I hope you enjoy it. But the other big thing is the long term, making sure you own stocks for like a minimum of 10 years. That's going to go a long way, learning about this market, all of these, even then, even if the market goes down a lot, that'll be, oh shit. See, I didn't even look. So look, I didn't even know that. I made $4,000 today on the long term. That I had no idea. Remember I was telling you how ugly it was? I was like, damn, I've never seen the long term make that or lose that much in a day. So I've seen it make a good amount. That's the beauty of it. But yeah, so like long term, we have a smaller account too, but the general idea is making sure that you hold assets over a certain amount of time and taking advantage of the stock market from day one. That TLT is going up with the SPY. No. It's today kind of doesn't matter. I mean, this could be the start of the real relief, but for now, all I'm seeing is all of we're just shaving the extreme off the top. That's it. Bonds, safe havens, yen. What else was it? The VIX. So I think they're all coming back there. Yeah, the image updates. I didn't know though. That's cool though. The long term went up. But yeah, get a long term. Get a long. I didn't even. That's crazy. I didn't even check. Remember, I told you yesterday. Don't even look at the long term. I looked, but it all bounced right back up, man. That's actually nuts. It's disgusting. And again, that's what happens though. Like you got to think about it. That's where like the whole panic shit comes from. Because like imagine if you do end up like selling into that, and then the next day it moves up, then you never get anything. You could average into the SPY, yeah. We said when the curve uninverts, I'm going to make 2 new long terms. So at the next policy shift or economic shift, I'm going to start new long terms, and I'm going to make 2 of them, or one of them is going to be a normal one, and then another one is going to be just a S&P one. That's it. Just one for the SPY and then one copying what we do after the curve uninverts. Yeah, Uber rocketed up today. I forgot about that. Airbnb's up a lot, but we got killed. That went from break even to down 15. Oh, MPW did some work. Yeah, man, everything in the long term. After a day like yesterday, my goodness. A European long term? I mean, nah, man, Europe sucks. Sorry, bro. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I don't think a Europe one. Because I usually invest in American domestic assets. Ready for Power Hour, baby? Good luck, man. Good luck. Power Hour. Is long term all of it? I mean, I have a lot of long term. I don't trade with a lot of money. Even then, I'm glad I hit some. I have a couple of ideas. I don't know. I like I even said there, even after hitting a couple of things, I'm kind of like chill. I still want to bill and chill until my curve and my rate cut finally happens. But yeah, long term for life. And it's a small portion. Or trades are smaller than it is. No, I mean, I like trading big volatility events. You can make some good money. Townhomes, good idea. If you're going to live in it, yeah. I mean, townhomes are better than condos, worse than houses in terms of like value and utility. But if you're going to live in it, I mean, townhomes are great. They're a great middle ground. Depending on the city, too. They've kind of came up a lot. Like I feel like Boston. I won't even say like Irvine townhomes are kind of popping. Townhomes usually have HOAs, yeah. All right. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to add. I have the other Airbnbs. Maybe we'll get lucky. Otherwise, we see for the long term. And again, long term came up. What time is it? 5 minutes till Power Hour? Ay. Oh, is your girl? It's your girl.
Does the president, his team agree with that?
Oh, they're late.
And what are they doing to prevent that?
This was supposed to be over. Why is it still live?
And just a couple of things at the top. Seen some volatility. We admit that. We have seen that. Our broader economy remains resilient, and we see that because of the data.
It's an interesting outfit.
Obviously, that's been
half
coming
pinstripe,
out
half
over
normal.
The past, not just couple of months, but past couple of years. And what we've seen recently is consumers remain resilient.
Add more
and business
intel.
investment
I've been
remains
thinking
strong.
about it. I'm
Recently
leaning
as
towards
consumers
no in
remain
the short run,
resilient and business
but
investment
down the
remains
road,
strong.
I'm open to it.
Unemployment, while up from 50
I don't want to
year
be one of the
lows, is
first
still
buyers
low at
after this fiasco.
4.3%. And that's important. You think about inflation, it's down by 2.5%, and the stock market is more than 35% under this administration. Is up more, pardon me, than 35% under this administration. And so what we're going to focus on, we're going to focus on the middle class, we're going to focus on working families, we're going to focus on continuing to lower costs, whether it's prescription drugs, building homes that are affordable for folks, and taking on price gouging. It's very different than what the other side, Republicans, want to do. They want to give tax breaks to billionaires, corporations. That's what we continue to see them talk about, wanting to do. And let's not forget, they want to make sure that cut Social Security and Medicare. That is what they've been saying that they're going to do. We are going to, the economic team is going to continue to monitor the situation, but we believe that the economy remains resilient, and that's what's going to be our focus. Thank you.
Hey, Karine, thank you. In the last hour, the Justice Department announced that a Pakistani man with ties to Iran was arrested for a plot to kill former President Trump. This plot was foiled. We're not even a month from the assassination attempt in Pennsylvania. What is the administration's reaction to this? I mean, another assassination attempt.
So I'll say this. So we are aware of the indictment that you're mentioning by the DOJ today. Going to be really mindful. I will refer you to DOJ as it's an ongoing law enforcement investigation. I'll add this, that based on DOJ's ongoing investigation, there has been no evidence to suggest that the individual named in today's indictment has any connection to the assassination attempt against former President Trump that happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. But anything else, that is something that I would have to refer to the Department of Justice.
What happened? I mean, this alleged plot.
Look, we have said many, many times, and I want to be really clear because this is a DOJ, it's an ongoing law enforcement DOJ indictment, so I'm going to be really mindful. But we have said many times that we have been tracking Iranian threats against former politicians. We've been very clear about that. These threats arise from Iran's desire to seek revenge for the killing of Qasem Soleimani. We consider this a national and homeland security matter of the highest priority. We have repeatedly met at the highest levels of our government to develop and implement a comprehensive response to these threats. As part of the comprehensive response, we have invested extraordinary resources in developing additional information about these threats, disrupting individuals involved in these threats, enhancing protective arrangements and potential targets of these threats, engaging with foreign partners, and directly warning Iran. So we've been clear. We have said this for the past several months, for some time now. But as I just stated, we're aware of the indictment announcement today by DOJ. That is something DOJ to speak directly to on the specifics.
If I may follow up on Iran just very briefly,
Sure.
and I appreciate it. Israel could be under attack any moment from Iran. U.S. troops in Iraq were injured yesterday. Why have we not heard directly from President Biden this week? We know he met with his team yesterday.
Yep.
We know today's VP Harris's big day, but he's still the president. Where is he?
Well, here's the thing. You have seen the president. He has been very clear about
I don't trust
making
you
sure
anymore,
that
girl.
we,
I'm sorry.
Continue to try to de-escalate.
You lied to me
tensions.
for
We
like
just
2
put out
weeks.
two readouts, a readout-
He's
two
not going to
readouts
back
today,
out unless God
a
himself,
readout yesterday.
God did in fact tell him not
Our
to, it
focus
looks
right
like,
now is
huh?
to make sure that we continue to
Nah,
drive
I
to
don't
try
trust
to
you anymore.
de-escalate,
You told me a lot of
tensions
things.
here, and that's what the president has
Karen.
been doing. He's been very
Corinne.
focused on that, talking to our partners to make sure that we get that done. I was
I do
asked
not
about.
believe you
I was
anymore.
from that readout that we just put out. I was asked about the ceasefire
You the man, you the
deal and
man.
What the president.
Pacitti?
That last line
What do we
that-
got?
that was
Pacitti
pointed out to me,
Motorsports?
That is something that the
Bro, are you
president has been
racing or do
focused
you
on,
like
getting
do
that
cars?
done. I don't have anything beyond.
Let
what
me
we
get
put
a
out,
dirt
but
bike.
We're monitoring the situation.
I'm trying to start
closely.
my dirt
We wanna
biking
make
career.
Sure that we get to.
We got a lot of
get
Chad
to
dirt
continue to
bikers.
have those de-escalation conversations. You had Secretary Blinken had had a number of conversations with partners. The president, as I just said, speaking.
I mean,
to
she's
King
not even
Abdullah,
fake. She just ran out of
King
content.
of Jordan yesterday, and the leaders of Qatar and Egypt this
I
morning.
think she just ran out of lies
And
to
so
tell.
That's what he's doing.
I don't
That's what
know.
he's gonna
Like, if she
continue to
just
focus
gave
on
me a
doing,
different
is
reason, it'd
trying
be
to make
cooler.
Sure that we
You can't just tell me the same thing.
This week, because I know you guys haven't been putting out.
Yo, you've seen him.
we've
You
been
know
getting it
exactly
right
what's
before,
going
so
on.
We are in a different
What can we
time, as
expect?
I've said many times
Multi
before,
Josh.
and you will get to see the president.
SPY is coming down
that
a
I
little
can
bit.
say.
Again,
Look,
bonds already led the
it
way.
is certainly the president's
Remember, we have earnings
priority,
after the bell, and you
to
have literally
make sure
1
that we
second
do
right now,
everything
power
that we
hour.
can,
Hi!
to protect our national security, right? To make sure that we do everything that we can to work with our partners. And de-escalating the tensions in the Middle East is certainly something that we want to make sure that we continue to do. I do want to mention, you mentioned Hezbollah attacks on Israel last night. I do want to add that while we do not believe the response
what we
has
have been
started
doing
yet,
in that time
we
is
remain
every day.
concerned that
You
the
think you
increase
just
in
fell out of a
violence
coconut
is
tree?
into Israel, and we will
You
continue to have
exist
this
in the
conversation,
context
to continue to try to de-escalate the
of
situation.
all in which you live and what came before you. To see what can be, unburdened by what has been, what can be, unburdened by what has been. To see what can be, unburdened by what has been. Talking about the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time. Okay, so do the salt and pepper all over, like just lather that baby up, right? And then get a nice big bottle of cheap white wine to baste with butter. Yes, hi. And as always, Wakanda forever.
Political events would look like.
His intention.
I don't see any war news, no.
The president, as he has stated, his
She just-
intention is to focus on the American people.
Bro, she just
to
said they're
deliver, continue to
monitoring,
deliver,
the
and build
economic
on
team is
unprecedented
monitoring the
successes,
situation.
historic,
They just talked
historic
about the market while I
successes
played
that he has
Kamala.
had in
No.
the last 3.5 years with the vice president. That's his
No.
focus. And I don't have anything else to add as it relates to the campaign. That's something the campaign can speak to.
In the foreign policy arena, you touched on this, but what more can you tell us about that suspected that rocket attack at the airbase in Iraq that injured 7 personnel?
So, there's been a lot
And
of
they
things
believe
happening,
that the
unfortunately. So I will say
Israel
this, the
response
United States
from
condemns the
Iran has not
attack
began yet,
on the
or Iran's
Al
response.
Assad base yesterday. Our hearts go out to the service members who were injured, and we are hoping for a speedy recovery. We will respond to any attack against our personnel in a manner and place of our choosing. And
What do you
I
mean
can
the
say
Twitch
president
crashed?
Was briefed on the attack as it was underway.
My Twitch
and
looks
the
fine. It
7
doesn't
members
say my
were-
Twitch is
were
out,
injured
but
in
I'm not on the
attack.
website.
Thankfully, no one
Unless the whole
lost
website
their lives, and
dropped.
we are praying for a speedy recovery for those service members.
Kareem, you mentioned de-escalation efforts, but what does the U.S. still believe that
Yeah, my Twitch
retaliatory
works, bro.
attack against Israel is imminent?
What I can say is we're monitoring everything closely. What we are focusing on is, as you just stated in your question to me, is having those de-escalation conversations. You just saw 2 readouts that the president did, and then also obviously the King of Jordan yesterday. And so that's what we're going to focus on. Secretary Blinken obviously has had multiple conversations as well, and so that is our focus. And we're going to continue. We're going to continue to monitor the situation.
Hi, Kareem. Thank you. I'm curious, do you see any similarities between Governor Walz and the president in terms of the voters they connect with?
Can't speak to voters specifically. That's not something I'm going to do, especially as we're talking about 2024. I think you can see from, and being really mindful here, I think you can see from the president's statements how much he appreciates Governor Walz, what he has been able to do for his state, and also he has an impressive background. He is someone with values that the president appreciates. Obviously, now the vice president does as well, as she has picked him to be her running mate. But I can't speak to voters about this. That is something the campaign could speak to more precisely. But the president has known the governor for some time, for decades now, appreciates working with him closely on getting big things done, for the American people more broadly.
Well, and on the economy, yesterday's stock market dips being the latest big concern for voters.
Yeah, here it is.
I'm curious, what can Biden do in this last 6 months to restore confidence there?
So look, what we're going to stay laser focused on, and I said this moment ago when I was answering the question to Weija, is going to focus on working families and middle class. That's what the president is going to continue to do. He talks about building an economy from the bottom up, middle out. That's what he's going to focus on. He talks about making sure that we're lowering cost and continuing to do that, whether it's prescription drugs. Let's not forget, because of this president, now we are able to beat Big Pharma. Medicare is able to negotiate. We want to make sure that we build more homes, affordable homes for Americans, lower costs. That is something that he wants
Yeah, I mean,
to
you
continue
are
to
kind
do.
of dumping
And I
every
think
time these
because
questions
of
get
the
asked.
successes that we've had in the economy and doing
So you're
just
back.
that,
You just gave up a couple of hours
that's what the
after hitting a
American
new
people
high.
want to see.
Still higher
More
than
broadly,
yesterday, though.
I would say the economy remains resilient, and that's going to be our focus right now. Is going to be the American people.
Yeah, 20 points higher than yesterday.
Question. So I think one of the concerns is not so much about, the stock market reaction specifically, but that it reveals deeper concerns about the level of deficits and other sort of potential vulnerabilities. Are you,
Wow.
I know you're monitoring what's happening, but what can you say about the sort of the stability of the global economic system and whether yesterday's rout
Corinne, no, the
kind
fucking
of sends troubling signals about how stable it is?
So look, as you just stated as well, in
like
your
the
statement,
middle class
our
families,
economic
clearly,
team is
we
gonna continue to
fucking, that's
monitor,
just
right,
middle
what's
class.
happening both here and around the world. That's something that they're going to do. We believe the U.S. economy remains resilient, and with strong growth, investment, consumption, and productivity. And so that is certainly our focus. And we're going to continue to keep an eye on what's happening. That's what the economic team is going to continue to do. Again, we believe the economy remains resilient. There's data that proves that, whether it's unemployment, whether it's inflation down by 2.5%, whether it's consumers that remain resilient. All of those data points are important. And so we're going to focus on the middle class, the American people, working people, and seeing what else we can do to lower costs. That is what they care about. And that's going to continue to be our focus for the next 5 months.
A number of economists have called for emergency rate cuts. I realize that Fed rate is independent, but to what extent are you sort of accelerating conversations?
Bro, these are wild. I love it.
Has the president had any
We're even talking emergency
recently
cuts.
with Jay Powell
Listen
or
to this.
other economists or his own advisors?
See, these are exciting when the world goes crazy.
Fully briefed yesterday about what was happening.
So I can say the president and the vice president have been fully briefed by their economic team. That's something that they are regularly updated. And as I said, the economic team is going to continue to monitor this very closely. As it relates to the Fed, they are independent. The president has always been very serious about that. Unlike the last administration, the Fed is independent. We do not get involved in any monetary policy decisions that they make. They make that independently. What we're focused on is how do we continue to build on the economy, build on the successes that we've been able to do the last 3.5 years. And we understand what the president inherited when he walked in was an economy that was in a downturn. He had to turn that around. And that's what the president was.
The
able
market
to
was
do. But
literally
we
at
also
all-time highs
understand that the American
under all
people
of them.
still want to see more. They want to see lower costs, right? They still are feeling this, feeling what we saw, a once-in-a-century pandemic that the president had to deal with. So
I don't know.
that's why
She's
our
just
focus is
saying
going to
he
be
got
just
briefed,
that. The working
and
class,
that's it.
the
And
middle
then, like,
class, what else can
unlike
we
the
do
last
to lower
guy,
those costs,
and then I
as
think
we have doing
she's
for the
saying they
past
have
few
confidence in
years.
Powell, but no emergency cuts.
East,
Crazy
all the
questions.
readouts on the president's
We're hearing
discussions
stock
with
market
various
declines.
leaders have said
We're
that the
hearing
goal is to
emergency
de-escalate
rate cuts at a
further.
Korean
Any
meeting.
signs that
See, this is
diplomacy
what
is
press
happening
brewing. Remember when the
So
world,
look, we're going to
you
continue to have
know,
those conversations.
y'all don't feel
That's
me,
gonna be
bro.
really important.
Y'all don't
Look, since
feel me.
beginning,
I don't think they
the
feel me,
beginning
bro.
of this conflict, we have worked to make
See,
sure
it wasn't
Israel
always
has what
just
it needs to defend
boring
itself,
press
to
conferences
elevate
that
the
never
suffering
told
of
you
the
anything,
Palestinian
you know?
people in Gaza
You just
and
needed
manage
some
risk in
excitement
the
happening
region.
in the
That's what
world,
we
not
have
the
done. That's why the
same
president continues to
smile and
make
nods,
sure,
you know?
that we get a ceasefire
Strong,
deal,
strong and
we
resilient.
we continue to increase humanitarian aid and end this war in Gaza. That's what we want to see. And in the meantime, what we've been doing as well is having these diplomatic conversation, talking to our partners, as you just stated from the readouts that we put out today and also yesterday. And that's going to be our focus. It's not just the president and the vice president. It's also Secretary Blinken. It's his team that are having these conversations as well. And so that is our part that we're playing in this moment. We're going to continue to monitor the situation very, very closely, but these diplomatic conversations, these de-escalation, trying to de-escalate tensions is important as well.
The calls with the King of Jordan, the Lebanese government, the Qataris, the Egyptians, the G7, what do you see as the result of those conversations?
I don't know, VIX is still down. VIX is down 30% today. Think about that.
Diplomacy.
You guys are wondering about like premiums and all. That's insane. When was the last time you saw the VIX down 30?
Whether it's lowering
Imagine the
tensions,
type of environment.
whether it's actually getting things done on behalf of our national security, making sure the American people are kept safe, or what needs to happen in a region, right? And in this particular
Teach,
instance,
I'll teach. We'll talk
de-escalating
about
tension in a
this. We'll
particular
talk
region,
about
which is the Middle East. And
the
so
questions,
the
so you can
conversations
feel me
happen,
on
but
that.
we
I
have
got
to
you, bro.
continue.
I
We
got
have to
you.
continue to have these conversations. The
I
president's
like
gonna
crude. I sold out of
do
it
that,
though. I
as
took a
we've seen
gain.
the
I
last
kind of
2
wanted to go
days,
higher, but
and beyond,
also at the same
not just the
time,
last 2 days.
it
And so
might,
that is our
until that
focus
attack,
here.
it's only going to get
On the
cheaper.
selection of Governor
As
Walz,
weird as that sounds.
The Democratic Party once again is rallying around Vice President Harris just today on the selection of her running mate. It was just 16 days
Uber's
ago
still
that the
climbing?
president withdrew from the race himself. Has that unity and that enthusiasm surprised him at all?
Well, the VIX got crushed, but you got
What I
to
will
also,
say is
just like the
this,
market, look at the level that it's at. It's still very
president-
fearful.
and we've said this
Actually,
already, the president
more
made his
fearful than you've
decision
been in a
because
long time still.
He knew what needed
So
to
that's
do,
kind
which
of
we need
the
to do.
irony behind it and how
He
we
said
feel
that
today.
In his letter, he said that in the Oval
So think
Office
about it.
address.
Your VIX, this is
He
still
talked about passing the
an
baton.
yearly
He talked
high
about
of the
unifying the
VIX
party.
today.
He believed the
So
action
even if you
that he
ignored
took
the
would
last couple of
unify
days,
the
it's
party,
still
the Democratic Party. And we saw that,
substantially
to your
higher
point.
than any, even
So
last year.
he's not surprised.
So even the
That's what he
doldrums of
wanted. That's
October
what he
last year,
expected.
the VIX
And
didn't even
he also
touch
knew from
25.
the moment when he picked the
So
vice
yeah, the
president,
level of the
Harris,
VIX,
wanted to be
that's why I'm
the
like, dude,
main
there's a
party.
lot of crazy right now.
He said,
You know what I'm saying?
very
There's a
recently,
lot
it was
to
the best
digest, the
decision that he's
prices and
made.
why it's moving. It's
And
like,
it was the
dude,
best decision
even
that
if
he
we're
made
up today,
because he knew
there's still
that she would
residual
be ready
fear
to be
from
number
getting
one,
knocked out
and has
yesterday.
been a critical partner with him in the last
So we'll
3.5
see.
years.
So there's
So
still opportunity
he's
to
not
make
surprised.
plays
He's not
too,
surprised that
which I
she
think
was
some
ready
of
to
you
go.
guys got to think about.
Yeah, Danny.
Even think about the Friday too. You don't have to make those plays now, but this is all still developing.
With Tehran itself to say, as President Biden would say, don't, or, to tell them.
So we send messages to Iran when it's in our interest.
Mohammed
And not
Yunus
certainly
named
gonna
head of
comment,
Bangladesh
from
interim
here on the
government.
messages or our channels. That's not
And
what
then
we're going to do from
there's
here.
a
What I
headline
will
on
say is
Boeing and the
that we've
NTSB
been clear that we will
have not been
defend
able to
Israel,
determine who
but
removed
we do not
Alaska
want this
door
conflict
plugs.
to escalate or
Says
spread.
NTSB
We've been very
chair.
consistent about that from here. We do not want it to spread further.
You could trade the
into
VIX. Yeah, you could do VIX
We've convened the
futures.
same messages to our
I think it's like
counterparts in the region,
/VX.
as I just stated, and asked them to encourage Iran.
And then again,
to
Uber's
refrain,
running, and I keep seeing
from
wheat stocks
escalating
on the high.
tensions. And so these de-escalation conversations are going to continue. That's what we want to see.
De-escalation?
We're going to continue to have conversations on how to get the ceasefire deal done, to get hostages home to their families, to get that humanitarian aid, continue to get that humanitarian aid into Gaza. And that's what we want to see. We want to see the war in Gaza end, and obviously we want to see a de-escalation in tensions as well in the region.
Yeah, bro, Uber's
Just one other
ripping.
thing closer to home. Can we expect any kind of press conference from the Vice President at any time soon?
Oh, that's for her team to speak to. I can't speak to
Hatch
that
act.
from here.
Hatch act.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Corinne. Just wanted to see, so on the ceasefire, what is President Biden's current timeline? It's now, almost middle of August. Does he think he can get this done by the end of his term, or what is the timeline he is tracking?
It's critical. It's a priority to get this done, and we want to get it done as soon as possible. That's what we've been working on. His team has been working on this 24/7. It is critical. It is important to get the ceasefire done, to bring hostages home, to get that humanitarian aid in to Gaza, continuing to increase that humanitarian aid. He wants to see the ceasefire deal done.
And does he think it will be done before the election?
I don't have a timeline for you. This is not about politics here. This is not about the election. This is about the right thing to do. And that's what we want to see get done.
Just on the economy, has President Biden, has he met with any bank CEOs or have any plans to, meet with, I don't know, maybe?
Don't have any meetings to read out to you at this time. Go ahead, Annie.
Also, thank you. On the economy, does the president have a view, or the White House have a view about what caused the sell-off
on Monday, like what the sort of reason was for it.
Look, I can tell you that he's been briefed by his economic team, he and the vice president. They're aware. They're going to continue to stay updated. Don't have anything beyond that. What I can say is the broader economic economy remains resilient. We believe, that's what we believe, the U.S. economy remains resilient, and we're going to continue to do the work on behalf of working Americans and also the middle class. That is going to be
strong
our
and
focus.
resilient. Amen.
And then there are some economists who believe that there's been a shift.
Comma,
Inflation was a major concern,
comma,
and this sort of
like
moment
a comma.
triggered a shift to the jobs numbers and unemployment being more significant. Can you speak to that at all? Whether the White House views there being like a ground shift going on?
So, look, what we're seeing is the steady and stable growth we've called for. That's what we're seeing.
comma.
Talking about the jobs numbers
Camelo Ball.
from last week, I believe. And
I would love to
this
see
is a president
Camelo
that
Ball. That'd be
took on an
crazy.
economy that
LaMelo
was
Ball and Kamala
in a
Mattel on the
because
high.
of the pandemic. We
High.
saw, businesses
It's
closing,
small
schools
for now.
closing,
If that gets bigger,
and
though,
he had to come in and
remember,
and
I think
do
either
what you've seen
earnings or
him do this
buyout. I
past
want to
3.5
say
years,
earnings.
turn the economy around, restart the economy, and we have seen
Decent
the
pop,
economy
though.
grew
Mattel.
strong in 2.8%.
Into the highs,
2.8%
already
last
on the
quarter,
high
nearly
all day
16
today. But
million
then again, I
jobs,
think
the
everything
lowest
is
average
green.
unemployment,
Was
as
it
I
buyout?
just
I know
mentioned,
the other one,
that
Kellogg's,
we've
was the
seen.
buyout.
Inflation down
But I don't know. I think
2.5%.
Mattel had
That's
earnings or
because of the
something.
work that this president has done. So we're seeing a steady and stable growth, as we have been talking about for some time, and we're seeing that. That's what we believe the jobs numbers showed us just last week. It is very different than what Republicans in Congress want to do. They want to cut taxes for corporations and billionaires. That's not what we want to do, right? We want to give a break to working families.
See, no,
and,
I haven't. I
middle
don't know if
class
I've seen
families. They want to cut Social Security, Medicare. That's not what we want to do. You've seen this president who wants to protect Social Security and Medicare. So that's our focus. That's what we're going to continue to do. But we believe that
Let me
we
hear
are
the
indeed
next
in a
question,
steady
and then I'll play the
stable
Kamala clip.
growth, as
They
we've been
keep asking
talking
good
about,
questions
and
now.
the
Now
economic
that
team
things
is
are
gonna
happening in
continue
the
to
world
monitor, the situations
that are
have
harder
developed
to
over the last
ignore.
24 hours or so.
Was it right before earnings? Yeah. So watch Mattel though. I remember there's something.
In the Middle East, what signs is the
Middle East?
administration seeing that Iran is preparing to attack?
Iran attack question?
look,
Come on, we're not. We already know.
We're going to continue to monitor the
Either
situation.
tomorrow
You
or by the
saw-
end.
I hope you saw the statement from the Department of Defense.
All right, let's see what we got.
You know, the power I have as a prosecutor is that with a swipe of my pen, I can charge someone with a misdemeanor, the lowest level offense possible. And by virtue of that swipe of my
She
pen,
kind of talks like Obama in a weird
you
way.
will have to go to a courthouse and stand in line. You will have to come out of pocket and hire an attorney. You may get arrested for a few hours. You will be embarrassed in your community. You will miss time from
Facts.
coming onto the Google campus.
I'm just thinking about
All
my parking
because
ticket.
With the swipe of my pen, I've charged you with
yeah.
a crime,
Fuck.
which I may choose to dismiss 2 weeks later.
Wow.
It's an incredible amount of power. You know, the power I have as
It's
a...
not that bad. I mean, if she's talking about reforms, but I don't know the context. But no, I've never heard that. I feel like you can make everything she says sound scary. She's a little cuckoo.
Realize to pack up and
Oh, they're laughing.
I don't have
Why are they
anything to
having
share
fun?
about
They're having
that
fun without
at this
me.
time.
She sound kind of hot, low key.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
No, go
You're
ahead.
definitely going through it.
Korean on foreign policy starting with Venezuela. Can the White House
Guys
clarify
like,
where
man,
it
that
stands
Kamala,
on Edmundo Gonzalez?
you know, fuck it.
Does
Fuck all the bullshit,
administration
Josh.
see him as a legitimate president
I'm
of
just saying,
Venezuela?
man. Why we
And
gotta
if
get so
what steps are you
political?
taking or preparing
Why can't
to
we just
take
love each
to,
other, Josh?
You know, legitimize
Just why not? Why
So a
can't it
couple of
be
things,
about love, man? I'm
so-
just saying.
And I believe the State Department put
All right,
out
man.
a statement just last week.
Sit down already.
So I'll say this: the United States has been
Hear
in,
me out.
in close coordination
Hear me
with
out,
regional
man,
and
for
international
real.
partners following Venezuela's presidential election on June 28th, and rapid declaration of the National Electoral Council that Nicolas Maduro won without evidence. This is a critical moment for democracy in our shared hemisphere. The opposition and civil society have published more than 80% of the tally sheets received from polling stations throughout Venezuela, which indicate that Armando Gonzalez Urrutia received the most votes by an insurmountable
Jeez, man.
margin. Independent
Now you got
observers,
guys in the
pre-election
chat
and exit polls, and quick
arguing
counts
over who who called
corroborated
Kamala
these
hot
results.
first?
The
Are you
will of the
yeah.
people must be respected.
Why do you want
At least
that?
12
Like,
million
never mind, man. Just
Venezuelans
do y'all, man.
courageously
You have a
went to the
great day.
polls despite significant
You guys,
challenges
whatever you
and
strive to.
exercised their democratic right to vote. Now is the time
We all got
for the
different goals.
Venezuelan parties to begin a respectful, peaceful dialogue and discussions in
You want me to
accordance with
ban
their
them? Well,
laws
well, thank
and
you
the
for your
votes of the
sacrifice,
people
sir.
to chart the path forward for
You know
a
what I'm
more
saying? We need more
democratic,
people like
prosperous,
you.
and also
'Cause I don't think
secure
I banned
Venezuela.
anybody today
so
at
I
all,
reiterate
actually.
the United States
Even
commitment
yesterday,
to
too,
supporting this
so.
process of reestablished democratic norms
No, yesterday
in
I clapped
Venezuela
some
and
people.
stand ready to
Yeah.
consider
Thank you for your
ways to
sacrifice.
bolster these efforts jointly with our international partners.
On Iran, and then I do have a question about Bangladesh, because of course it's very timely, but let me start with Iran. Pakistan said at a recent OIC meeting that they would willingly supply Iran with mid-range missiles if the war continues. What is has the administration spoken to Islamabad about this, expressed concerns, and if so, what's the message?
I mean, I think we've been very clear with our message, right? I've said, somebody asked me, how do we communicate with Iran?
Oh, yeah, I did. I
Obviously,
banned
we have,
propaganda guy today. You're right.
We have our partners out there
forgot.
that does the
He was
communications.
trying to indoctrinate the
We
youth.
have ways to do that. Obviously,
I
I'm
don't
not
even
going to
know
lay
who
that
he.
out.
Yeah, I banned the
Other ways to
angry.
do
He
that,
wasn't
but I'm not gonna lay
angry.
that out from here.
Honestly,
But I think we've
I don't
been
think that
very
was a
clear.
fair
We've been very clear in our
categorization.
support for Israel and making sure they
You
have
know?
what they need to defend
I
themselves.
think he was just like,
and I
Donald
don't think
Trump
that
will
you can
end the
look at
world
this
or something.
administration and not
If
know
he
what the
wins,
message
or
has been.
you got to move
And
into a
what we have been
concentration
very clear
camp. I don't know
about.
what he said.
And
Something
so,
wild, wicked.
When we send messages to Iran, it is within our interest, and I'll just leave it there.
Okay, then quickly on Bangladesh, concerning events in Dhaka, has the White House reached out to parties in Dhaka, and what would you like to see happen next?
So we're monitoring the situation in Bangladesh.
All right, see if we even
very
bounce here.
closely.
We only have, damn, we only got
We
30
have
minutes
long
left.
called for respect of
Habibi.
democratic rights in Bangladesh, and we urge that the interim
39
government
minutes
formation
left.
be
Wow.
democratic and inclusive. We commend the army for the restraint they have showed. We encourage all parties to refrain from further violence and restore peace as quickly as possible. We express our deep concern and sadness about the reports of casualties and injuries over the weekend and past weeks, and we share our deepest condolences with those who lost loved ones.
Why can't you
and those who are
memorize
suffering.
it?
It will be vital for the new government to carefully and credibly investigate.
Tell me
all
you care
attacks
about
and
me
provide
while making eye
accountability and
contact.
Justice for victims.
Fuck, man. At least I know you don't care, but like, just
Today's
look
the
me in
59th
the eye.
anniversary of the Voting Rights Act. And
Can I
data
read
from
you?
the Berlin Center for Justice shows that since the Supreme Court struck
We're really
down
sorry
Section
about
5
the death
of
and
the
tragedy.
VRA, voter
Yeah,
turnout
sorry
gaps
that
between
you
black
had
and
to
brown
go
voters
through
and
all
white
of that
voters has
trauma,
continued
pain,
to
and
grow.
suffering. We really care
Given President
about your
Biden's
plight and
executive
your
order
affliction,
on expanding
and with our
access to voter
deepest
registration,
condolences.
is there any update the White House can provide to that? And does the president see
Look into the
issue
camera.
of voting rights as a top
Memorize
priority?
it.
Does he believe that he can have some renewed efforts to
Yeah.
get those bills passed in Congress?
So look, as you know, today is the anniversary of 1965 voting rights. I believe the Vice President put out called for a day of action today. So that's important to highlight the need, as you just stated, of federal legislation, and to also
Where's
to
the
encourage
love?
all eligible
Amen,
Americans
bro.
to exercise their right to
You know,
vote.
somebody said
I
that
think
today.
is
I forgot
something
who it
that
was
not
in the
just,
morning.
Obviously, the Vice
That
President
was
and
one
the
of the
President
bullish
have
talking
spoken
points.
to, since almost day one.
I'm
of
not
the
even kidding.
administration when the president
I
signed
forgot
an
who it
executive
was. They
order
were
to do
literally
everything
saying
that we
everyone's
can
gonna
from
love
federal
each other
level,
anyways, and
to make sure
everybody
that
still
voting
loves
is-
each other.
is
So
more accessible,
we don't
is
have to
more
worry
easily
about the world
accessible,
ending
to Americans
with the
across
stock
country.
market,
And that is
because
something that the
everybody's still gonna
president
love each other.
understands and continues
That's a bullish point.
to do
So
everything that we can to make that
that
happen.
was on- they
The
talked
John
about it
Lewis
on
Voting
Bloomberg.
Rights Advancement Act.
Humble
and Freedom to
business.
Vote Act,
Habibi.
that is something that we want to see get
Shukran,
done.
Habibi.
We have to see legislation. In order to deal with this issue,
Good.
we have to see legislation. And so we're going to continue to call on that. Congress has to do everything that they can to protect our freedom to vote.
Yeah, okay, what's up, man? I'm
and
still
so
here.
It is part of our democracy.
I'm
And so in the meantime, we're working to ensure
I'm
that
tired.
every
I dropped
eligible
out of the
American
race.
can
Fuck it. I don't
exercise
have
their
to
right
be
vote
president
and
anymore.
have their vote counted.
Fuck, you want to hear the gold?
And
What's
I
happening?
can assure you that is something both the president and the vice president are committed to, and you saw that because of him signing the EO very.
I don't
early
have
on
the
in
gold.
his
I put all
administration.
my
believe on
gold
day
in the
one of
safe.
his administration.
Another question.
Yeah.
As the vice president begins her battleground state travels this week, many black and brown Americans.
All right,
are
there's
still
Mattel,
looking for
round
more about
two.
the vice president
And then
doing
market
work
did
here at the
bounce a
White
little
House. And given that, can you speak to the role the vice president has has
I can't believe
played
it.
an
35
advisory
minutes left in the day.
crafting some of this administration's signature equity policies, whether that be Justice 40 investments in infrastructure and climate, or investments in black businesses, etc.
I mean, look, they're partners. The president and the vice president have been critical partners. They are. They're partners in everything that has been done come out of this administration, the Biden-Harris administration. And you just mentioned a few things, right? You think about the CHIPS and Science Acts, the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, the PACT Act, all of these important
LMT, no. We
legislation,
talked about it.
American
Just
Rescue Plan,
I
Inflation
think from
Reduction
now until Friday,
Act. Those are
or until
those
they
are-
attack.
Those are legislation
But you need this
that
shit
she
to
was
come
very
down.
involved in.
I thought it'd
And
be
at
read
the
today.
center of those historical pieces of
So,
legislation,
I mean, assuming there's
you
the
had
right
equity.
discount on the
Equity was
play, but
always
if you
at the
spend
center
too
of
much,
that,
I don't know.
making sure no
I don't like
community
that
is
play
left
if you
behind.
spend a lot of money.
And so
But
she's been at the table.
somewhat decent,
She
not
has
as much
been,
spend.
Giving voice
Not so bad, Habibi.
to these critical decisions that they both made together. And they recognize that advancing equity is a generational commitment. That requires sustained federal leadership. That requires to make sure that we partner with our communities as well. And so this is something that we are going to continue to do. We talk about the next 5 months. Obviously, this is something that this president and the Biden-Harris administration wants to continue to do.
The top, what's
and
up, man?
uphold. I mentioned today how the
Pete Boeing?
Vice
I'm
President
Boeing.
called today a
Back.
day of action because it is
Got
an
clobbered
anniversary
the
of
other day,
1965
but
Voting Rights Act.
oh no,
And
didn't
so
they already have
we are
earnings?
acutely aware. We are acutely aware of what's going on, and that's.
I
why
didn't.
the
I didn't make
president
any
on day
earnings
one
plays.
signed
I just
that
holding my
executive action.
Disney, but we covered SMCI already.
Couple of questions on disparate topics. One of the president's aspirations for the remainder of his term is Supreme Court reform or restructuring, however you want to term it. At the weekend, Justice Gorsuch said in a TV interview, quote, "I just say be careful." Does the White House have any response either to the implication of that lack
No.
of carefulness? Or
No, I'm not
comment?
going to comment to the justice. The president made himself very clear. Over a week ago, he went to Austin, Texas, went to LBJ Library, gave a very, I believe, important speech. He believes an important speech on reform and for SCOTUS.
You
right?
lied to us.
Supreme Court reform. It is important. He laid out three
You
ways to get to that.
You betrayed me,
point.
Jan.
A lot of that, obviously,
Corinne,
those
I don't even know your name
ways
anymore.
that he laid out is supported. Many of them
Last
is
time you
supported
told me
by,
I saw him, you said
conservatives. You know,
thought he wasn't gonna drop that
experts
man
on this, and
all right, every time she lied directly to my face, I'm gonna play a Kamala clip.
And as a woman, there's a balance to be struck between being tough and being a bitch.
That was a long cackle.
Turn that off. And as a woman.
All right.
What's the federal government doing about that?
so we want to take a moment to remember the 102 individuals whose lives were lost, and thousands of survivors whose lives were changed, forever changed, because of what happened almost a year ago. In April, the temporary elementary school opened for the hundreds of students displaced by the fires, providing the students with the assurance they would have a school
Yeah,
to
can
return
somebody
to by
make-
the end of the summer.
can
FEMA
someone make a
continues to work
Kamala
closely with state
cackle
officials.
beat?
That is something, obviously, FEMA
Like,
is
get that on a
committed
loop.
to, and relocate survivors from hotel. It's a long,
You know what I'm saying? You get a
process.
little kick,
We
a
understood that
hi-hat,
it would not take,
a cackle.
this would not take weeks.
I don't know,
or
man.
months.
You got a banger.
This is going to take
You got a
some
banger
time.
right there.
But FEMA continues to work on this. You have the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers continues to make significant progress. The president made clear when he visited Maui that this administration will continue to do everything that it can to make sure that people get back on its feet. It's a long process, but we're still there. I just mentioned the U.S. Army Corps. I just mentioned FEMA, and we're going to continue to do everything that we can to get folks back on their feet. But also do not want to forget the lives that were lost.
If we were to see the president this week and he were to discuss what's happening on Wall Street, is there a direct message he could say to investors to prevent a future sell-off like the one we
Our
saw
third
earlier?
Wall Street question.
Look, I'm not going to speak to that.
Come
right now.
on.
What I'm going to speak to is the economy as we see it right now, as we view it.
That's
it is
funny. These
resilient.
reporters
That
been
is
getting
what's
hella
important.
involved,
I've
bro.
laid out the data points of why we believe this economy
You know what I'm
continues
saying?
to be resilient. We are going to focus on what matters to the American people.
These reporters, they have their fucking, they got calls and shit. Because they're like, yo, man, you have anything to say?
Our economic team, they're going to monitor everything
They're like,
closely.
if the
They're gonna
president
update
was
the
real
president
and could
the vice
speak
president,
English, what would
and
he
that's
say
what
about this? He doesn't have anything. We're just not going to comment
said he would appoint a new
on that.
director to the Secret Service following the resignation of former Director PHILO. Is there an update on that process? Could it happen?
Honestly, bro, think about it.
before the
When's the last time you
election
heard them
or
ask
perhaps
this many
after the
questions about the stock
election?
market?
Is there any
To
update on
to
the
Corinne.
independent review?
So this is, I mean, this is not about politics. It's not
Again, the
about
last
the
20,
election here.
last
This is
48
about
hours have
making
been
sure that
nuts
we find the right
in
person
the
for the
markets.
job. The president has
Again, yeah,
always
bro.
taken
So
that
it's
very
been a
seriously
while
when it comes to
since we've
appointing,
had a
people
press
for
briefing like
important,
this,
positions
or
here in
again,
this
I guess the
administration.
nature of the conversation
I don't have a timeline to update
directly
for you at
into
this
our
time,
realm.
But the president is thinking through this, wants to make sure that we have the right person for the job, and once we have an announcement, obviously, we will share that with all of you. Okay.
Update on the independent review into the Trump assassination attempt?
I don't have an update on the independent review. Obviously, when we saw the assassination attempt of the former president, the president
So we
took
don't
that
have a
very
president?
seriously.
No,
He
it's
spoke
like-
right after, talked about.
It's
wanting
kind
to
of
make
like
sure
an
that we had
NFT.
an interview, wanted to make sure that the
So
American
he's
people
there,
got
but
the
he's just
answers.
not like.
And so
It's just
they're
how do I
gonna
like it's
they're gonna
him and he's
continue
like
to
it's
work
him
on
like
that,
the one and only.
and also talked
but
about lowering,
and like he's there,
the
but like
right?
it's
Making
not
sure that we
like
lower the
all the way. I don't know.
condemned,
It's
that act
it's
of
like a
violence.
non.
There should be no
is it-
form of violence in
anyway,
our politics.
I don't know.
And so he's going to continue to be very clear about that. The review continues. Once they have more to share, certainly we will share that with all of you. Go ahead, Toulouse.
Thank you. Republicans are attacking Governor Walz as a radical liberal. They pointed to his policies on climate, on gender, on free school meals for children, free tuition. One Republican congressman said that the Harris-Walz ticket would be a socialist dream, and I wonder if you have a response from the White House on this.
I mean, look, I think this is some place where I would refer you to, obviously, the president's statement about Governor Walz, and I certainly will leave it there. But when it comes to the Biden-Harris administration, we cannot forget we inherited a skyrocketing murder rate. That's something that we inherited from the prior administration. And working together, we were not only turned that around, but have brought violent crime to a 50-year low. That is something that the president was able to do with his partnership with the vice president. And, you know, we want to continue to make sure that we, for example, when we think about gun crime, we want to continue to work on that. And we were able to pass a legislation that we hadn't seen on fighting gun violence in 30 years. That is something that the president and this vice president has been able to do. So we have taken this really seriously. And right now, majority of House Republicans want to defund the police by cutting the COPS program. If you think about the American
I don't know
Rescue
if she
Plan,
would
the
stay
reason
if
why
Kamala
we're
won.
able to deal with crime in this country,
I have no idea, man.
Republicans didn't vote on it. Not one Republican voted.
I feel
for
like
the American
Kamala
Rescue
just
Plan.
hired people off
So I think
Yelp.
we
I
have
don't know how
shown
she.
how much
I don't know.
we
I can't
want
read
to
into the
deliver for
mind
the
of
American
Kamala.
people. That is what this administration is
Was
about.
it Kamala?
This administration is about.
Kamala.
It doesn't
Love.
matter if you're a red state or blue state. The president wants to make sure he's delivering for the American people, and that's his focus. And you saw that from the obviously vice president being partners. That's the focus.
One more on former Speaker Pelosi. She was on television yesterday. She was asked whether or not she's spoken to the president since he dropped out of the presidential race. She said she had not. She was asked if their relationship was okay, and she said you'd have to ask him. So what is the status of the relationship with the president and the former speaker?
As far as the last time they spoke, I'm not going to get into private communications here or conversations, just not going to speak to that. Look, President Biden
Did you say Republicans want to
his
defund
good
the
friend,
police?
Speaker Pelosi. We
That's
believe
good.
it's mutual, and her statement, I'll just read it to you all here. His legacy of vision, values, and leadership make him one of the most
hope you're
consequential
blessed too,
presidents in
Caesar.
American history. With love and gratitude
Honestly, we're
to
about to
President
end the
Biden
day.
for always
This-
believing
I'm
in the
surprised
promise
this
of
was even
America
on.
and
We went
giving
over our
people
earnings
the
previews.
opportunity to
I don't think I'm
reach
going to make any
their
plays,
fulfillment.
but
God blessed America.
God bless
with
America.
Joe
You could use your
Biden's
two standard
greatness
deviations.
And goodness. Again, he respects his good friend, former Speaker Pelosi, and we believe it's mutual. As I just read her.
I'll give her
quote
like 5
right
more
after
minutes.
He made his decision. All right, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, she said, Josh, she quit. See, damn it, she blocked me first. She won. She won. You see, that was just like me calling Intel. She knows the game. She said, nope, we're done. We're done. Yeah, I have the video, how to price in the options. It's even in the description. So, yeah, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi. Nancy bought, I don't know, man. Nancy bought a lot of NVIDIA right before it dropped. Nancy bought NVIDIA at a pretty high price comparatively. So, but either way, we have earnings after the bell, Chattadonia. 30 minutes left in the day. Solid recovery, but in terms of price, but nobody really knows what's going on. Again, you're in between. Is this still continuing to unwind? And was that an overreaction? You've made up the last day of losses. You are pretty much right near the low end of where you were at on Friday. We still have earnings, not much data ahead. Is it bull trap, bull rally? I mean, we still haven't even moved. We're just still at the lows of Friday, which, again, remember, Friday was ugly following the ISM manufacturing and then the jobs report. So, very, very wild, man. Very wild. And here we are today. So, it's like a little relief, but it's also very, like, I don't think everybody's mindset is in between. Should we ask for more stimulus? And should we ask for an emergency rate cut? Or this is an overreaction and buybacks are going to start up soon and everything's going to be okay. So we'll find out. But I don't know. It may be another one of Japan tonight. I don't know if we're going to do a live watch list. Because literally by the time we did the live watch list yesterday, it was up. I don't know. Do you guys, we could gamble on the watch list if you guys want. I have a way we could gamble. We'll do a live watch list, but then if by the time I'm going to go live, if Japan is already chilled, then I'm not going to go live. And then if it goes crazy, then I'll go live. Because I feel like it's kind of uneventful because yesterday it just shot up. It gapped up. It literally gapped up 4% last night, and then that's it. It just gapped up 4%, and then that's it. It moved around a little bit. It did come down, but yeah. Put me down for 5. You could bet on whether or not the watch list goes live or not. I don't know. We can make a line. It's up to you. But, man. Either way, tonight will probably determine a lot. I mean, we don't have any data. Tomorrow, you'll start getting the bigger bond auctions and, again, more Fed speakers. That's the only other stuff we're looking for towards the end of the week. Even the jobless claims. Quick opinion on Ford. I would want it a lot cheaper. And I don't know. Did we get a Marcus Dono in there, man? I think we had another one. And then I only see Austin stuck up there, but just for good measure. But actually it is near $9 or $8. Shit. I kind of like it. I was just saying that the other day. I didn't think it'd get around here. I think you could start establishing a position, to be honest. I really would not be against Ford. Even if this thing, and maybe I get greedy asking for like 7 or 5. That would still be like a 20 or 30% loss. But honestly, if you really like Ford, I don't think this would be a bad place to start a position. Like, again, I do think kind of like, I don't know. I wouldn't trust their dividend. I really don't trust their dividend. But it's just like it could drop a little bit more. Like, it can't go down, like, but you'll be exposed 20-30% if everything else slows down. But if you like the company, this is a good place to starting out. I'm actually not really against it. That's crazy. The other day, I swear somebody asked me this the other day, and this thing was at like $12. I guess right after earnings, maybe it was at like 11. But I said low 9, so I don't know. It's kind of closer to 10. It just has a 9 handle, so maybe it would have to go a little lower. I like Toyota. They just guided down really bad the other day. What's this, WWD? What would Jesus do? That's on the high. I feel like Ford is a little safer than Intel in a weird way. But I don't trust their dividend. I don't trust their dividend because they've taken away and reinstituted it. And again, you just saw literally Intel do the exact same thing. So I guess it's no more riskier than what's it called? No more riskier than Intel. Ford is safe, but I don't see growth. I don't even know if I would consider it safe. I mean, motherfuckers spending billions of dollars on batteries and shit. Reddit, no. We brought up Reddit for a little bit, but I never priced it in. I think it's pricing in 20% though. I can't believe it came back to $55. I swear the other day. Bro, this was just like a lot of stocks. Bro, a lot of stocks a couple of days ago were trading a lot higher. Like everything. Nonsense, bro. I'm telling you, man, a lot of those names, except for like the value plays, but like a lot of other names were like, man, I swear Reddit was just at like $69. So 5, 1.5. So 925. It says 917. You go with the cheaper one, but that's like 20%, yeah. 16%. That's a lot. So you'll need a 30% move, which again would be like what, $20? So $75, which again, it was just there. So it already moved 2 standard deviations. It was literally there from their last earnings. I don't think I have an earnings preview on this one. But even then, I don't really like care too much about it. Again, that's pricing in a lot. Like if you want to go for that, it was just at $75 though. But let's just see how much that is. It's $100, Habibi. I don't know. It costs more than a share. You know, that's like a 40% move too. Yalla, Habibi. Might be better play after, you know. Don't worry. You have earnings at home, Habibi. Don't just yalla. So yeah, it's expensive, bro. It's expensive. Racist. Read Rothschild. I feel like isn't everything Rothschild racist? But I don't know. That's what you used your messages on? Well, welcome to the chat, man. Welcome to the chat. Good to see you. It's racist. I will stick around for Airbnb. I do kind of enjoy pain a little bit. A little masochist. I don't know. I hope someone's like, what's that mean? Just kidding. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'll be here, but you know, inshallah, it's good, Habibi. We'll see. Just one of them days that the stock goes down when deflation eyes pointing straight right at you. I just wanna buy in long term, but I keep on trading bonds. Don't take it personal. That was good, man. That was featuring Tim Whitman. That was great. Written by. I'm sticking with the earnings plays. All I have is Disney. So, and I have I got clapped on my pre-earnings plays. I did a pre-earnings play on SMCI and Airbnb, and I got my shit absolutely like dry cleaned. I don't know if that's, do people describe getting clapped like that? Can we make that a thing? I got dry cleaned. I don't know. It was filthy, but I don't know. So many adjectives, but I got killed on those. And so I'm going to hold them because I don't think there's any point of selling them. But I do like the Disney play. That play actually did good. So the Disney play, again, Airbnb, SMCI, that was bad. Disney, we were able to make that free. And then I have good plays on Disney that are within a good price, I think. And then that's it. So I'm not going to play any more new plays on SMCI, or what was the other one? I like NVO. I think I'll play afterwards. And then there was one more. Who was it? Was it I think Shopify was the one I think was the best. Shopify seemed more in the realm. And then we'll play everything else after. Or we'll see. The Disney play, it's an old play. It was on the watch list. It was on my Instagram. But it's over. You know, when volatility is high, since y'all only pop up during volatility and ask me what the play is, I'm going to not tell you the play. So once we go back to non-volatility, I'll gladly tell you the play. But until then, y'all need to like pay attention on some shit. Or you guys could go get you some stream alerts. Or just follow on Instagram or watch a free watch list. That's it. You'll be good to go. My Instagram is the Trading Fraternity. But a fake Josh will follow you. He will try to trick you out of your shekels. If you're in it, if you have your gold, maybe. So don't fall for it. Okay? Other than that, 15 minutes till the bell. Oh, and somebody was saying earlier, they said put you on game, man. How wild was that press conference? How wild was it? Bro, I mean, it's been a while since, like, things go down, you know, hearing about the market and volatility and even to the point where the stock market's getting brought up that much on the press briefing. Oh, man. You know, there was a time we'd watch the press briefings. They would be action-packed related to the markets. I just feel like you haven't had that in a couple of years. Just been a lack of any events unless it's been like low-key war-related. Those have been, you've had more like geopolitical, war, election-related stuff rather than the other one. So we'll see. Did you hear Trump say that yesterday? He said, I put you on what? No, wait, what did he say? Do stream alerts about PHILO? They do, actually. You get PHILO alerts. So I actually put out a stream alert before PHILO starts. It's an odd feature that was requested. It's odd if you don't understand it. Kind of like an additional trinket. But yeah, it's included. Not advertised, but included. Well, we haven't had it. Technically, again, I don't know. Like even during the press conference, you had a lot of questions about Iran attacking and why it hasn't happened. So, but we still haven't had anything. I've heard a couple headlines this morning. Some of you even heard some and posted them, but so far, nothing has happened. Spy puts in the eye. I mean, again, if you think, I don't think this is over. I think the best way to describe where we're at right now, the VIX isn't at 70. You know, you're not dropping 5% before the market goes ding ding. But this is the highest the VIX has been, even higher than any other point last year. Like the only other point, this is like halfway between Facebook going down to $90. So, we'll see. Uber was just at $50, man. Again, a lot of names though, man. Hey, I'm shocked actually. Why do I have Uber up here? I'm shocked at how many names that, like, I swear they were just trading so much higher. Again, Uber was just at $75, and then yesterday it was trading as low as $55. Meta to 90. There he is, man. What's going on, Jay? What's going on, man? It's this manipulated stock, you know? I mean, buybacks, shit, man, I don't disagree with you. Even on Apple as well. So a lot of them, they've gone through a lot. SPY's back to VWAP. This is actually lower than before. So we're about to get 10. We're not giving up all of the gains, but definitely taking a little off top. That's like 50 points. So, again, you're still moving quite large, but so far, good day. You're still lower now than Friday. Like I said earlier, you were getting up to like the lows of Friday, which was kind of crazy, but We'll see, unless we get a crazy end of the day move here. Shop both ways. Within 2 standards, Shop's still pricing in a lot, but I like Shop. Shopify seems somewhat realistic for the price. But like I said, I already got washed on pre-earnings, and then I still have a little bit of exposure. And then again, quite frankly, I think no matter what happens, I feel like all of these options, you'll be able to find a decent play afterwards, more likely. Because everything's cracked out. VIX is insane. I mean, shit's going to be mad expensive. So, I don't know. I feel like you'll have better post plays than not. Lyft sympathy. I think, does Lyft have earnings? What is it? What is his headline? Spicy chicken chain Hangry Joe's brings heat to Japan. The Nikkei. And then SPY at VWAP going lower. We were here. This is kind of like, remember yesterday, you kind of did the same thing. You set like a high within like 30 minutes of the day, an hour, then slowly edged up a little higher, then gave it back up. But we just gave up some of this later and didn't drop as much. Today was a lot stronger. I mean, again, yesterday was nasty. I've never heard of Hangry Joe's either. I see a press release headline. So, yeah, at this point, just get ready. Earnings after the bell, 10 minutes. Here's 10-minute rigged. Let's see what happens, my friend. And then Japan, earnings in Japan. Earnings even in the AM tomorrow. And then Japan tonight, a little bit more data, but not anything too crazy. No news is good news. As long as you don't wake up to Japan getting dumped on, then you're good. Yeah, I'll be here for the earnings. I'm assuming they don't come out like an hour later, but yeah. And then I don't know. So I don't think we're going to do a live watch list unless you guys want to like gamble on it. But that's a lot of like schedule changing to decide. Because I'm saying if I don't do a watch list and then we wait until the end of the day, and then if Japan's not exciting, then that's it. Unless you guys are up for it. Because again, no news is good news. I really think we could say that. All right, 52.51. Doubling down, another 5 on live. So does that mean if we go live, you get 10? I don't know if there's odds for it, but we could talk about it. SPY going down. Again, you're right below VWAP. So a little ugly. I didn't make any earnings plays, no. But not any ones that we didn't have prior. And then I closed out of oil for a profit. It came lower. I might go back into that because I wanted more time. And then I'm still in the Swiss franc, and then that's it. I'm tempted to grab a bond play too, but then, like I said, I'm kind of greedy. I want towards 95. Otherwise, I think another pop back up here. If you stay within this range between 99, those other options might be able to come back up. Swiss franc is lower. I top ticked it, but it's doing a lot better than the yen in bonds. So the yen dropped 1%. TLT dropped 2%. And then the yen dropped a third. Or excuse me, the franc dropped a third. So that's the thing. It should It was already underperforming. That's why I liked it. Oh, no, now the yen, now this franc, no, it's the euro. Yeah, 6S is down a quarter. Bailey. What up, palm trees? No plays on TL. Well, I already have my old plays. I have the both ways. I got the put. The puts are up, but disappointingly not as much. And then we lost on the calls that were up like 400% or whatever. So, and then now, I mean, it does offer the entry. It's playing out exactly how we wanted. You got slight profit on one side or the other with options. It was supposed to be smaller. And then now you can choose if you want to get in on a dollar for dollar play. But you're kind of in no man's land. I mean, we're selling off. You got 15 more seconds. Final 5 will be here. A couple names are dropping. Remember, Apple is down a lot more. You're getting back to the morning levels. It's still good, but definitely a haircut off the top. Like I'm saying, this is about 60 points now. Yeah, give or take. It's literally sold off 60 points from the high 30, 40 minutes ago. Like right when Power Hour started. I mean, morning was pretty low. Again, this is what I'm saying. There's no other way to describe today and just where everybody is at right now. It's just that, like, the VIX is at the highest it's been in years, but it's down from the 70 it was at the other day. So you find where you fall in the middle of all of that, if that's how you want to feel. That's just it. It's just like fear is high relative to any point we've been at in a long time, but it's lower than what just happened yesterday around the world and in America. So, and now you have 5 more minutes left, and now you got to deal with everything else. So, welcome and good luck. But yeah, Chattadonia, I love you. We've had a couple of fallen soldiers today, both in the markets and in the chat. Either way, God willing, we will continue tomorrow. So I hope you enjoyed today. And as a thank you to my people who made it this far, your congratulations and greetings and well wishes. I want to let you know that it's going to get really loud in here. Okay? So it's very simple. When I say that it's earmuffs, that means it's going to get loud in here. And if you have any respect for your ears or you value how you react with your ears and loud noises, I suggest you heed the warning and protect yourself, okay? Some people, it's wicked, man. It's wicked. The loud noises, it changes people. Just like volatility, just like a lot of things people have reported, crazy stuff. You know, I don't want you're better than that. So when I say earmuffs, you protect yourself, okay? Sound good? Spy's dumping right now, man. My goodness. But here it is. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. This is not a drill. Protect yourself. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 85 degrees and sunny. Looking like a good day, unless you thought puts or calls would actually move meaningfully after the VIX has been going through one of the wildest moves it's ever had in history, and the market makers have to scam you because if the brokerages work, the options won't. But good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way. Yeah. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you there as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and make sure you have a wonderful evening. Chattadonia. Chattadonia. It's here. Bring it home. Tuesday in the books, and now you only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. You got to make up your mind. Make a decision. You have less than 20 seconds, man. Earnings after the bell. Airbnb and a lot of other names. A little bit of rally. A little bit of volatility. Just look at the VIX. You have less than 10 seconds to finalize those plays and bring it home, baby. That's it. Wrap it all up. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chattadonia. We did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat right now, baby. Let's go. Drop that GG before the earnings come out. Hold on, where's Airbnb? GG, baby. Good game, Chattadonia. Who else do we have? SMCI? Let's go. Hold on, I see you, baby. Let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays those vibes, personality, info. My real one's out there, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Good game. Oh, man, I'm just smashing the keyboard. Good game. Way to contribute. Way to bring something to the table. Way to stay in the game. Shout out to Long Term, baby. Good game. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. Members, non-members, stream alerts. My honoraries, man, you are part of it. You didn't get banned. You didn't get timed out. You were really out there, baby. You were really on the watch list. You were really getting prepared. It don't matter volatility or not. Oh, yeah, good game, baby. CG. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, good game, good game, good game. GG. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Hey, man, bro, God is good. All the time. If he ain't, Airbnb is still clapped on earnings. And off of earnings. I don't see it yet, though. I'm waiting for it. I don't have the B&B on any of them, but I see a registered of shares. I don't know why that hasn't hit yet. But I should get all these up. But Airbnb looks clapped. Dude, that's probably down, what, 9, 10%? So it's good, though. 117. Now we could really start talking about adding this. Because, again, I said around like 80. No, that's pretty bad, bro. 117. That's back to the gulag. And then who else? We have Shop After Hours? Or is that? No, that's in the morning. We only have SMCI. I see Amgen as well. If he ain't, then you lying. They beat hard. I don't have it yet. It could be out on the 8K. Reddit, I see that moving on the high. I had a lot go by, but I don't know. I have to go through them all. Reddit's up by 4. There's Amgen, Sunray, adjusted EBITDA should break even. Redfin had earnings. Progeny, Flowtech came out. iRobot, Win is already out. Yeah, Redfin says sees third quarter loss 30 to 22 million, and then EBITDA break even. I think Airbnb did bad. I don't have it yet though. Oh, there it is. Troy has it. And then I have Redfin numbers. They came out. But Airbnb, 862 million. I don't know what the guidance was. EPS was 86 cents. I have it up on here. Whoa. There's no way they did 862. On this quarter, I think they were expecting 2.7. Oh, adjusted EBITDA. So they missed slightly on that. And then they missed on EPS. And then third quarter, 3.6. I don't know what they were guiding. So, yeah, they missed. So Airbnb missed. And is SPY dumping after hours? Yeah, kind of. A little bit. You are back to pre-market. Which was, again, this was still pretty good if you think about it. Remember, this was still part of the rally off of Japan. So it's still kind of in the doldrums, but yeah, I mean, you have given up almost 100 points from the peak. Yeah, bro, Airbnb now, I mean, we still have that deposit waiting, so, but yeah, this is the cheapest it's been in a while, but remember we were saying, man, this thing came up from $80. So, Upstart's ripping. TLT is moving a little bit after hours. You went to Chick-fil-A. Earnings, Airbnb was bad. They missed. I don't know how the guidance stacks up. A couple of other names. It looked like Redfin beat, but they didn't move up. I have Upstart ripping right now. And then you're getting Airbnb sees full-year adjusted EBITDA margin of 35. My thing didn't show expectations. Yeah, here's all the Airbnb numbers. Free cash flow, $1.04 billion. Sees third quarter revenue, 367 to 373. Average night was 170. I feel like that was supposed to be a lot higher. Can I get Sunrun? Yeah, give me a second. Net revenue, 2.75. Gross booking value, 21.2. So yeah, again, I don't think Airbnb did that bad, but I think they're just missing expectations. But they did guide lower. But I'll take it. You give me sub 100, we'll use the rest of that deposit on there. But then I want a dividend name. So I don't know. But yeah, Airbnb hasn't been this low in a minute. I mean, where was it at the beginning of the year? It was at like 130. But yeah, it was like end of last year, you were trading like 115-ish. It was as low as 80. So that was a good time. But again, I got out of even some of those other flip shares. That was part of the going cash, but that's going to hurt in the long term. But then again, I've waited for a long time to get that cheaper. You guys have asked me if I'd buy it. Yeah, 168 in March. Don't worry, Habibi. You let it. We've waited. Think about it. I don't know. Anytime. I haven't bought Airbnb in years. So anytime anybody's asked me about it, I have said, Upstart's up 21%. But I've said, I would grab this thing if it was lower, but I wouldn't touch it. Because Airbnb, that thing was up a lot. Like a lot on the year. So I think you just got deflated alongside a lot of other names. I don't think SMCI is not moving. Rivian's out. Again, SPY dropped a little bit after hours, then came back up. I don't know. Let me check. Riv. Yeah, Rivian. I don't have the expectation, but they announced $5 billion, reaffirm all aspects of guidance. They did 9,612 vehicles and delivered 13,790. So does anybody know the estimate? If you know the estimate, then there you go. No, yeah, Airbnb got clapped. Airbnb and Intel have the same market cap. Yallah, Habibi. Like I said, I think below 100, we could start talking about buying Airbnb. So lowest of the year, but I'll take it for now. And then if it goes, it's about to be, I think it's lower now than November. It's about to go to May of 23. But again, like I think here, like 99 to like 83, like that's low key the range I want to be in. Rivian 1.16 revenue, estimated 1.17, 57,000 vehicles instead of 56. Do you know the estimate number for, yeah, they're dumping now. As it said, they produced 9,000 vehicles and then delivered 13,790 this quarter. Is it at two standards? 112. Was that 130? I think 170. No, I think Airbnb was pricing in 18 for two standards. So I think Airbnb was only pricing in 9. So it'll probably be in cuck zone. Ooh, all the time. Too many regulations. No, I mean Wall Street, I'm down with it though. Y'all know the vibe. I haven't been able to buy this thing in a long time. So, but literally last 6 earnings, I don't think Airbnb has gone up on earnings for a year and a half. So literally since middle of last year, since it was at this price, I don't think it's gone up on a earnings day. So literally 6 earnings in a row, this thing has traded negative anywhere from 3 to 20%. So it doesn't really do good on earnings and then misses guidance. And then if it comes in any softer, it gets clapped a little bit. Oh, yeah, Expedia did that. I forgot about that literally 2 quarters ago. They had something like that. But, I mean, I like the numbers all the time. I have my own bias with it, but it's mainly, again, making their $3 billion. This is just going to bring down the price to earnings. But like I said, I haven't been a buyer of this in a while. So we have it in the long term. I got it a little bit higher, and I like it there, but I haven't been down to buy this thing because when it dumps, it dumps. I think you could pick this thing up below 100. It's a great buy. Other than that, you just wait a little bit. So, yeah, maybe 80. I think below 100, I could be down with it, but 80 might be a better price. However, like, just look around. Everything's starting to drop. We have 1 deposit now. I could wait and get another one, but we have a couple of options that are starting to come around, and this is why, well, so I don't know, but I like sub 100 for sure. I've still, even Airbnb now, it's a good price. I don't even know if I'd buy it at the 113. Someone said SMCI at 5. I have no idea. $106 would be 2 standard deviations. Yallah. It is cheap, but like just when this thing could get hit with the market, and then if everybody starts dumping it, this thing, you've seen it go to $80. That's why I didn't like it when that happened, but that made me see like, okay, I'd only be buying that thing at 80, 90 bucks. 100 is like the top end of the threshold, but like this thing could dump, so there's no need to force it. It hasn't gone up on earnings in a while. There's SMCI. 2 standard deviations would take SMCI down to it would take that thing down to 400. Is it clapped? Well, it's moving, but wait for it. Container store. Where's Redfin 2? Redfin's getting clapped. Again, I thought Redfin was good. $2020 they were dealing. Again, were they the ones with the scam? Didn't somebody say there was what's it called? Didn't somebody say they were part, like one of them was taken off the market because they were like shady. PE's only 16 now. That's why I say, yalla, habibi. Yalla. That's what I'm saying. It's not like their earnings are falling off, but they're not. But they haven't had a good earnings. I mean, they don't come out and guide up big numbers, and then it's already such a high performer. The expectations are pretty much always high. I don't see SMCI out yet. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right. I'll hit you with one Uncle song, and then that's it. We'll see where everything's out. Oh, there's another batch. That just came through the wire. If you were looking, there's a lot. SMCI is moving, but it kind of looked like the other one. They missed. Well, they stopped giving their guidance, but it was a little weaker, and then they missed. They missed slightly on everything, like EPS, revenue, nights booked, and then I think price per room low-key cratered. That's what happened to the other guys. Oh, Frankie. What up, baby? Thanks for being here for earnings and all the volatility. Oh, man. I love it. Yeah, you have no idea. Feels good to be home, baby. Oh, nah, let's go. My man, Frankie. Frankie. Well, thank you, my friend. Well, I lost the horn. I have to get this back up. I don't think SMCI is out. I have Redfin. I have all the... I'm trying to see the easy numbers on Airbnb. I have Reddit. Lumen. Oh, Lumen came out. That's crazy. I thought Lumen weren't they already up 40% today? So they lost 16 instead of 13 instead of 6. Revenue 327, estimate 325. No SMCI out yet. Reddit, their daily active users 91 million versus 83. Ad revenue 253. Loss per share, 6 cents. Redfin. Oh, no, Reddit. Where is it? So they did quarter outlook, quarter 3, 290 to 310. Estimate was 278. So they guided up and still got clapped. No shit. It looks like they did very good, and they guided up, but they went down. Again, Lumen, they were the one with the $5 billion news earlier today. Not bad. And then what are you talking about? Clamps? You guys are having way too much fun? No? Well, there's SMCI. Hi. That could help out your boy, the market. Oh, Illumina had earnings too. I didn't know that. SMCI is already up 11. So that was pricing $77. So that's already one standard deviation. Uh-oh, there it is. So that one might do 2 very easily then. Holy shit. So again, $77 was one standard deviation. They see net sales $6 billion to $7 billion. Estimate was 5.47. First quarter adjusted 669 to 827. Oh damn. That's what Chad's posting in here. Oh yeah, super micro EPS 5.51 USD. So let me see the earnings. They killed it, it looks like. Even then, the guide was good. I think that's enough. Yeah, they beat off revenue 5.5 versus 5.3. See, first quarter 669 to 820. Estimate was 760. Net sales 26 to 30. Estimate was 23. So, no, those might hit 2 standards, bro. They were just really expensive still. That's the only thing that sucked. Maybe our other play may come back. Maybe if we're lucky. Maybe. Nvidia is ripping 108. So that's going to help out the NASDAQ tomorrow. So that's good. That's 2 standard deviation beat, though. They killed it. I think that's a real big sigh of relief for anything in the chip sector right now. I think a lot of people can breathe easy. Because SMCI, if that did bad, that would have been bubble popping left and right. They killed it. No, they killed it, bro. Again, and guide, a very strong guide as well. That's going to help a lot. Look at Dell's moving up now. NVIDIA. Man, fucking maybe even Intel might go up. That's very, very, very good for all of them. Let's see. NVIDIA is really rocketing. Yeah, look at Broadcom. Yeah, Spy's loving it too. TSM. Look at that. They're all killing it. So you're still you're like $15 or $20 away from 2 standard deviations on that one. Airbnb, I guess Airbnb, I thought they missed a lot harder, but it wasn't really that bad. So they missed on EPS, 86 to 92. EBITDA, they beat. I thought they missed, but that was 894 versus 862. And then revenue was 275 versus 274. And then gross bookings, 21.2 versus 21.23. But then they don't give a guidance, but then analysts already kind of expect them to have a guidance, and then I don't think they did good on that. Well, we'll see. Spy, I don't know. If nothing bad happens tonight, they all should be able to, the chip should give you a little bit of relief for tomorrow. Assuming all goes well. Yeah, they killed it, though. I mean, their earnings was kind of weak on this quarter EPS. Net sales 535 versus 38 for the third quarter. I mean, it's up a lot for the year, too, though. That's actually kind of crazy. Gross margin 11.2 versus 15.5 and 17 in the same quarter. Yeah, they killed it on margin, too. Is it a stock split? Is that confirmed? I don't know. Yeah, authorized 10-for-1 stock split on October 1st, 2024. So 2 months. Yeah, confirmed. Reddit was good. I think Reddit beat and raised EBITDA and guide. But yeah, SMCI 10-for-1 stock split. October. What else? I don't know if there's anything on buybacks. But good guidance in a stock split. I mean, shit. In a world where people were kind of worried there that maybe that eases you up. But for now, let's see. That did carry over into NVIDIA. Disney's tomorrow morning. So Disney and Shopify are tomorrow morning. I just saw EBS. Yeah, a couple of other names are there, but I think the big ones we were interested in already reported. Airbnb, I mean, I don't know. I think they came in line, slightly softer, but Wall Street hates them. But they got killed. SMCI killed it and did good. I think Reddit did good and they went down. I don't know if they flipped back up. Where is it? Rivian. Rivian did bad, I think. They missed on EPS by 20 cents. Revenue beat on Rivian. I think deliveries missed, but production was a little higher. 771 is 2 standards on SMCI. NVO is tomorrow morning. I don't know about Eli Lilly. Not bad. U.S. forces destroyed 1 Houthi aerial vehicle, 2 Houthi anti-ship ballistic missiles launched. Art? We haven't had a Red Sea one in a minute, but I just got that across the wire. And then Lumen, that was another one. There's somebody else. There's Rivian, Lumen, Reddit. Oh, yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Yeah, I don't know why Reddit went down. I thought Reddit was pretty good. Oh, Win came out. They went down, but I didn't look at their earnings. Buy Airbnb. I'd wait till it gets a little cheaper. So Win, EBITDA was 571 versus 563. That's a beat. EPS was a miss, 91 versus 114. And then revenue 17.3 or 1.73 versus 1.74. So like inline, slight miss. Macau missed big, 885 versus 940. Again, adjusted EBITDA in Macau, 280 versus 305. Las Vegas, 628 versus 589, so they beat. And then Boston, slight miss, 212 versus 214. So I think Win just missed in China, but they're holding up. Bro, Lumen is going crazy. Yeah, Reddit. Dude, Reddit did good, man. Reddit revenue, 228 versus 206. Gross margin, 89.5 versus 87.5. EBITDA margin, 14 versus 5. Daily active users, 91 million versus 84 million. Average revenue per user, 308 versus 302. EBITDA, 39 million versus 13 million. Bro, they killed it. And then they guided high. I don't get it. And then Lumen. So Reddit, SMCI is coming down a little bit. So Reddit did really good, and this thing is down 6. I'm kind of tempted to buy that. I think Reddit did good on everything, and they guided up. So again, Rivian loss 140 versus 120. Revenue 16 versus 15. CapEx 283 versus 314. So that's good. Adjusted EBITDA loss at 860 versus loss of 850. And then 9,000 vehicles and delivered 13,000. Reddit IPO August 9th. Oh, no way. Maybe that's why. It had a really good earnings, bro. I don't know. I think Reddit earnings were great. I have Lumen. So Lumen was 258 versus 255. Again, this was the company that had like $3 billion in business today. They announced some sort of deal. CapEx 750 versus 710. Free cash flow loss of 150 million. Broadband subscribers 266 versus or 2.66 versus 2.91. So miss. Net adds loss of 52 versus loss of 55. And then EPS loss of 13 versus loss of 6. And then full year guidance 3.9 to 4 billion versus prior guidance of 4.1 to 4.3. Free cash flow 1 to 2 billion versus guidance of 100 million. And then CapEx 3 to 3.1. So there you go. So they honestly, Lumen wasn't that good, but then they have guidance for free cash flow of 1 to 1.2 billion. Previously, we're guiding only 300 million or 100 million. Yeah, it's mooning off of that. So they had good news, but then they had good news, but it wasn't. It was bad news. The only good news was the free cash flow. I'm kind of confused by it. I'm looking at this. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, everything missed. But then that free cash flow is like 10 times higher for some reason. Maybe it's off of the news today. Yeah, SMCI gave up half of that gain so far, a little bit more. But alrighty. I think that's it. Airbnb down. I mean, SMCI was your hope. That was your last. Airbnb wasn't that bad. I mean, you know the vibe with that. We'll see what happens in the morning with everything else. There's going to be a couple. But yeah, I don't know. SMCI was AI hope, like I was saying, if that holds up. I don't know. How do you guys want to do tonight? Do you want to do Watchlist or do you want to do roulette? Just be subscribed to the trading fraternity. I don't know. If a video doesn't come out around 4 or 5, then just be, I don't know. Maybe I'll surprise you. Maybe I'll surprise you. We either do live Watchlist or normal. I don't know. You tell me. But I'm saying it just depends on what happens with Japan. You know? Whatever you post. All right, man. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see how this all plays. I'll give you one uncle, and then we'll wrap it up. We'll call it a day. It's a code, baby.
All right, guys, listen to some blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to tell you 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on styles, you could put me with the greats. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now, I'm just trying to get the chat fool.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lion to a sheep is I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking you speaking and what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worth is when treated as a god. Cold. Bop, bop, bop. Man, he said, don't see it, but you feel it. That's what happened when the landing hard. Lumen is the only one going crazy, man. That's crazy, bro. So we'll see. We might go live tonight on the trading fraternity. How about that? We'll see where things are at. Just depending. Let me see what my schedule is looking like. And then, quite frankly, if the market really is going crazy, you know, if Japan really blows up overnight, you know, assuming I'm at my house, we'll just go live and call it a day. So just make sure you guys know how to get there. You know what I'm saying? YouTube.com/the trading fraternity. Okay, that's always a good place to be after hours. So I'll see you there, but that's it. Second link in the description. If you go to the second link, it'll take you there. It will. Can we get much high? It'll literally take you there. You just click on that. Again.
All right, ladies.
Oh, yeah, if you didn't, again, sell the first hike. It's a good video. I don't know. This was our Monday watch list if you're not understanding it, but we had the live watch list yesterday. So I'll see you there, but I think that's it, man. I think we're going to call it a day. I got to get going. Thank you all for being here. All right, man, for real, you came out, you showed love, you gave me an opportunity. I mean, yeah, even then, you even followed me on Instagram to know that I've been active. You like, oh, I love active job. Thank you, baby. I appreciate you. So that's all I have for you, though. So thank you guys for the opportunity. I hope I see you tonight. God willing, I'll see you tomorrow, but that is all I have. Let's see if the world keeps getting crazy. I mean, look at the VIX. Flip of the VIX. We have a lot, man. A lot of things, bro. A lot of things, bro. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity and to share it with y'all, man. I hope you have a wonderful day. I will see you guys tomorrow and tonight, and that's all I have. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why sometimes you gotta recognize the signs, baby. You gotta know who sent you the package. The signs are obvious sometimes, baby. Pay attention. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Wow. So, Chattadonia, I love you. Have a wonderful evening, baby. I will see you tonight, baby. We'll see what the watch list brings. We'll see. Who knows? You have to be subscribed. I guess only the real ones will find it anyways. You know what I'm saying? In a world, oh my, that's it. But Chad, I love you. Have a wonderful evening and peace out. Yeah, give him the horn. Go to, where am I? Am I even the president still? Can I still be the president? I don't want to run. I want to run. Fuck. No, I'm going to run unless God has 5 lightning bolts. I don't want to run. I want to run. Fuck it. If Kamala could win, I won't run, or I'll run if she can't. Fuck it. I'm not going to, Corinne said I'm not stopped. I'm going to fucking run. Fuck it. Fuck it. How am I going to run now? How much wood can wood chuck if you can't chuck wood? Fuck it. I'm fine. Look, I don't care about the economy market, the fucking stock economy. Who cares about the fucking payroll? Payroll? I love fruit roll-ups. I'll fucking pay for a fruit roll-up any day. Fuck inflation. Fuck you. I'll trade a prisoner swap for a fruit roll-up if I had to. If I'll fucking do it, I'll stand with the American people. Anyways. I know, Joey B. I don't know. Where's Aiden? Aiden. Thank you, Aiden, for the rolly. Rolly on my wrist. It's on my wrist. The tic-tac. Is it tic-tac? My rolly don't tic-tac. No, this ain't a broke boy rolly. It doesn't tic-tac. It's smooth. I know. It's a great gift. A terrific gift. Thank you, Aiden. Look at that. Wow. Can you believe it? A Rolex. Wow. A Rolex. Wow. What am I gonna do with this? I'll wear it. Wow. Oh, you want me to come outside? Oh, wow. Is that an Elon, huh? He begged me. You know that? He begged me. Honestly, he offered some unscrupulous things to me. I can't say it on live on Kick, even though it's Kick. Even though we're kicking it. Is that what you say? I don't know. It sounds like a bunch of FDIC to me. Sounds getting a little suspicious out there. Exactly. Next thing you know, Joshua's gonna be advertising Weeble and a lot of other things, because YouTube said if he doesn't shut up about Kamala, they're going to ban him, and that's it. They're going to beat him into submission. And all the people who hate nepotism will love nepotism, and they're going to agree. And then they're going to be like, send them to the gallows. Is it the gallows? Is that what it is? The gulag or the guillotine? Maybe that's the accurate one. Exactly. I reclaim my time. Anybody trying to flex Airbnb dying is a liberal. Amen. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. Thank you. Yeah, how do you turn it off? And exit out. Okay, thank you. All right, goodbye. Say goodbye. Even to the liberals, I love them. They're freaking entertaining. Thank you. How do you exit it? Is it liberal friendly? I don't know, man. Hook 'em.